All right, good morning, everyone. Today is Wednesday, June 11th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of June 2025. Before we get started, I'd like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones so we don't have any disruptions during the meeting. And may I ask that you all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And today we'll be covering all of the items noted on our agenda today. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with our first item, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. This item is placed on our agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. The board is not able to act upon any items brought up during public comment, but of course we want to always hear from the public as well as from my fellow board members. Let's start in Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment this morning? Not seeing a mad rush in Carson City. Let's go here to Las Vegas. Former Commission Chairman, Dr. Alamo, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Is my mic on? Yes, it is. Hello, good morning. Let me introduce myself to Member Siddall. Of course, the judge has known me for decades and Kirk a lot longer. My name is Dr. Tony Alamo. I was a member and chair of the Gaming Commission for 12 years. I'm not speaking of anything today regarding gaming, the industry, or today's agenda. I present today because it is the last meeting of Chair Hendrick, someone I've known since the age of 14, his freshman year in our high school. Chair Hendrick, no one knows more than I how hard your job is. People don't realize the hours you put into everything you ever did, including this role. You've had to make hard decisions. You've had to separate noise and nonsense from real issues at hand. And at times, your decisions sometimes must be firm, no. And when you do that, you don't pick up friends, you pick up enemies. Trust me, I know, I lived it. What else I know that few people do is say thank you for everything you've done. You've been a highly successful person in your different careers, and you retired, and you deserved to retire. Then you were asked to perform a mission. You came out of retirement. You told the governor you'd give him 2 years. You gave him 2.5 years. That's 2 legislative sessions. You need a medal for that. You carried out goals set in front of you. Mission accomplished. This was a big sacrifice on your part and your family. Something else that few people know, you donated most, if not all of your salary to the staff at the gaming office. You did that with Christmas gatherings, lunches, social events for your staff in Reno, Carson, and Las Vegas. I know because I was invited to some of those events. I personally have seen how hard you've worked your entire life in everything you've done. You've been an overachiever since the day I met you at 14 years of age. You've done good. Your parents would be proud of you if they were alive today. Not bad for a kid from Chaparral High School. Can't wait to see what you got planned for your next outing. Want to make you a deal. I think your last day is a week or 2 from now. On that day, let's go to the closest casino, go have a drink, and play 2 hands of blackjack. Congratulations, Kirk, for a job well done. Thank you for allowing me this moment. Thank you, members. Thank you for all you do. And I'm sure I'm not going to be the only one to speak your accolades today. Thank you.
Thank you for embarrassing me, Dr. Alamo. Appreciate that. Anyone else wishing to make public comment this morning?
Oh, that's very good.
Good morning. How are you today? Good.
Good morning. Ira May Duanen for the Culinary Union, DUYANEN. My comments are about Station Casino's Chief Legal Officer, Jeffrey Welsh. Mr. Welsh's job duties include devoting full time and attention to the business and affairs of the company, according to his employer's 2017 filing with the SEC. A CLO of a publicly traded Nevada gaming company should be credible when testifying under oath and about significant matters. In November 2019, Mr. Walsh was in a meeting with Station Casinos owners and other executives where senior management made a written presentation seeking approval for millions of dollars in spending to finance new health and retirement benefits. The presentation emphasized key points through underlined and red bolded text to stress how funding the benefits would take away union power and disincentivize employees from supporting it. Prior to the meeting, Mr. Walsh reviewed the presentation about a weaponized employee benefit scheme. In December 2019, Mr. Walsh was a participant in a group text chat with Station Casinos owners where Mr. Walsh crowed that employees had removed union balance after meetings announcing the benefits. So Mr. Walsh was in a meeting with underlined, bolded red content and sent a message into a chat with updates about the rollout of plans partly discussed in that meeting. Yet, according to the judge that presided over the unfair labor practice trial, Mr. Walsh and other executives testifying under oath refused to admit that there was any discussion at the meeting regarding the underlined and bolded red points in the health insurance and retirement proposals about incentivizing employees not to vote for a union and taking away union power. The judge found Mr. Walsh's account not to be credible. Station Casinos is appealing that finding, but you should ask yourselves why there should even be a doubt about Mr. Walsh's ability to provide transparent testimony in the government proceeding. As the chief legal officer, Mr. Walsh is supposed to devote his full-time attention to the business and affairs of the company. And we believe a chief legal officer should be able to provide credible testimony under oath. Thanks.
Thank you. Please come forward. Push the little button there so the green light turns on and introduce yourself.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Pull the microphone a little closer to your mouth.
Yes, sir.
Hear it. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Casiano Corpus, spelled Casiano, Corpus. And I have worked at Power Station as a casino porter for 33 years. I'm a union committee leader inside Power Station, which means I talk to my coworkers and organize them to fight for a union contract. The reason I became a union committee leader was so that I could provide a better life and a future for my family. I want to have a better pay, a pension, and a better insurance. Station Casinos does not want to give us what we're asking for. Every day I go to work, I am afraid because I don't know which day might be my last day. We only want Station Casino to respect the daily struggle of us employees, as to sit with us and the negotiating table and sign a union contract. Thank you very much and God bless.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment? Good morning. Please push the button and introduce yourself for the record.
Morning, Chair, members of the board. Albert Sino, here to quick words on non-restricted items 7F and 7. As you may know, there's an existing restraining order in place. We're going to be at trial later in this year, starting in October. I'm hoping that you could give us time to work through that before taking any further action on those two items. Appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? Judge?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. 2.5 years ago, on day one, you and I started in our positions here at the board. And I can proudly say that it's been an absolute pleasure and a delight to work with you. You've given so much of yourself to the state, the board. It's just a tribute and a commendation to the governor for making the right choice. You were the right person at the right time for this position. You've brought so much respect back to the board. And it's been said many times that Nevada is the gold standard when it comes to gaming, and especially with regard to the regulatory bodies. You have helped to restore and maintain that standard of being the top regulatory agency in the country, where other agencies come and listen to us and ask us questions and meet with us and for our guidance and our wisdom. The institutional knowledge that you've brought to this agency has been, especially for me, remarkable and a tremendous help and benefit. They say you can tell a lot about a person by the friends they keep. One of your closest friends just spoke, Dr. Alamo. That says a lot about you as a person and your character. I've known Dr. Alamo for many years. There's no finer Nevadan than Dr. Alamo. Both of you have given so much to this community and to the state of Nevada. And whether it was the challenges at the legislature, the media, HR issues, AML, the cases that we've had to deal with, your steady hand and institutional knowledge has been very positive and brought about tremendous results. We've managed to get the attention of licensees, the major casinos, and to encourage them to pay more attention to BSA and Title 31. That is a tremendous accomplishment. The regulations that you've brought about, the reduction of with your workshops has been great. So many of them were outdated, redundant regulations. It has helped the industry tremendously to do what they have to do and to help the state and the tax base here prosper throughout all divisions of the state, especially the educational revenues that are needed. So we're going through some tough times right now, slight decline, but it'll bounce back. Nevada always does. That's the nature of the gaming industry. Nothing goes straight up. Nothing's going to go straight down. We'll be fine. But your guidance has certainly helped to ensure that our agency and our industry is on the right path. So along with all of us here, I can speak and say categorically that we are really sad to see you go. 2.5 years flew by. I wish we had another couple of years. I thought we were doing some great things, and I was looking forward to doing more great things with you. But the incoming chair, Mike, will have he'll have some really big shoes to fill. So I personally owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude for sharing your wisdom, your knowledge, your sage advice on all things gaming, and especially your institutional knowledge with me personally. You've helped me tremendously to do a good job. And on behalf of all of us here, your family, we want to wish you all the happiness in the world. And don't blame you for checking out at this time. As excuse me, as Dr. Alamo said, this is not an easy job. People have no idea what hours you have to keep and what issues you have to deal with, employee issues, HR issues, the legislature, licensees, special requests. The statutes and the regulations are filled with certain things that only the chair can do. And the chair has, the licensees have direct pipeline to the chair through our regulations. So you're bombarded every day with requests for anything from A to Z. So I know it's been very stressful 2 years, but again, I want to commend you for doing an outstanding job. And I wish you all the best on the golf course and hope you can bring down that score. So thank you.
Thank you, Judge Assad. It's been a real honor serving with you. Member Sendo.
Thank you. And, you know, Dr. Alamo and Judge, I think if there's some repetition, it's only because it's so well deserved. So I'm going to add the accolades on as well. As many of you know, today is Chairman Hendrick's last board meeting before he steps down from his role as chairman of the Gaming Control Board at the end of next week. I want to take a moment to not only express from me personally, but also on behalf of the 400 plus employees here at the Gaming Control Board, our sincere gratitude, appreciation for your leadership, your hard work, and generosity that you've shown as chairman of the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Although I am new to the board, countless individuals, both from the gaming industry and the Gaming Control Board employees, have expressed to me repeatedly about the great work and commitment that you have that you've shown during your time here as chairman. You've stepped up, you've served as a strong leader, providing better opportunity engagement for all the board employees. You've worked closely with the gaming industry to ensure fair and efficient regulation of gaming operations throughout the state. And I know, I don't know how many people outside of the employees at the Gaming Control Board know, as Dr. Alamo sort of alluded to, but Chairman Hendrick has personally funded multiple employee-wide appreciation lunches, holiday parties, multiple employee events, and the purchase of large and essential office resources here at the board. We all know funding these types of events and purchases are hard to come by in any office, but especially in the government sector. In addition, while serving as chair, Chairman Hendrick oversaw successful transition into new office locations at both the board's northern and southern offices, which is a huge feat, and spearheaded countless amendments and revisions to the gaming regulations, statutes, and ensuring that the board remains effective and equitable in its enforcement and regulation of the gaming industry here in Nevada. As I sit here today, in the 5 months the chairman and I have worked together, which has included significant, unprecedented matters before the board, I have observed firsthand Chairman Hendrick's commitment to excellence and display of tireless work ethic, always ensuring that the job is done right and every detail is thoroughly taken into consideration before taking action. I personally appreciate that. The role of chair of the Gaming Control Board is no easy task. Chairman Hendrick leaves a legacy of great achievement and lasting impact here at the board. US President Ronald Reagan was known for keeping a sign on his desk in the Oval Office that read, quote, "There is no limit to what a man can do or where he can go if he doesn't mind who gets the credit." Chairman Hendrick, I cannot think of a more fitting quote that embodies what you stand for and how you carry yourself in the work that you've done here every day and throughout your time here at the board. It's been a privilege and quite honestly, it's been fun to discuss and work with you on disciplinary matters, on legislative issues and special projects, and to kind of really learn how the board runs. You know, came from the city of Reno and was doing labor and civil litigation, constitutional law. So I had a background in gaming, but this was like a whole, you know, new circle of path for me. So thank you. Thank you. You're a wealth of knowledge and I've learned a great deal in the time we spent together here at the board. And I have no doubt that as you begin the next chapter of your life, whatever you do personally or professionally, you'll do it well. And more importantly, I know that you will continue to go forth with great resolve and work ethic and strong character. The very attributes needed to improve your golf scores and eventually lower your handicap. In all seriousness, I wholeheartedly wish you nothing but happiness, good health, and success, especially on the golf course. So thank you and farewell.
Thank you, Member Sindall. Again, it's been an honor working with you for this short time and looking forward to seeing everything that you do on the board. For me, I just want to take a moment to thank the legislature and Governor Lombardo for the passage of the approval of the board's 2 gaming bills, Senate Bill 46 and Assembly Bill 58, which were sponsored by the respective Senate and Assembly Judiciary Committees. Both those bills will provide important statutory authority for the board to conduct meaningful and in many cases streamlined regulation of the gaming industry. I also want to thank everyone on the board who worked on those bills, as well as everyone in the industry who supported the bills. A couple of other bills were also passed by this legislative session, and those are also important for Nevada's gaming industry. Senior Policy Counsel Sebastian Ross will be in the public comment section later this afternoon. He spent the entire legislative session in the halls in Carson City, and so I don't want to take away from his brief update later this afternoon, but I did just want to thank everyone who worked and supported the board's goal of effective regulation. I'll save my thank yous and goodbye till the end of the meeting because I promised Governor Lombardo that I would fulfill his promise and his motto of getting stuff done. He may have used a different word, but he likes getting stuff done. And I promised him I would do that all the way through my last day. So I will save my goodbyes to the end. Thank you, Dr. Alamo, for being here for my first meeting and my last meeting. And as you did, we will get some stuff done today. Got a very long agenda, so let's get to it and get some stuff done. Madam Secretary, that'll close our public comment and let's move into our dispositions.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for May 2025.
I had the opportunity to review the dispositions. I assume my colleagues have as well. So if you both have had the opportunity to review the dispositions and did not have any questions or comments, I would entertain a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I move that we adopt and approve the minutes from the meeting of the May 7th Gaming Control Board meeting.
Thank you, Judge. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes, bringing us to non-restricted item number 1.
Non-rest-
And before you start, take a deep breath, get a drink of water, and everybody else, this is going to take a minute. So go ahead, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of APX Voyager Vote Co. LLC for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability as sole member of Voyager Topco GP LLC. It is also the applications of Voyager Topco GP LLC for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as managing member of Voyager Management Co-Invest LLC and Voyager Management Holdings LLC, and for finding of suitability as general partner and manager of Voyager Topco LP. You also have the applications of Voyager Management Co-Invest LLC and Voyager Management Holdings LLC for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as a limited partner of Voyager Topco LP. It is also the applications of Voyager Topco LP for registration as a private investment company for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Voyager Holdco 1 Corporation and for waivers of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 15C.010 subsection 1 subsection A and 15C.210 as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Voyager Holdco 1 Corporation for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as sole member and manager of Voyager Holdco 2 LLC. It is also the applications of Voyager Holdco 2 LLC for registration as an intermediary company for finding of suitability as sole member and manager of Voyager Parent LLC and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Voyager Parent LLC for registration as an intermediary company for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Voyager Merger Sub Inc. to merge Voyager Merger Sub Inc. with and into Every Holdings with Every Holdings Inc. as the surviving corporation for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Every Holdings Inc. and for finding of suitability as sole member and manager of Ignite Rotate LLC and to pledge membership interest in equity securities as noted on the agenda. It is also the application of Voyager Merger Sub Inc. for registration as an intermediary company. You also have the applications of Every Holdings Inc. for deregistration as a publicly traded corporation, for registration as an intermediary company, and to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Every Games Holdings Inc. to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of International Game Technology PLC for amendment to order of registration and for finding of suitability as sole managing member of Ignite Rotate LLC. It is also the applications of International Game Technology to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda and for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Ignite Rotate LLC for registration as an intermediary company for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of International Game Technology to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda and for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the applications of David Samber, Daniel Cohen, Enrico Drago, and Nicholas Kin for finding of suitability as a managing member, manager, key executive officer, and or director as noted on the agenda.
That's it.
That's it.
That should be pretty easy. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's go ahead and start with number 1. Welcome, gentlemen. Morning. Good morning, Mr. Gibson.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman Hendrick, Judge Assad, Member Sindall, and Secretary Rupert. It's a pleasure to see you all today. These are nice new surroundings. It's very nice to appear here. I'm Bryn Gibson with Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, representing Voyager Parent LLC and its affiliated persons and entities. With me today in the audience, also representing Voyager Parent and its affiliates, is my partner, Bill Downey. Also with us today in the hearing room are representatives of Apollo, IGT, Every, and the DeAgostini Group, some of whom you will meet and hear from this morning, as well as counsel for IGT and Every. All of these parties will be available to answer any questions you may have. Mr. Chairman, prior to the meeting, we provided your staff with a slide deck that we have asked be maintained as confidential. With your permission, we would like to take you through an affirmative presentation of this deck, after which we'll be available for any questions.
Great, please.
Thank you. We're pleased to be before you this morning, seeking your approval of what, despite its size, is actually a fairly straightforward two-step transaction. First, Voyager Parent LLC, a newly formed holding company, is going to acquire from International Game Technology PLC all of its gaming and digital businesses. Immediately thereafter, Voyager Parent is also going to acquire by merger all of the ownership of what is now publicly traded Every Holdings Inc. At the conclusion of these two steps, Voyager Parent will own and operate the IGT gaming and digital businesses and now private Every as a single enterprise. For ease of reference, during our discussions today, we're going to refer to this new enterprise by its project name, which is Voyager. Voyager Parent is a newly formed holding company owned by three constituencies: Apollo Managed Fund 10, Apollo Co-Investors, and the DeAgostini Group, currently a major shareholder in IGT. This investor group is responsible for the equity funding for the contemplated transactions. However, none of these groups will have operational control of the new Voyager enterprise. Instead, control of the enterprise will sit with a VOTCO, specifically AP10 Voyager VOTCO LLC. Very much like the structure of the transaction you saw in connection with the Venetian, the Voyager VOTCO will be controlled by its sole managing members, David Samber and Daniel Cohen. Both are partners in Apollo's equity group, and both are currently licensed by this board. Mr. Chairman, as you are aware, David Samber was unable to be here with us today, as his role as co-head of private equity at Apollo required him to manage the annual private equity meeting in another part of the country. We greatly appreciate your courtesies in waiving his appearance. Danny Cohen is going to kick off our presentation and introduce you to the Voyager transaction, the investment thesis and funding matters. Danny will hand off the presentation to Nick Kinn, who will act as interim CEO of the Voyager enterprise, to discuss with you the Voyager integration efforts. We'll come back to Danny briefly to discuss the value creation proposition, the role of VOTCO, and the management board of the Voyager portfolio company. And finally, we'll close with Kate Lowenhar-Fisher, who will act as Chief Compliance Officer of the Voyager enterprise, to provide a review of the current and contemplated compliance function. And with that, I would like to hand over the presentation to Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning, Judge Assad. Good to see you again, Chair Hendrick. Madam Secretary, thank you for the long readout, and members and Dahl, it's nice to meet you. So hi, everyone. Thank you for having us here today. I want to quickly introduce myself. So my name is Danny Cohen. I've been at Apollo for about 13 years now. And since I joined the firm, I've always focused my efforts in and around the gaming, lodging, and leisure industries. And now I lead the investment effort in that industry today in our private equity business. I was involved from start to finish, beginning in 2013 in our investment in Play AGS, which is coincidentally here in the audience today as well as the Venetian Resort alongside Mr. Samber. And I've been in this room obviously several times with many of you related to our investment in Pioneer, also known as the Venetian as well. You know, Apollo and Nevada's partnership in the gaming industry spans nearly 20 years. Apollo's investments have made lasting positive developments in almost every aspect of the gaming industry in the state, including infrastructure, technology, investing in new products to enhance the guest experience, and most importantly, and more recently, innovative improvements around employee benefits, which we've talked about vis-a-vis the Venetian as well. I'm proud to say that I've been involved in all aspects of this, as well as Play AGS, who was first licensed here alongside David, who was alongside licensed here many years ago. As Bryn noted, David runs our private equity business, and we're actually having our annual meeting in Palm Beach right now. And so he's presenting a keynote address in front of a few hundred of our investors. So was unable to attend here today, but he joined the firm in 2004 and has been part of every one of our gaming investments over the last 22 years. So he's obviously very sorry that he can't make it here today. Apollo Fund's gaming investments would not have been successful with all the hard work of all of you, the board and staff, and obviously this investment is no different. You can tell by the readout link that there's a lot of work that was put into this. So we really do appreciate that. Before we go on to the presentation itself, I just want to have Brian Carney, our Chief Litigation Officer of Apollo, introduce himself as well.
Hi, good morning. I wanted to just take a couple minutes to thank the board and staff for all the hard work they put into getting to the point we are today. As you heard from the readout, these transactions are not easy to understand. It takes a lot of work. I have worked as counsel with Mr. Cohen for well over a decade and with Mr. Samber for 20 years. That kind of stability, I think, is fairly unique in the investment fund industry. And what it provides is a great product for the people of Nevada and the customers that come here to enjoy all of the improvements that Mr. Cohen just talked about. As Judge Assad said, I truly believe that Nevada is the gold standard, and with the staff that you have, you will continue to be. Mr. Samber and Mr. Cohen have made my job very easy over the 20 years. I get to do the less fun stuff, which is addressing the questions that the board and staff have, so that we can get to this point, including applications and all that. But we share the same values, which are transparency and doing the right thing every time. So I want to thank Chair Hendrick for his service, again, getting us to where we are here today. I want to thank you again for the 20 years of partnership, and we look forward to 20 years more and beyond.
Okay, so I think you have a handout, the confidential handout that I'll reference a few pages as we walk through it. So just starting on page 4, I just wanted to briefly introduce Apollo. So Apollo is one of the largest asset managers globally with expertise across really all asset classes. I sit, as I mentioned, in our private equity business, which currently is managing out of a fund of about $20 billion, Apollo Investment Fund 10, which is the investment that is making this acquisition here today. As a reminder for you as well as everybody in the public, private equity is essentially raising money from all of our pension funds, institutional investors, endowments, and high net worth individuals, growing those to make investments in businesses, grow those businesses over time, and ultimately sell them to return profits to our clients. The gaming sector specifically has been an industry that we have dedicated a significant amount of time over the past 20 years. The good thing about investing in private companies, which is part of the value creation thesis and the investment thesis that we'll talk about here, is that we're not beholden to quarter results or public share prices. And that allows us to manage our businesses to create value for our stakeholders longer term. That is precisely why our transaction is happening. I assume the Play AGS transaction you'll mention similar things. And our sole focus is really to drive long-term value creation and make meaningful improvements to the companies that we oversee. So on page 5, we take that responsibility to improve our companies very seriously, and we seek to outperform for our clients by investing in contrarian creative opportunities, just like the IGT Every transaction, which I think is on the longer scale of more creative, complex, and exciting. Serving as a strong partner to our communities, our employees, our investors is core to everything that we do and all the decisions that we make. And we've been doing this now for over 30 years as a firm. We're only going to be able to make our companies better to the extent that we actually hire all the right people and help hire the right people, motivate our people, and we co-create a shared vision with our employees and most importantly, our executives and management teams that really excites everybody, motivates everybody, and makes people excited to come to work every day. Hopefully, and I know we've talked about it in this, with this board before. Similarly, efforts around the Venetian and the work that we've done there, hopefully will show you, a good case study of how we look to improve our businesses. So I mentioned our experience in gaming. I mean, we've obviously been here, many times over the last 10 years. Gaming really is our most prolific and our most successful investment areas in private equity. We've studied and have diligenced and have purchased businesses and monetized businesses in the industry for over 2 decades, and have obviously developed quite a strong differentiated expertise, expert network, and knowledge in the space that has allowed us to make investments to position those for success. In fact, we actually attempted to make an acquisition of IGT back in 2014. So this is a transaction that has been spanning well over a decade. We try and be diligent and appropriate, and not make decisions when it's not the right time. And that all started actually when Apollo Investment Fund 8 owned Play AGS as well. We currently own majority stakes in the Venetian Resort in Las Vegas, a great Canadian gaming company, as well as a minority stake in Lottomatica, having recently IPO'd that business as part of our exit process over the past few years. As I mentioned, David Lopez is here in the audience today, so hopefully he can attest to our how great we have been as partners before you. But we do have a track record of really building these businesses. When we owned Play AGS, we made over 20 acquisitions. We almost quadrupled the size of the company's profit in the 9 years that we owned it. And that really has allowed us to develop a differentiated knowledge. All of this experience really gave us the confidence to go ahead and move forward on this $6+ billion transaction to merge IGT Gaming and Everi. So on page 8, as I've mentioned, I've personally followed these companies for over a decade, diligencing the perimeters of both Everi and IGT, all the way back to multimedia games and global cash access, the constituents that comprise Everi today. As I'm sure many of you remember, and it would have been before you, IGT Gaming and Everi announced in February 2024 that they were going to, in fact, themselves go ahead and spin out IGT Gaming into Everi, which is a public company, to form a new public company. This was a result of a strategic alternatives process that IGT had laid out for its public company shareholders. And ultimately, we could not agree on a value to purchase that company directly from IGT at that time. But after their deal was announced and after the public reaction, we soon thereafter approached both companies to see if they would be interested in actually pursuing an alternative transaction, which would basically be continuing the integration of those two businesses, because we saw a lot of industrial logic of merging those two companies and scaling that platform. But we thought it made sense at the time, and continue to do that in a private setting where you're not relying on quarter-to-quarter results, because transactions like this are complex and will require a lot of change management. So ultimately,
Curious on that, Mr. Cohen. As you said, Apollo looked at a potential transaction, didn't happen, and then 2 major companies are entering into a merger, and they're pretty far down the road. We've already started looking at applications. Apollo, you said, re-engaged. How does that actually happen? I'm just curious. In the real world, who says, hold my jacket? I think I got a better idea.
So it was something that from the moment that it was announced, and so let me back up the story a little bit, because I think it's interesting. But in the fall of 2023, when IGT had announced that they were going to either sell or either carve out or strategically dispose of the gaming business, we were involved in a process. We were attempting to make a bid to just purchase the whole company, because we saw and continue to believe that the IGT gaming business alone, we think there's a tremendous amount of opportunity to improve the business, grow it, become a scaled player, et cetera. When we ultimately couldn't agree on a value, and we had heard rumblings that they were starting to explore a merger with Everi, we started dusting off our work of what that merger could look like, and ultimately what the optimization opportunity could be of bringing in another scaled player that has an entire fintech business that IGT Gaming does not have. And so when that transaction was announced, I could tell you the first thing that I was doing was updating numbers and models, looking at what that announcement could look like. And to be honest, we were kicking ourselves that we didn't figure out a way to do this with them from the beginning. Apollo, as a firm, we are not hostile investors. We never will be hostile investors, and we never have been hostile investors. And so I approached the boards of both companies on a friendly basis and said, you IGT wanted to sell the company to receive cash. You, Everi, are a public company, which means your sole goal should be to maximize value for your shareholders. What if we, in fact, tear up the deal that you had previously announced and deliver what we think is a better outcome for both of your shareholders, which is delivering cash to both of the shareholders. Because of the complexity of the transaction, because this was effectively a public topping bid, it was incredibly confidential. We worked for, I'd say probably 3 or 4 months to come up with the work to do that. And this started almost immediately after they announced their transaction in February. And ultimately we're able to come to a transaction that effectively just turned the stock consideration that both shareholders were going to receive into cash. So all of the shareholders of both companies didn't need to necessarily take the risks of execution and integrating the companies as a public shareholder, but instead will receive the cash, which we obviously deliver, and we will undertake that effort, which is a heavy lift, but we think we have the expertise and are excited to do that. So I think I actually I explained the whole transaction relatively quickly. So that actually gets me a couple pages ahead. So maybe I'll talk about on page 9 then why our thesis to actually do this. So our goal here is very simple. We want to create, I actually do want to, and Bryn makes a really good point. This has been somewhat public announced, but we do want to make it very clear. The new company is going to be called IGT and will be headquartered right here in Las Vegas as well. It will remain, the new company will be called IGT. So the old legacy name will be coming with our transaction. And immediately upon close, that will be, we will effectuate the name transition in the coming months. It will continue to be headquartered here in Las Vegas for the combined enterprise, as well as obviously maintain all the significant operations we have in the North and Reno and otherwise. So on the investment thesis, our goal is very simple, which is create a very large, scaled, diversified gaming technology platform that everybody in the industry wants to work at, in an industry that, as you, Judge Assad, said, is a growing industry that we think have continued to have secular tailwinds that we know really well. We think we've structured a transaction that's fairly downside protected, and we think that there are many actionable levers to drive upside volatility. So at the end of the day, it's simple. We're combining 2 franchise assets with complementary product portfolios to build a leader across land-based gaming, fintech, systems, and iGaming. So we'll be one of the few, there's really only a few others that will have basically every touch point to a casino. Our goal long-term is to become the operator supplier. So if you're the Venetian or Caesars or anyone else, you can come to IGT for basically every one of your product needs, which will allow us to continue to invest in products and innovate with our customers to really create the next generation of what casino technology products will look like. Ultimately, the combined business today has a margin profile that is significantly lower than our largest peers, which you obviously know, Light and Wonder and Aristocrat. And we're going to look to close that gap under our ownership. And that was all part of the investment thesis and the excitement that we saw. And a large part of that optimization is simple stuff around combining 2 very large businesses already. So procurement, pricing, and overlapping duplicative functions and manufacturing efficiencies and stuff like that. Our goal is to build a streamlined business and really use the incremental cash flow that we will hopefully generate to invest in R&D, invest in our people, and continue to invest in products to provide the best experience for our customers. So on page 10, a high level on the business itself, the combined business did about $2.5 billion of revenue last year and about $1.1 billion of EBITDA, which is our proxy for profit or free cash flow, with about 2/3 of that coming from IGT and about 1/3 of that coming from Everi. To the diversification point that I mentioned, the combined entity is going to generate about half of its revenue from leasing and selling slot machines. But the other half of the revenue is going to come from many other things, including systems, fintech, cash access, and online gaming and products for the online gaming business. And this product mix really creates an attractive recurring revenue profile where over 80% of the business has revenue that is generated from recurring revenue products, which will allow us to create a stable, predictable cash flow stream to invest in the business, pay down debt, and to grow over time. So page 11 on the capitalization, we're buying both businesses for a total of $6.3 billion. So even though Madam Secretary's readout is very long, the capitalization is actually going to be relatively simple. On the debt side, the business is going to be conservatively levered about 3.5 times net leverage to minimize the risk of a credit event, especially given the uncertain macro environment that's transpired over the last few months. The $4.3 billion of debt that we have already sold to the public will come from a group of over 130 lenders that has already been allocated and syndicated in the last month. And that was a very successful syndication effort. On the equity capitalization itself, as Bryn mentioned, Apollo Fund 10 is investing $1.3 billion, which is likely to represent the largest investment that we make out of that $20 billion fund. And will hopefully show you the board the conviction that we have in this transformation thesis and this transaction itself. We've raised about $820 million from our family offices and other co-investors who will invest alongside us. And then finally, the D'Agostini family, a major shareholder of IGT PLC today, is also investing $275 million to align our interests, support the combination, and hopefully will highlight how they also, as major shareholders of IGT today, see the opportunity in bringing these two businesses together. We've worked with the D'Agostini family in the past, having carved out Lottomatica from IGT in 2021 as well. The business is going to be very well capitalized at close, with $450 million of cash on the balance sheet at closing, as well as access to additional $750 million of liquidity. Given the uncertain macro environment, we want to make sure that we really capitalize the business with sufficient liquidity and lower leverage than normal and higher equity than normal, just so that we don't need to worry about anything as we execute on the next couple years of the integration. So on page 13 at close, the entities will be consolidated under the Voyager parent entity, which is in blue at the bottom of the chart that you can see. This is a standard security package that you would see for really anything of this nature, where all entities below the buyer are going to be pledged to all of the credit facilities. And moving up the chain, this is the same structure that you've seen many times with the Vodco, which is the same, both the same members and the same structure as the Venetian. So both me and David Samber, who are both licensees already under the Venetian structure. And at closing, the board of the company is going to be comprised of myself, David Samber, and Enrico Drago, who's here in the audience. The board is familiar with him as well, as he was licensed in Nevada within the last 5 years, and he is present in the audience if there's any questions as well. So on page 15, turning to the pre-close activities, we signed the deal in July of 24, so it's been a busy 11 months before we got here today. We have been preparing for both companies to integrate since the transaction announcement now last summer. The IGT Gaming separation, we're happy to report, is significantly complete, with almost no remaining carve-out risk from IGT PLC. And as I'll discuss in a minute, we've recruited over the last 11 months an extremely talented management team to operate the business. This was really our top priority before, because what I'll get into, and you're familiar with the Vodco structure, we don't run businesses. We help hire people who run our businesses and are ultimately the stewards of our capital to maximize and operate our strategic vision. But that is ultimately our goal. So the management team is incredibly important. And the last point to mention here is that there's been a tremendous amount of integration work that has been done, which Nick is going to talk about, to create a plan to execute the minute we close the transaction. And both leaders of both organizations have been working to create the necessary steps to combine the two companies as quickly as possible immediately post-closing. So Nick Kinn is here with me today. He's been overseeing the integration planning from the inside. So I'm going to hand it over to him to just briefly talk through some of the work that we've been doing there.
Great, thank you, Danny. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, my name is Nicholas Kinn. I'm currently the president of Global Gaming for IGT. I will be, as Danny mentioned, the interim CEO of the new merged company, as well as holding a number of other director and officer appointments, positions in various entities associated with the transaction. As Danny mentioned, I wanted to make a few comments on slide 16, which deals with integration planning. Since announcing the transaction back in July, we've spent a considerable amount of time on integration planning. And we believe this will set us up nicely for when we close the transaction and should allow us to move at a reasonably good pace at putting together the two organizations. I do also want to point out that while the integration planning process has been very comprehensive and covers all key areas, we have been very careful to ensure that all planning activities have been executed in accordance with the law, of course, and the guidance that we have received with regards to that. So on this slide, you can see all the various integration planning work streams which have been stood up and the key goals and objectives associated with each of them. As you saw on the previous page, we had over 100 team members from both IGT and Every engaged in this integration planning activity. Danny, I think I'll hand it back to you.
Thanks, Nick. So as I mentioned before, our focus over the last 11 months really has been to build the management team. And so we have made tremendous strides over that period. And we've basically announced at this point internally, our entire executive team is basically in place, which will be led by Hector Fernandez, who's the former CEO of Aristocrat Gaming, who will join the company later this year after his non-compete lapses. And in the interim, Nick is going to serve as the interim CEO of the company, and then he is going to immediately assume the position as CEO of our largest business, which is our gaming business. We work with the companies to really design a very diverse management team that will lead the combined enterprise, which is really going to be comprised of about 1/3 of the team from IGT Legacy, 1/3 of the team from Every, and then 1/3 of the team from individuals either outside the gaming industry or at other businesses. So on page 20 on the VOCO, Nick talked about the value creation plan and the integration. And I think it's a good point now to highlight what Apollo's role really is in all of this. So at Apollo, and I know we've talked about this many times before, we support management teams to execute on the strategic direction, capital allocation decisions, organizational resources, recruiting the right team. But ultimately, we don't make day-to-day decisions for the company. We do not operate the companies. That is the jobs of our management teams. This investment is going to be no different than our involvement in the Venetian, than it was in Play AGS or any of our other gaming investments. And now on the last page, our commitment here. As I mentioned before, we've been investing in Las Vegas and Nevada now for over 2 decades. We do really feel a deep sense of responsibility for the community and for many of the stakeholders here, as well as all of our employees, both at IGT, Every, and the Venetian. Hopefully, you've seen through our efforts over the last 3 years since we purchased that property, all the programs that we've been putting in place to enhance the benefits for our employees, providing the skills and the resources that they need to upskill their own qualities, as well as provide more financial security and education. And we take that commitment really seriously. So the Venetian is a great case study where we did provide a broad-based equity plan to all 7,000 team members that have paid out about $3,500 to date. And that type of effort here is the type of stuff that we'll be continuing to evolve and do in a transaction like this. IGT Gaming and Every is also at this point have committed to donate another $3 million to Campus for Hope as well in the community, which is I'm sure many of you know is a local charity to combat homelessness. And we're going to continue to plan to make contributions where we can to help the community, the state, Las Vegas, and Reno. The goal here is to continue investing in Nevada for many, many years to come. This is not going to be the last transaction. It may be the last one in Fund 10 in the gaming industry, but we'll be out hopefully with a new fund relatively soon. So hopefully within the next few years, there'll be another one. And as I mentioned before, the gaming franchise, our commitment to Nevada is really critically important to Apollo and everything that we do in our private equity business. So we really just want to make sure that we emphasize that. So I'm going to hand it over to Kate now. That's going to come up and talk about the compliance plans that we'll have in place.
Good morning.
Good morning. Your Honor and Member Sindall. My name is. Sorry.
Tap the bottom.
Oh, I have such a loud voice. Do you really want to hear it amplified? My name is Kate Lowenhar Fisher. I am here wearing, I would say, two hats today. I'm currently the Chief Legal Officer of Every Holdings, and I am the intended Chief Compliance Officer of Voyager post-closing. So I'm here to give a bit of an overview of our compliance organization. We're two licensees that you know very, very well. Both companies have been operating in the state of Nevada for decades. IGT obtained its initial gaming license actually back in 1977. And Every, which of course was formerly Global Cash Access and combined with multimedia games, has been a gaming licensee since 2011, but had been operating certainly a cash access business long before that. And fun fact, my family moved to Nevada 30 years ago because my father took a job with IGT. So it is a very, very small world. And I think 30 years makes me officially a local. I think I've gotten there. Not quite, 32 years, Your Honor. 35, I'll get there. I'll get there. So both organizations, as you might expect, have robust professional compliance departments encompassing all the disciplines that you need in a supplier's business. That's also a fintech business. So we have regulatory compliance, we have licensing, product compliance, robust AML team, money services business, corporate security, digital compliance. And we both have this very, very strong culture of compliance. I would say we're both companies respectfully are known in the industry as being very, very strong in terms of their internal compliance organization. And I would say we always have a seat at the table. And we train our entire company on that culture of compliance and have robust, of course, compliance plan training at both companies. And we also use proven technology in the industry to maintain all of our gaming licenses. It was a nice discovery to find out that the technology that Every uses is the technology that IGT uses. So we were already finding those opportunities to really integrate the compliance teams as quickly as possible. And I think the one of the most significant things that I'm really excited about is that I think we're going to learn a lot from each other. IGT certainly is larger, has a much more international footprint than Every. And so they have a lot that they can teach the much smaller Every that has more of a footprint in North America, Australia, a little bit in the UK and digital. But I think we're going to be able to learn a lot from them, having that global footprint, that global compliance organization. And at the same time, I think they'll learn a lot from us in respect of the fintech business and all the requirements of being a money services business that line up with that. And on page 24, I think I would just want to highlight that the Voyager Compliance Department at this point is going to be approximately 70 professionals across 13 countries, averaging more than a decade of experience each. And I think the biggest challenge we'll have as far as the integration is that there will be a period of time where we have to support really dual license portfolios because of course, all the IGT gaming and digital licenses and all their licensed subsidiaries and all the Every gaming digital fintech license and all their licensed subsidiaries will continue to exist post-closing unless and until we get to a real licensee or subsidiary rationalization where we can start to eliminate some of the duplicate licenses, but we all know what a complicated undertaking that can be. So in the meantime, we will operate and maintain those dual license portfolios for some period of time. We will maintain dual compliance committees and compliance plans. And I certainly will be coming to the board for some guidance on the practices to merge those and what those expectations are in terms of merging into one approved compliance plan, one compliance committee with independent members and so forth. So with that, I think we have a really great plan in terms of bringing these two compliance teams together. And I am certainly inheriting an incredible compliance organization at IGT under the leadership of Luke Orchard. So I think there's a lot I'm going to learn in the role. And I think there's a lot we're going to learn from each other, but we're really excited to support the Voyager combined organization in the future. With that, unless anybody has any questions for me, I'd hand it back to Brent.
Thank you very much.
While you're
Sure.
here, I'd like to just ask a couple of questions, I guess. Maybe a comment, actually. What, as you're aware, there've been a lot of AML issues with 3 licensees as of today,
Sure.
and big ones right on the strip.
Mhm.
And what do you think is the common theme for their problems? How do they get into this mess?
Ooh, touchy question to answer in public. I think the common theme is there tends to be a little bit of a breakdown or disintegration in the internal culture of compliance, that there can be some complacency that shows up. Respectfully, the job of an operator at a major resort hotel is incredibly complicated. And what we encounter at this combined organization as a supplier is certainly different. We don't have all the complexity of that front patron-facing, consumer-facing activities. But I think we've seen this over the decades, where sometimes the industry just needs a little wake-up call, a shot to really reinforce and reestablish that compliance is not, it's not secondary. It needs to always be in the room, always be on the top of your mind, and always govern your decisions. So I think that just happens over time. There can be some complacency that builds up, but I also acknowledge what an incredibly difficult job it must be to operate the compliance organization at a resort hotel.
I mean, I agree with you. Compliance, laxing in that area, you know, is a contributing factor. But with regard to, say, the Venetian and the Palazzo and other casinos that are in the operational end of things, not every in the fintech side, the technology side, but when you're in the operations side, will you be overseeing compliance for the Venetian and the Palazzo as well, or just Voyager?
No. So to be clear, the way we invest at Apollo is we raise discrete funds. We make investments and then move on to the next fund. The Venetian is actually an investment in Apollo Investment Fund 9. So it's in a different fund than the acquisition of Voyager will be. Different investors, different fiduciary duties, different management teams. There's really no direct involvement between the two of them. They're going to be operating at arm's length portfolio companies where purchasing product from each other from IGT only if it makes sense. The only commonality is actually probably the VoteCo and the fact that me and Mr. Samper are the 2 individuals sitting on top of both of them, but there's no other integration between the 2.
I will say this, though. Every is in the business of providing those tools and services to enhance AML compliance to the casino industry and resort hotels. So we're really a partner in exactly what you raised, Your Honor.
Do you do anything with data analytics?
Yes.
Well, the theme that I see with these 3 properties that we just had before us is the marketing department, the hosts. This is where it all starts. They are the ones that initiate the contact with the so-called illicit revenue source, whether it's a bookmaker, a drug trafficker, a pimp, whatever. It's the marketing department. So my advice is to all licensees out there that are in the operational side of things, keep the marketing department the hell out of the compliance department. Because what we saw is the marketing people overran the compliance people. The compliance folks tried to do the right thing. They had, good intentions, but by sheer force of personality and just the fact that they are the marketing department that brings in a substantial amount of revenue, they overran the compliance people. And that's one of the things that I'll be advocating for and speaking to at an upcoming seminar on AML BSA. Annually. This year it's going to be at Planet Hollywood. Last year was at Caesars. Is you've got to keep the marketing people out of the compliance meetings altogether. Now, if there's a problem with a patron and you need to do enhanced due diligence or verify the source of funds or more KYC, fine, bring in the host, ask them some questions. But as far as voting goes or input, keep the marketing people out, because that is the common theme that we saw in every single one of these violations that took place with the 3 properties that we've already dealt with. So that would be my advice going forward. If anybody is in the audience or in the operational side of things, that is the common theme.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Judge. I'll be at the conference too.
All right. Look forward to seeing you.
Thank you. Mr. Gibson?
Chairman, that's the end of our affirmative presentation. Is there anything further you'd like to ask of us?
Oh, I bet we've got a couple questions.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you all for being here. Based on the sheer volume of information we've received, it's extremely clear how much time and energy that you've all put into this since the time you said, hold my jacket, let me see if I can make this happen. So very fascinating to me personally on how that comes together. And I think it's all great for the state of Nevada and for these companies. But I did want to go through a few things for the record. Mr. Gibson, first of all, we'll go through the transaction. We'll save the individuals for the last. But let me start with what steps or gaming approvals are still required other than Nevada in order to consummate the transaction?
We have, as we've discussed with your staff, we've been engaged with a number of prior approval jurisdictions. We have 2 remaining, Nevada and Pennsylvania. And so we're at the very end of this part of it. And then the other piece, which is a significant piece, will start, and that is the post and, immediate close jurisdictions.
What's the timing on Pennsylvania?
I think it's the same day as the NGC meeting.
Okay, great.
To clarify, I think we are 28 prior approval jurisdictions we have received the approval on. There's a total of 36 that require prior approval. Of the remaining 8, we are scheduled for the June agenda in all of those jurisdictions. So we're anticipating getting them this month, with the exception of we're still waiting on clarification in Louisiana. And so that's where we sit right today.
Thank you for that. Expected closing then? Are we still shooting for next month? Is that the idea?
That's right. At this point, the expected closing, assuming all regulatory approvals from that, would be July 1st.
Great. And as Mr. Gibson stated for the record, this is very fast for Nevada, and we appreciate the fact that you worked with our agents from day one to make this happen. We'd already been a little bit into the IGT every situation, so we knew what was going on, but to make this happen with all the moving pieces really took cooperation from both the government side and from the industry side. So thank you for that. Also, thank you for your presentation, making what seems like a complicated transaction on paper, as you stated, Mr. Cohen. Actually, when you look at it, it's not that complicated. But myself personally being involved in a billion-dollar transaction, I know everything's complicated. And most of it comes down to a lot of tax situations, a lot of late-night lawyers sitting around a table. And so I understand that even though we have the materials here, it makes it look simple that you've explained it that way. I know it's not. There's a lot that goes into making something like this happen. So thank you for that. Several areas for the record I'd like to go through. The private investment company pursuant to NGC regulation 15.010, we have the structure, as you said, that was used for Venetian. So that made it easier for us. Said the same individuals, that made it easier for us. So a lot of questions that I would normally ask, we were able to go through the exact same process. So made the regulatory review process easier for us. For the PIC, Mr. Gibson, I think we have on the record already the requirements. Do you have anything you want to put on the record to clarify that this meets the requirements of the NGC regulation for a private investment company?
No, I mean, 15C 010 sub 1 sub A, as you know, outlines the definition of a private investment company. And in order to get around the 100% ownership, either direct or indirect, we ask for a waiver. 88% of the equity is going to be coming directly through aggregator and into the top, well, LP, top LP. And what I would say is that the other pieces of the equity, we'd love to use, as they've done with Venetian, their goal is to incentivize employee conduct. And so they intend to use co-invest, and they intend to use incentive structures to motivate their staff.
And that was actually, you jumped ahead of me here. That was going to be my next question is the waivers you've requested for this transaction mirror very similar to the Venetian transaction. So also sped up our process by reviewing those waivers. And normally I would have had you go through the record and explain why it met all the requirements. But because we've seen that before, I feel comfortable in the fact that it is the same process. So we don't need a lot of that for this record. Let's talk about, as you said, there is a request for an incentive program. Tell me about the percentage and tell me who would be in part of that.
Yes, maybe let me.
Please.
Okay. So, so those details have not yet been finalized. What we have submitted would be a standard management incentive plan approval process, where for most of the investments that we make at Apollo, we typically incentivize our employees with a relatively straightforward compensation package, which aligns the value creation that we intend to create with the value creation for us and for our employees. So that would include things just like options or restricted stock. Typically, and not necessarily for this one, but typically that represents between 5 and 10% of the diluted equity value of the company. It obviously ebbs and flows over time as new joiners join and leavers move on to other opportunities. But the intent here would be to do something very similar.
And that's what I understood from our materials as well. So thank you for putting that on the record. I assume you're aware of the fact that 10% has kind of been our watermark on that. If you get up above that, we're going to have a lot more questions because it becomes a situation where we're getting further away from the waiver of the 100%. And because we've reviewed this before, I feel very comfortable that this is the same as what we've done. But as it gets above 10, we get interested. If you get above anywhere around 13, 14, we become very interested, and then we have some conversation.
Yeah, and that would be for most private equity owned companies, that would be on the larger side. But we understand we'll work with our counsel to make sure that
it's back to what you mentioned earlier, and we're already dealing with the Venetian scenario of we want to be sure that the people who've been reviewed and approved and found suitable are the people that are in front of the game control board. They're the ones talking to the game control board, and you certainly have seen that, and I feel very comfortable with you being in that role and understanding where that watermark is. I've got a few more questions, but let me turn it over to my colleagues. Judge, did you have questions on the transaction? And we'll save questions for the individuals until the end.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank our Corp Sec section, Micah TP, the special agent who was on this investigation, along with Julie Petronzi, our senior agent, Agent Nicholas Mullenkamp, and Agent Madeline Stewart. They did an excellent job. We've got, they killed a lot of trees. We've got about 1.5 inches thick here of this application. As it was read into the record by Secretary Rupert, it sounds complicated, but really it's not. It's pretty simple. Every was going to buy IGT. And then Apollo comes in and says, hey, let me just buy both of you guys out. We need the fintech aspect. We need the other things that IGT brings. And so that's all it is. It's just the merger of Apollo buying the two companies. There's a lot of paperwork involved, but pretty much that's it. I want to commend you, Mr. Cohen. Excellent presentation. Also commend you for the equity investment plan. I think that's very commendable, and I hope other licensees follow suit and do that as well. I think it's great for the employees that work there, and it's good for the state of Nevada. one of the things that helps us maintain that gold standard review. I think we just had you here for a license in October of 2023, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that was, I knew I recognized you. And want to commend you all for putting this together. I think the whole concept of private equity coming in and using their resources and their ingenuity and their innovation, it's a brilliant thing. It's good for Nevada. I guess a shout out should go out to E. Perry Thomas. I don't know if too many of you here know Mr. Thomas, but back in the 60s, I guess, 50s, 60s, he was the president of Valley Bank, and you all should thank him as well, because back in those days, you couldn't have private equity come in. Banks could only lend to individual owners like Jackie Gahn or Benny Binion. It was unheard of. It was just against the law. So E. Perry Thomas, as president of Valley Bank and owner of Valley Bank, went to the legislature and created new laws that allowed for private equity and banks to be able to invest to corporations. And then the purpose was to bring in corporations to get rid of the organized crime. So that was kind of the genesis of how this all started. So we can give a shout out to Mr. Thomas. He's no longer with us, but I think his family would appreciate that. He's one of, in my book, the pioneers of Las Vegas that really helped put this, Kirk Kerkorian and a few others as well. So that's how we get to where we are today. And I think it's fantastic. It's just great for the state of Nevada to have private equity come in and use their vast resources to create jobs and keep us moving forward in the right direction. As far as the company structure goes, I don't have any problems with it. I'm in full support. Our staff did a very, very thorough job, and there are no concerns. I don't have any particular questions of the structure and the way this is going to take place at this time. I wish Mr. Sandberg was here. I would like to have asked him and commended him also for, and you as well, for what you've been able to do with the the Venetian and the Palazzo. I still call it the Sands. That's how old I am. So, but anyway, so, and thank you for focusing on the compliance aspects of this, as well as, I know it's not operational per se, but there is going to be an overlap. And maybe you can pass on some of this wisdom to the compliance folks at the Palazzo and the Venetian as well. We have that, and cybersecurity is the other hot button issue. So we've got AML, du jour, and we've got cybersecurity. Those seem to be the two themes that are confronting us on a recurring basis. So with that, I'll turn it over to the chair.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I just want to expand on one point that I made. I think Kate clarified. There are several other administrative approvals that we're waiting on. They will come through. The one that I've been focused on is Pennsylvania because it's a meeting required approval.
Yeah, it's understood. Ms. Lowenhar-Fisher, I think, went through it for the record of how many administrative approvals are still necessary, but thank you for putting that on the record. And thank you, Judge. Member Sindall, do you have questions regarding the transaction?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and it was very informative. I do have a couple questions, mainly litigation related and just background on Apollo, IGT, and Every. I know you said you're over Every, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
So I'll maybe just start there since you're over that. I did notice in our materials there was lots of litigation, some related to maybe the monopolization of the market. If you could maybe describe that, where that's at, and how at all that will impact the merger, post-merger, and if you'll continue, if you're involved with those, and what you see in the future.
Sure, I'd be happy to, Member
To the extent
Sindall.
you can discuss it,
Of course,
obviously. So
as
not-
you see me hesitate,
yeah,
public
I'm not asking
company
you to disclose
ongoing.
anything
Uh,
confidential.
In my experience, the volume of litigation that Every has is not high. It's pretty ordinary course. And there certainly is a lot of activity among suppliers and companies that have a lot of patents and trademarks and trade dress to take aim at each other. And it's very common to take aim at each other with alleged patent infringement or other trademark infringement types of claims, and then to add on to it things that have the whiff or suggestion of monopolistic practices, et cetera, et cetera. I can look you in the eye and say that the litigation that you're referring to, the two matters, are really on the edge of being frivolous. They have certainly sucked up a lot of time, money, and resources. I've been at the company well over 4 years, and I inherited all those matters. So I think it's very common in this business, and some of those go back and forth, but I wouldn't say the volume is high, relatively speaking, based on what I've seen.
Okay, no, I appreciate that explanation. I just wanted to just
Sure.
address it. And then there was a couple things on the Apollo litigation I noticed on Anguilla. There was a matter, Anguilla Social Security, where a special litigation team or committee was put together, and that sort of caught my eye. I've never seen that before. And again, to the extent you can discuss it, if you have any update on that and where that is at, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm happy to address that. So it's a special litigation committee is what you're referring to. So that is a fairly common feature in Delaware. So Apollo Global Management, Inc. is incorporated in Delaware. And a special litigation committee is formed by, let me step back and just talk about the lawsuit a little bit. Okay, so it's the Anguilla,
Yes.
some sort of Anguilla pension fund, I believe.
Corporate waste shareholder derivative complaint.
Yeah, so that's and that Anguilla entity is a shareholder in Apollo Global Management. So there is a plaintiff's firm out there who has sued us and a number of our key peers. Carlisle is one of them, KKR another one, regarding a device known as a tax receivable agreement. Okay, a tax receivable agreement is, we didn't invent the wheel here. This is a very common, you can Google it. I mean, there are, reams and reams of articles written about it. There's nothing nefarious about it at all. It's just, it was put in place in connection with a very, very large transaction that Apollo did, acquiring Athene a few years ago, which was a major transaction for us, and also trying to get to Apollo to get to a best-in-class corporate governance structure, one share, one vote, basically becoming a grown-up public company as opposed to a founder-driven company. So now we have common stock and it's one share, one vote, as opposed to being founder-controlled. Okay, so the plaintiff, because as you probably know, I've been in front of you before answering questions about founders and stuff like that. We've had founders licensed before, but now we are a public company with a public board and all that. Okay, so the plaintiff's firm sued, basically alleging it's a shareholder derivative suit, which you see all the time. Okay, and the first thing you do in a shareholder derivative suit is you make a motion to dismiss because the shareholder didn't make a demand on the board. Okay, you have to make in Delaware a demand on the board in order to bring a shareholder derivative suit, but sometimes those demands are excused. Okay, so here the judge has ruled in all of the cases that demand was excused, and so the next step is the company has the option in Delaware of creating what's called a special litigation committee. That special litigation committee are members of the board, fully independent members of the board, that then hire their own independent counsel, not counsel that works with Apollo, and any other advisors that they see fit. That special litigation committee then, on behalf of the company, analyzes whether the company has a valid claim to pursue, in this case, against the recipients of the funds that were distributed pursuant to the tax receivable agreement. Okay, and
so
yeah.
real quick, it's not just.
No, I'm sorry.
I was just looking for just a general, and then
Yeah.
also, is this something, is this the first time you've had to do this, or is this common?
It's the first time we have had to do a special
Okay,
litigation
that's what it
committee.
sounded like.
Again, it's very common in with Delaware corporations. It's the first time that we've had to do that. But again, also, we haven't been a public company for a super long time, and it's very possible that'll happen in the future. And then the special litigation committee will issue its report, we anticipate, later this year. And the special litigation committee will either say, yes, the company has a valid claim, or not, and then we'll go with it from there.
No, I thought it's a good setup that the company does that, and caught my eye. Just want to ask about it.
Yeah.
with
And
stuff.
sorry for the long-winded
No,
litigation.
that's okay. I didn't want you to feel like you needed to go on.
That's fine.
And then, the other question I had with IGT is I noticed there's over 5,000 employees, I think globally. And I was just curious how many are in Nevada and what that looks like.
I'm so sorry. Before you step away, could you identify yourself for a court reporter?
Sorry. Again, Brian Carney. I'm in-house counsel at Apollo.
Thank you.
Hello, Nick Kin from IGT. Yes, we have a little over 2,000 employees right now in the state of Nevada.
Okay. And then kind of post kind of transaction, I know in the materials it kind of said you're going to assess, and I think I heard in previous affirmative presentation, you're going to see how you guys can maybe streamline your services and merge together. That's still all a work in progress, and I'm assuming that's going
It
to take
is.
some time.
Yes, yeah. So maybe let me take that first, Nick, and then you can add. We have been because of anti-competitive and antitrust considerations, the companies have not been merged yet, obviously, and not all sensitive information has been able to be shared between the two companies. We have been planning for the integration. So we think we probably know 80 or 90% of the work that needs to immediately get done, which we have had a slew of external advisors helping both the IGT gaming perimeter as well as every kind of figure out where we think those optimization opportunities will be. The goal was to plan so that immediately upon closing, hopefully July 2nd, we would be able to start effectuating those optimizations.
Got it. And from what I understand is the transaction, Voyager transaction shouldn't have any immediate impacts as far as current employees, employee functionality, and kind of what current operations are until you go through the process you just outlined.
Exactly. I mean, immediately upon closing, the companies will continue to operate, doing everything that they do today. Nothing in compliance is going to change. I mean, everything will continue exactly as it happened today. There will just become a lot more discussion between the two companies. Obviously, eventually, headquarter consolidation, stuff like that will happen over the subsequent, call it 12-ish months. But a complicated merger like this will probably take about 12 to 18 months to fully complete before it is truly one enterprise.
Okay. And only just because, all the different companies were presented in our materials, as the judge alluded, it was a lot to go through. I had a point of just clarification of, does IGT Gaming hold any long-term debt that is being part of the Voyager transaction?
No, so we are buying the companies cash-free and debt-free effectively at closing. All of every debt will get retired. We are buying the business cash-free and debt-free from IGT PLC. The debt that you've seen on the capitalization is the only debt that will exist in the companies.
And then I forgot to ask Ms. Lowenhar Fisher, but I wanted to also ask similarly as I asked for IGT, is in our materials, it said all of Every's 22, almost 2,300 employees are in Las Vegas. I think I just wanted to confirm and. Oh, the microphone.
How many times am I going to do that? It's like Zoom and the mute button. You're on mute. The lion's share of every employees are in Nevada, but we also have a significant presence in India. We have employees in Australia, employees in Austin, Texas, but high concentration in Las Vegas.
Got it. Thank you. I missed that
Oh,
earlier.
not at
but
all.
I think those were all my questions for now, Chairman. Thank you all.
Thank you, Member Sindall. Mr. Gibson, let's go through a few more things for the record. The board requested and received a letter of non-interference confirming the fact that no one at Apollo or anyone else will try to interfere with Mr. Samber or Mr. Cohen exercising their management or voting rights regarding Voyager Topco. For the record, Mr. Cohen, do you understand that and agree with that?
Yes, absolutely.
Very similar to what we've done in the Apollo Venetian situation. And I assume Mr. Samber, for the record, also understands that requirement.
And this is something consistent that we've been doing with all of our gaming investments now for many years. So, okay.
Very good. Thank you for putting that on the record. Mr. Gibson, as you know, if there are any stock certificates under NGC Regulation 8.030 sub 6, if those become physical certificates, they must remain in the state of Nevada. Do you understand that and agree with that for the record?
Yes, sir. Certificated securities, yes, we will hold them here.
Very good. All right. I think that's most of it, We went through the waivers, we went through the private investment company. If there's no other questions from the board members, let's turn to the individuals now. And let's start with Mr. Samber. As you said, Mr. Gibson, I waived his appearance here today because he was most recently before the board and commission and found suitable by the commission in February of 2023. As a result, we also have an updated and detailed file regarding him since that time over the last couple of years. And I didn't have any questions and certainly didn't have any concerns about him being found suitable. As Mr. Cohen just stated, Mr. Samber and Mr. Cohen have been fulfilling a very similar role at the Venetian. So I feel very comfortable with his finding a suitability for these applications today. Judge, did you have questions relating to Mr. Samber that Mr. Gibson or other counsel can address?
I don't have any questions. Mr. Samber's credentials are impeccable.
Great. Member Sendall?
I don't have anything. Thank you.
All right, then let's move to Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen, very similar to Mr. Samber, you've also appeared, as you said, before the commission multiple times. Again, wanted to thank you for your very detailed presentation today. You were found suitable last in October of 23. And again, we have a detailed update to your investigative file. Did not have any questions or concerns. Very happy about what you've been doing here in Southern Nevada and very happy to support your applications as well. Judge, any questions for Mr. Cohen regarding his applications?
No questions. He's also outstanding and his credentials are also impeccable.
Thank you. Member Sendall?
I just want to add that I just want to comment that I'm so impressed that you're so young. and so successful. I was
The
like,
beard's
how old is
supposed to
this
make
guy?
me look older, right?
I don't-
Thank you. Mr. Ken, let's bring you back up. Is there anything else, Mr. Ken, that you'd like to tell us in your presentation? We obviously have a very detailed investigative file on you as well, but I want to give you an opportunity. If you want to provide some information to the board, please feel free.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board, and thank you for considering my my application. I've been in the gaming industry since 2002, so 23 years and counting. As you can probably tell from my accent, I was born in Auckland, New Zealand. I studied at Auckland University, where I graduated with a master's degree in accounting and finance. Approximately 32 years ago, I left New Zealand, although I have to tell you, I did tell my mother I was only going for 6 months, 32 years later, to take up a role with AT&T in London, England. After 10 years of working for AT&T and NCR, which was a subsidiary of AT&T at the time, I left to join the gaming industry. My first role in gaming was with one of IGT's competitors, Aristocrat, where over an 11-year period, I held different roles, including CEO of Aristocrat's largest operation, which was its American division. In fact, my office was in this very building on the third floor back then. I then left Aristocrat to join IGT in 2013, and I've been at IGT now for a little over 12 years. And as I mentioned previously, at IGT, I'm currently the president of its global gaming division. Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure having you here. As you said, you were licensed a number of years ago. So, of course, our investigations division did a full investigation background workup on you. We have that all in our materials. And of course, you've been found approved and licensed in many gaming jurisdictions over the last 20, 30 years. And so I didn't have any questions or concerns. Very happy to see you back before the Nevada Gaming Control Board. And I'm very pleased to recommend approval of your many applications today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Judge?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I concur with the chairman's remarks. Your resume and your CV are stellar. Master of Commerce, I guess you call it. Is that what it was called? Accounting and finance.
Correct.
They call it Masters of Commerce. In University of Auckland, a tremendous work history as well. So I'm proud to recommend approval of your application.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Please.
Just slightly out of order. I sat in that chair for several years and as chief ag for a number of years. And I have never seen the type of work that I saw in the case of Special Agent TP. and Agent Steward. They were just outstanding. Corporate securities generally was outstanding. They worked quickly. It was complex material. And I'm very proud of have served with them and to have worked with them. And also, if I can, because it's going to be awkward for me to come back up, I just want to thank you for your service. I've been remarkably impressed with what you've done. I took over in the middle of the night, sort of during COVID. The former governor called me, and I looked out at the strip, and he asked. My wife was not pleased with the salary cut, but the strip was dark, and so I took the job. It's a very difficult job, and you've done a remarkable job. So thank you very much for your service, sir.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gibson. And yeah, you understand, having been in this small club that's sat in this chair, that there are quite a few challenges, as the judge mentioned earlier. And thank you for recognizing corporate securities and all of our agents. When you and I first spoke about this a little over a year ago, I promised you that I couldn't promise you we'd get it done, but I promised you that we would do everything on behalf of the state of Nevada that we could to do our job as quickly as possible. And I think that's our goal as regulators in this situation, is to be as efficient and effective as possible. And as I mentioned earlier, that only works if both sides of the table are trying to get it done. So thank you for putting that on the record. Member Sendall, questions for Mr. Ken?
Yes. I lost my train of thought for 1 second. Let me just look at my notes.
No problem.
As the chairman mentioned, you have extensive licensing backgrounds. I think one question I had is, what precipitated the move to Las Vegas? Was that just a total professional opportunity?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
It was a position with Aristocrat. I was with Aristocrat in Europe. I led their European division, and they asked me to come here to Las Vegas to lead their American division.
And then with all the merger and the transaction, and it might have already been said, but can you remind me, what is kind of your current job duties and roles, and will it change at all?
Yes.
After?
So immediately after the transaction is closed, I will assume the role of interim CEO for the business until Hector Fernandez joins. Hector Fernandez is expected to join in December of this year, and then I will move into the CEO of gaming, that position.
Thank you. And there was, so the new board, there was a couple of interesting positions, like a chief of integration and a chief of another position that I didn't really understand. Never seen that name before, but can you explain what that is, just
You
briefly?
might be referring to the Value Creation Office.
Yeah, I'm assuming so there's a couple. So as previously was announced, Mark Labbe was going to be the chief integration officer of the companies.
Yeah.
That was a position that was actually announced as part of the original IGT in every transaction from February of 24. We have since amended some of those incoming positions. Mark is going to assume a position on what we call the creation of a value creation officer. And so we actually hired an individual named Tara Bustamante that will be the chief transformation officer. This is something that we do in many of our private equity companies now, which is somewhat of a new innovative, effectively some of the stuff that you were mentioning around how do we quickly innovate and drive value creation at our portfolio companies. She is going to design a value creation office, which is going to comprise 10 individuals that will effectively work full-time for the first 12, 24 months to integrate the companies, optimize them as much as possible. Mark Labbe, who was the chief integration officer, will serve on her team in a role for the foreseeable future.
Understood. And it does seem Mr. Labade has already been licensed by the unsuitable.
He's the current chief financial officer at Every Holdings.
Okay. Thank you for that, putting that on the record, and your impeccable licensing and background, and happy to support your application.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Can I ask Mr. Cohen?
Please, Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen, if you wouldn't mind, I just wanted something you just said triggered a thought in my head. I get asked a lot about carried interest and your investment cycle. I understand it's about 7 or 8 years on your turnaround.
Yeah, so the way our business typically works is we endeavor, our funds are typically 10-year funds, so we can make investments typically for the first 5 to 7 years of raising a fund. But the individual investments themselves, we look to monetize them or IPO them and begin the monetization process typically within 3 to 5 years. In the case of Play AGS, that was a 9-year investment, but really that was because we were continuing to build value. We IPO'd the business in year 5 of the investment. The standard is typically 3 to 5 years, but because of our investment fund life and the ability to hold investments longer, and how I started off the presentation, we're not looking for any individual time. We're not forced to sell companies at any time to return capital. The goal is to maximize value. And at the point that we think we have maximized value for all constituents, that's when we would look to monetize. So that could be shorter or longer. In the case of this one, to be honest, I hope that it's actually on the shorter side, because a big part of our thesis is to realize a lot of those integration and transformation opportunities early on, and then eventually, which will be the very, very highly likely exit, is this will be a new Nevada public company, within the next 3 or 4 years.
And if you could just touch on carried interest.
Yeah, so the way that individuals at Apollo on the investment team are incentivized is typically through a portion of the profit that the funds generate, not the individual investment. So I do not have any direct carried interest in the Voyager transaction. I have direct carried interest in Apollo Investment Fund 10, which is comprised of currently about 12 or so companies that will grow to 20 before we move on to the next one. And that's a very standard private equity industry practice.
And I mention that just so the general public understands that without entrepreneurs and private equity companies, there's a lot of talk about carried interest. They want to do away with it. Executives shouldn't be making that kind of money, but just touch upon how many employees you've employed.
Yeah, so I mean, the Venetian has about 7,000 plus team members. The combined company here will have about 6,000 combined team members. So, Apollo, at least for just these two companies, not including Great Canadian Lottomatica, will be, employing, 15, 16,000 individuals between these two companies. Combined, that's about 9 to 10,000 in Nevada alone. So, obviously, as I started this off, and I don't want it to be perceived as fluff, like Nevada is really important to us, and we want to make sure that everyone understands that.
Yeah, thank you for that, because it's important to note that you put a lot of food on the tables of a lot of Nevada families and families throughout the country and throughout the world with your being an entrepreneur. And a lot of kids get to go to college as a result of having entrepreneurs like yourself and private equity companies out there. So thank you for that.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Mr. Drago, always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for being here. I know you're not on our agenda today, and you were recently before us. Anything you'd like to add? And you don't need to if you don't want to be put on the spot. Good morning.
Good morning. Just want to say good morning and thanks for looking so thoroughly through this big operation, which is very important for the two companies that decided to merge back in the day when I think I stood up here a few months ago. And this is a new chapter and we're very excited about it. And as the Agostini family, we're also participating, as Danny Cohen said, to this investment because we truly believe that there's a great opportunity to continue to grow this industry, and we're happy to participate to that. Great. Congratulations, Chair Hendrick, for your next step, and it's good to see you again.
Thank you for putting that on the record. As you said, your company is staying on as a big piece of this, and so happy to have you as well staying in part of our Nevada gaming community as part of this transaction.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Orchard, always a pleasure to see you. And Mr. Downey, I know both of you have spent a significant amount of time on this transaction because we've talked multiple times. So a pleasure to also have you with us here this morning. Mr. Gibson, let's go through the conditions real quick regarding Voyager Topco. Have you reviewed those conditions, agreed with them?
We have, sir. We have
Okay.
reviewed them, discussed them, and they are fine with us.
Great, appreciate that. And Ms. Lowenhar Fisher, you put on the record that there will be a merged compliance plan that's being developed. I understand that can't be done until the transaction is completed, but thank you for putting that on the record. And thank you for, I know you're going to make phone calls into us. We're going to make phone calls back to you, working with the investigations division to be sure that compliance plan is as effective as possible and some of the things that the judge touched on earlier. So thank you for putting that on the record. Mr. Gibson, let's go through the orders now. We have IGT order draft number 1 dated 5/16/2025 to the 14th revised order registration. Have you reviewed and agree with that draft order?
Action, Mr. Chairman. This is Greg Giordano, firm of McDonald Chrono, representing International Game Technology PLC with respect to the order amendment.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Giordano. Have you reviewed
Yes.
draft number 1?
Yes, Member Chairman Hendrick, Member Judge Assad, Member Sandal, Madam Secretary, again, Greg Giordano on behalf of International Game Technology PLC. We have received and reviewed the 14th revised order registration for International Game Technology PLC, draft number 1 dated May 16th, 2025, and find its terms and conditions to be appropriate in the circumstances and have no further comment or on those, on that order.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Giordano. And I know we have you on the next couple of items, so don't go too far. The order terminating registration of Every Holdings Inc. draft number 1. Who will be presenting that?
Do it eventually. I just put on my every general counsel hat. I've reviewed the draft order and I have no comments.
Great. And that's draft number 1 dated 5/16/2025. Correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, correct. Thank you.
Perfect. Board members, any questions on either of the 2 orders?
None for me.
None by me. Thank you.
All right, then. Mr. Gibson, did we need anything else for the record before we look toward a motion?
No, sir. I just thank you for your hard work and for the work of your CorpSec people. They've been outstanding. Thank you. Yeah.
Appreciate it. Board members, any final comments, or is somebody ready to make a motion regarding non-restricted item number 1?
No comments. I'm ready to make that motion.
Please, go ahead.
All right, I move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert to include the 14th revised order of registration, draft number 1 dated 5/16/25, and to include the following conditions. Voyager Topco LP shall provide to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 90 days of the Nevada Gaming Commission approval, fully executed copies of the first lien credit agreement and all ancillary agreements, including the U.S. collateral agreement, the first lien, by and among Deutsche Bank AG New York branch as collateral agent. Second, the Voyager Topco LP will only issue options and restricted equivalent units to current and prospective employees, executives, consultants, and managers of Voyager Topco GP, LLC, or estate planning vehicles established for any such individual benefit. Next, that Voyager Topco LP shall provide a complete list identifying the holders of units in Voyager Management Co-Invest, LLC, and Voyager Management Holdings, LLC, to Nevada Gaming Control Board every quarter by the 5th business day following the end of the quarter. Such disclosure shall include each holder's date of birth and social security number and any additional personal identifying information as required by the board chair or the chair's designee. The board chair may require such unit holders to register pursuant to Commission Regulation 15B-190 or to be found suitable. The list shall be accompanied by a summary of the outstanding ownership percentages in Voyager Topco LP held by its partners. Voyager Topco, Voyager Topco LP shall fund and maintain with the Nevada Gaming Control Board a revolving fund in the amount of $100,000 for the purpose of funding investigative reviews by the Nevada Gaming Control Board for compliance with the terms of this condition. The Nevada Gaming Control Board shall have the right without notice to draw upon the funds of said account for the payment of costs and expenses incurred by the Nevada Gaming Control Board and its staff in the surveillance, monitoring, and investigative review of all activities of Voyager Parent, LLC, and its affiliated companies. That's it.
All right, Madam Secretary, I believe we got the IGT order. Did we get the every order on the record as well? Did you get that one, Judge? Did I
No,
miss it?
I think you missed that one.
Okay.
Can I amend the motion?
Yeah.
To just
I
add
don't have that.
draft number 1 of the order terminating registration in the matter of Every Holdings, Inc., dated May 6, 2025.
And that's the one that Ms. Lowenhar Fisher identified and
Yes.
agreed with.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Very good. All right, so with that amendment, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick.
Aye, the motion passes.
you.
Thank you all. Good luck to you all. Madam Secretary, let's call number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of International Game Technology PLC for deregistration as a publicly traded corporation.
Good morning, Mr. Giordano.
Good morning,
Ken.
Chairman Hendrick, Member Judge Assad, Member Sindal, Madam Secretary. Once again, Greg Giordano, law firm McDonald Cronel, appearing on behalf of the applicant, International Game Technology PLC. This is its application for deregistration and as a public company, because obviously with respect to once the transaction, the Voyager transaction closes, International Game Technology PLC would no longer have any subsidiary with any gaming licenses or approvals in Nevada, and so deregistration be appropriate. We have reviewed the draft number 1 of the order terminating registration dated May 15th, 2025, and find its terms appropriate in the circumstances. I have no further comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. Giordano. Very succinct for the record and explains exactly why we have this order in front of us. I didn't have any questions. Judge, did you have any questions?
No questions.
Member Sindal.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
All right, then let's take a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert to include the order terminating registration for International Game Technology PLC, draft number 1 dated 5/15/25.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick.
Aye, that motion passes, bringing us to non-restricted item number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of IGT for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5.115, subsection 3, subsection C.
Mr. Giordano.
Very good. Chairman Hendrick, Member Judge Assad, Member Sindal, Madam Secretary, once again for the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Cronel, appearing on behalf of the applicant IGT. This application is with respect to IGT going forward under the ownership of Voyager and so forth after the closing transaction for a new waiver of NGC Regulation 5.115, so section 3C, with respect to the funding of progressive jackpots. We have reviewed the terms of the order dated draft number 1 dated May 8th, 2025, and believe those terms and provisions are still applicable and accurate and appropriate under circumstances.
Thank you for that, Mr. Giordano. And yes, that was my question. And I believe you've talked to the agents about that, as this order was created quite a number of years ago. So the question is, are the numbers and the waivers that were requested many years ago still accurate and effective for what we would need to be doing here in 2025?
Yeah, that's been confirmed to me by folks with IGT, and so they're comfortable with the numbers and provisions in this order coming forward from the prior orders of waivers.
Good. I appreciate you putting that on the record. The rest of it is essentially cleanup since the prior order in light of this transaction. So that makes perfect sense. And my understanding is that this waiver has still been effective in protecting Nevada's patrons to be sure that there is sufficient capital available. And I've not heard of any issues with it. So I'm very happy to support this revised order today, draft number 1. Judge, any questions on the order?
I do not.
Member Sindal.
No questions. Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, I think we need a motion. Go ahead, Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert to include the waiver of NGC Regulation 5.115 sub 3 sub C, that order draft number 1 dated 5/8/25.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick.
Aye, motion passes.
Thank
Thank you all again.
Thank you. First, Chairman Hendrick, I wanted to thank Special Agent Micah Teepee and Agent Madeline Steward for their work on both items 2 and 3 of the agendas. They're very excellent to work with and very, very good, and we appreciate their professionalism. And secondly, Mr. Chairman, personally, I want to thank you for your service to the state of Nevada. And has been working with you as chair the last couple of years. I'm sorry to see you leave so soon. It's nice. I think we stuck around a little longer, but I understand your personal situation. But want to thank you again and appreciate your service and thank you for being great to work with for the last few years.
Thank you, Mr. Giordano. Madam Secretary, how is the court reporter doing? We're almost in a couple hours.
A break would be appreciated.
Okay. 10 minutes enough?
Yes.
Okay, we'll be in recess till, let's do 5 minutes after 11, and we'll come back with non-restricted item number 4. All right, let's go back on the record. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted item number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Bingo VoteCo LLC for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability as general partner of Bingo Ultimate Holdings LP. It is also the applications of Bingo Ultimate Holdings LP for registration as a private investment company, for finding of suitability as sole member and manager of Bingo Intermediate LLC, and for waivers of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 15C.010 subsection 1 subsection A and 15C.210 as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Bingo Intermediate LLC for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as sole member and manager of Bingo Parent LLC. It is also the applications of Bingo Parent LLC for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as sole member and manager of Bingo Holdings 1 LLC, and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Bingo Holdings 1 LLC for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Bingo Merger Sub Inc. to merge Bingo Merger Sub Inc. into Play AGS Inc. with Play AGS Inc. as the surviving corporation, and for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Play AGS Inc. and to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. It is also the application of Bingo Merger Sub Inc. for registration as an intermediary company. You also have the applications of Play AGS Inc. for deregistration as a publicly traded corporation, for registration as an intermediary company, and to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of AP Gaming Inc., AP Gaming Holdings LLC, AP Gaming 2 Inc., AP Gaming Acquisition LLC, and AGS Capital LLC to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the application of AP Gaming 1 LLC to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the applications of Andrew Weinberg and David Lopez for finding of suitability as sole member, manager, key executive, officer, and/or director as noted on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Another quite a mouthful this morning. Great job. Good morning, Ms. Vermees. Nice to see you.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick. Nice to see you for the last time. Echoing the sentiments and compliments today. It's been an absolute honor to appear before you, and I'm going to miss you sitting in that chair. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge Assad and Member Sandal, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of these applications. With me today to my right is the principal applicant, Andrew Weinberg. He is the CEO, founder of Brightstar Capital Partners LP. He's also the sole managing member of Bingo VoteCo LLC and has been thoroughly investigated as part of this transaction. You should also have Christy Lukács by video conference. Has she made it in?
I'm here. I'm in.
All right, wonderful. She is the CFO and CCO for Brightstar. Also here from AGS, we have David Lopez, President and CEO, Robert Ziens, Chief Legal Officer, and Brandon Griffith, Chief Compliance Officer. And from my office, my partner, Frank Schreck, and my associate, Connor Shea, who did most of the work on Andrew's application and investigations, not only here, but throughout the country and the world, actually, and might know more about Andrew than Andrew does. You've received our confidential presentation deck. We'd like to start off with that. Andrew will lead off and give an overview of Brightstar because Brightstar is a new company in this space. So he'll tell you all about his company. Then he'll turn it over to Christy to give you some information about their compliance. There's a lot in the materials. She'll just touch on some of the highlights. Andrew will then give you an overview of the transaction and the merger agreement. I will then address the licensing structure and applications. At that point, we'd be happy to answer any questions or feel free to interrupt us along the way. And then we can address the individual applications at the end. Before we get started, I do want to thank your fabulous team, starting with Chief Rippey, Deputy Chief Russell Teggio, Deputy Chief Matthew Doyle, Supervisor Jake Abba, Senior Agent Tina Logan, Agent Patrick Brown, Supervisor Jeff Zinn, and Senior Agent Brad Barnard. We had a phenomenal team working with us. Tina and I have done a few of these private equities in the past, so it's always great to work with her. And it seems like we're getting better at streamlining it and focusing really on what the important issues are. So that allowed us to get filed, I want to say last July, and here we are less than a year later. So thank you to that phenomenal team, and thank you to all of you. And with that, let me turn it over to Andrew to give the affirmative.
Thank you, Ms. Vermees. Good morning, Mr. Weinberg.
Very much. Thank you, Chair Hendrick. Thank you, Judge Assad. Thank you, Member Sandal, and thank you, Secretary Rupert, for the opportunity to be here today. I'm going to turn to page 5 of my presentation and talk a little bit about Bright Star Capital Partners. I am the founder and CEO of Bright Star Capital Partners. We're about 10 years old, but I've been doing this for more than 10 years. If I actually go back about 30 years, I used to, when I was working at Morgan Stanley, sleep out at the state line at Prim at Buffalo Bills and Whiskey Pete's, assisting Gary Prim and his family with the sale of their assets, in that case, to MGM of both those properties, and then New York. And I actually worked also for Harris at the time when it was based in Memphis and then relocated to Las Vegas. So I've been in the industry and around it. And I'll talk about my partner in a few minutes, who actually is born and raised in Las Vegas. I did skip today to be here. Another business we own in Nevada, North Las Vegas. So we own America's Auto Auction in Las Vegas, in North Las Vegas. The auction day is actually Wednesday. It starts at 9 a.m. So I'm looking forward to hearing good results from that. We also continue to employ, and we recently owned and transitioned this business to another family, the Bobcat dealer of Las Vegas. So we continue to invest at Bright Star Capital, not just in the gaming industry, and we hope to do more, but we actually employ people in other industries in Nevada and appreciate the opportunity in an incredibly business-friendly state. I currently manage at Bright Star Capital about 60 employees, but the group that we control is more than 25,000 employees across the country. We care very much about that. We represent, as Apollo does, a number of institutions, healthcare organizations, educational organizations, pension plans, family offices, and others. And we take that responsibility very seriously, as we do take the opportunity and responsibility to work in this sector very seriously. In terms of what we've done, I've been a part of about 200 acquisitions, just myself, since I started in this industry, and collectively our team far more. I'm now going to flip to page 6. It's a very simple structure chart. I think if there are any questions, we can cover that towards the end. And now I'll move on to page 7 in terms of our leadership. I think a little different than some of the investment firms that you traditionally work with, our team is a blend of both investors and operators. So a number of my colleagues, including myself, have actually run businesses as a C-level. We're not looking to be a C-level here. We love the fact that David Lopez is the CEO of the business, and we think he's fantastic. But all of us have the experience to know what it's like to be in that chair, whether it was my partner who ran the Carlson companies, my other partner who was CFO of Dell. So we have a lot of experience on our team working through, I'd say, good times and bad times. We do focus on healthy businesses that we believe we can grow. And then occasionally something happens on the way to the forum, as they say. But incredibly deep team. And with that, I'm going to take you to page 8. So in terms of my own experience, I'm very fortunate to again have worked initially in the banking industry and specifically in a number of transactions in this sector. And then over the past 25 years in private equity, having worked in organizations like Goldman Sachs, the offshoot of the Bessemer Trust called Lindsay Goldberg. And then I founded, with the opportunity, having been born in America and to be an entrepreneur, founded Bright Star Capital with a tin cup about 10 years ago. I was fortunate enough to figure out, I think early on, to find people that were smarter than me to work with and also brought experience to the table that I didn't. And so I think, you'll see very much a focus as a team. I got to know David Lopez because of our team, and I got to know David because of Roger Bullock. So some of you may know some of Roger's siblings. He's one of 11, born in Las Vegas. He handed me, when we first started working together, a copy of the 1953 Yellow Pages, a replica of Clark County And it was almost like a pamphlet. And he pointed his grandfather's name out to me and how proud he was of being part of the Roots and having seen Las Vegas change and really grow substantially. And because of that, actually Roger, nearly 20 years ago, was also licensed in gaming himself when he worked with the Sheriff family and has very, very deep ties in the community here, even working with some of the prominent families on more community projects like Wet and Wild and some other things that have brought happiness, I think, to some of the younger members of the community. And then in terms of our relationship network, we have about a third of our capital comes from single or multi-family offices, and we very much view those families as partners. They're not technically partners in the operating or control sense, but that relationship network means there's a group that's far bigger than our current team that's rooting for us out there. And we intend to leverage that network as we help David Lopez and his team grow the business. With that, I'll take you to page 9. So on page 9, I just point out to you that we have a number of offices across the country and a number of sort of field locations. And we're looking forward to putting a big dot on the map here in Nevada as we grow our footprint here. And again, what we view as a very business-friendly state. With that, I'm going to transition to my partner, Christy Lukacs, CFO and Chief Compliance Officer of Brightstar Capital, to take you through our compliance. Christy?
Thanks, Andrew. Good morning, everyone. I'll quickly, as Sonia mentioned, touch on our compliance slides here, and then happy to answer any questions as appropriate. Brightstar Capital Partners is fully committed to regulatory compliance in all jurisdictions where we operate. It's important to Andrew and our president, Bruce Roberson, and also, of course, to our firm. It's illustrated. I sit on our firm's investment committee, so I definitely have a seat at the table there. As Chief Compliance Officer, I oversee our firm-wide compliance program, which is continuously reviewed and enhanced to meet evolving standards. On that front, we work closely with our fund counsel, Kirkland & Ellis, and ACA Compliance Group, who's a leading compliance consultant in the private equity industry and used by a majority of the top PE funds. If we move to slide 12, just illustrates that Brightstar is a registered investment advisor with the SEC. Page 13, we prioritize timely and accurate regulatory filings, including Form ADV updates and compliance with all books and records requirements of the Advisors Act. Moving to the next slide, we have many written policies and procedures. I just wanted to highlight our code of ethics that addresses conflicts of interest, which also includes personal trading and sets clear standards of conduct for all Brightstar employees. And all of our employees are covered by our compliance program. The next slide just illustrates all of our policies and procedures. And then slide 16, which I know is obviously an important one in this case, is our anti-money laundering program. This program applies to all existing and prospective investors. We utilize ACA, our compliance consultant, for independent AML reviews before we onboard any investor. And we also monitor all of our investors in an ongoing way in real time as they're linked up to ACA's system. And then last, our vendor review. We conduct thorough due diligence on all of the vendors we use. We usually use the same ones, and they're well established in their industries and are reputable. Any potential conflicts, whether it's financial or personal, are disclosed and reviewed by our compliance team. And we also review the vendor's cybersecurity preparedness and regularly just to safeguard any sensitive data. So with that, I think I will turn it over to Sonia, unless there's any questions.
Yeah, I had a question. How does the Bright Star Compliance Committee, how will that integrate with Play AGS's gaming compliance? Will that be overseen by you, or will there a separate team of compliance just for Play AGS?
Play AGS will have its own. We're not touching anything related to AGS's compliance, so I think it'll remain status quo, how they currently operate. So we'll oversee Bright Star's compliance program, and Play AGS will oversee their own compliance.
Great, thank you for that. Any other questions regarding compliance, board members?
None by me. Thank you, Chairman.
I appreciate the presentation, but I was trying to marry it up with what I looked at in our report files too, to make sure I'm talking apples to apples if I ask you a question here. But I saw something in our report about a compliance alpha plan. Is it?
So Compliance Alpha is ACA's software. It's their platform. So we have, for example, we use it to help with our monitoring our compliance program. So all of our employees, like for example, their brokerage accounts are linked up in real time to the platform. And so if somebody was to trade on something on our restricted list, for example, we are alerted in real time. We also just use it for various attestations throughout the year, signing off that they've read the compliance manual on an annual basis, things like that, just to help us stay organized.
And ACA is a third-party compliance vendor that has about, my estimate, this is not public, 70 to 75% of the private equity market from a compliance perspective. So it's the behind the scenes that, is thinking about us when we're not thinking about us. And the beauty is because every single person's account is linked into that. If you have a broken link, it tells you there's a broken link. You need to update it today. And then we have quarterly filings, we have annual attestations and other parts of a robust compliance environment, all managed to make sure that human error never supersedes what the computer can do.
Well, I thank you for that explanation. And just to add, I don't think I saw any active recent litigation since 2022. I just want to confirm, I was impressed. Congrats.
I would tell you, thank you for that. We try to invest in healthy companies and keep them healthy.
Yeah.
And try to avoid sort of distress situations. So it lends itself to a little less litigation.
And then also I didn't see any regulatory violations as well, at least in the parameters that our agents looked at it. So really just want to comment and say, well done. That's all I have.
Thank you. Christy gets all the credit for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Vermees?
Yeah, just touching on that, that's evidence that this is the type of company that we want to come and invest in Nevada. I'm going to turn it over to Andrew. He's going to go over the transaction and the merger agreement.
Great. Thank you so much, Sonia. So on page 19, in terms of background to the transaction, I think you're very familiar with the company, so I won't repeat what they do other than an incredibly, recurring business that we think is a great opportunity to grow. In terms of the background, I had a chance to meet David Lopez nearly 2 years ago, and I was incredibly impressed by David. Clearly, he has been a strong member of the community, a strong leader in the industry, incredibly well regarded, has been able to recruit an incredibly talented team, which we think is quite important in a CEO. And we saw an opportunity to both reward public shareholders with what we thought was an undervalued business with a significant premium for their equity securities in the company. And at the same time, we believe generate a return for our own investors at the same time. So in terms of that progression, each one of us had financial advisors manage that process. That's incredibly well documented in the merger proxy. So every communication back and forth, which resulted in, I would say, very good negotiating by the Play AGS board to secure an increased premium from where we started. And that transaction was approved again nearly a year ago in August. And since that time, we've been finalizing this process along with a number of other jurisdictions. If I move on to page 21, Again, just in terms of the background, the transaction, again, public shareholders will receive $12.50 per share in cash. We expect the transaction to close in early Q3. And in terms of the source of those funds, that's a combination of two things. Unlike the transaction you just reviewed, there's really a single shareholder umbrella here, which is Brightstar and our affiliates. And that's $382 million of equity being invested, which is ready to go. And we have a oversubscribed debt offering that is being finalized actually today or tomorrow, but has been fully committed. And thanks to, I would say, the sentiment of investors of the strength of investing in gaming and gaming related businesses, that debt transaction has gone incredibly well. So I think that's also reflective of a strong business environment and frankly, the hard work that others before me and others before David have done to create the industry. And Judge Assad, to your point about the founders of the industry and what they did, without the hard work that they did, we wouldn't be here today. So if I move on here, I'm going to hand it over to Sonia, if you want to talk at all on page 23 about the closing structure.
So today is Private Investment Company Day at the Gaming Control Board. On page 23, you'll see a structure chart, and this is similar to the structure chart that you just looked at with the prior transaction. The ownership and control of AGS LLC will be effectuated pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 15C, which sets forth the licensing requirements for a private investment company. The 15C Private Investment Company, or PIC, is the blue triangle in the center, Bingo Ultimate Holdings LP. It's a privately held legal entity which will own indirectly the beneficial ownership of AGS. The aggregator of approximately 88.91% of the economic only interests in Bingo Ultimate Holdings in the form of Class A units is the majority limited partner, which is the green triangle there, BCP Bingo Aggregator LP. The three limited partners in Bingo Aggregator are the three private investment funds that are managed by Brightstar, which meets the appropriate characteristics in the 15C regulation. Approximately 0.54% of the economic only interests in Bingo Ultimate Holdings will be held by certain members of Play AGS management in the form of Class A units. These are individuals that currently hold stock in the public company. They are going to exchange that stock for Class A units, and it's of equivalent value, and it's just considered a rollover transaction. Approximately 10.55% of the economic only interests in Bingo Ultimate Holdings will be issued to certain Play AGS employees and other service providers in the form of Class B unit profits interests. The Class B units will entitle the holders to participate in net returns once Brightstar has recovered its initial investment. And we have requested waivers for both of these sets of units that are being granted. There's approximately 41 individuals that would hold the Class B units. So each individual is holding not even 1%. 100% of the voting securities of the PIC are held directly by the sole general partner, Bingo Vote Co. LLC, which in turn is owned 100% by its sole member, Andrew. The intermediary companies between Bingo Ultimate Holdings and Play AGS will be registered as intermediary companies. Those are Bingo Intermediate LLC, Bingo Parent LLC, and Bingo Holdings One LLC, which is actually the purchaser under the merger agreement and will sit right above the public company Play AGS, what's now the public company, when the transaction closes. As mentioned, the applications include a request for a waiver of Regulation 15C.0101A, which are the characteristics of a PIC, for the equity incentive Class B units and the Class A units, and also a waiver of Regulation 15C.210, which provides that any disposition of a direct economic interest in a PIC requires the prior administrative approval of the board chair or the chair's designee. The purpose of that waiver is because there will likely be some movement with the Class B units as employees come and go and their units are redeemed or forfeited. These are standard waivers for these PIC transactions and are subject to appropriate conditions that we've reviewed and discussed with staff. We've also requested approval of the equity pledges as set forth in the agenda for traditional financing and a structure of lending and securitization that you've seen before. Lastly, Play AGS has applied for deregistration as a publicly traded company. And we have reviewed and approved draft number 1 dated May 27th, 25. And I think that covers all of that. So please let me know if you have any questions on what we've gone over so far.
Thank you, Ms. Vermees. Very good presentation. And yes, I was checking off boxes here as you went down your presentation. You've set for the record the requirements to be a private investment company under the NGC regulations. Brightstar meets those requirements pursuant to the commission regulations. You've set for the record the criteria to ask the commission for waivers of NGC 15C. You've gone through the fact that those are, as you said, fairly standard in these type of situations. It's actually becoming interesting to me that we have a regulation, but these are so standard that we're waiving them every time. So it may be worth a reg project down the road of, do we need to update 15C rather than continue to do these as waivers every time? But
well, I would point out, Chair, that actually the regulation itself talks about allowing the commission to waive these conditions, the characteristics. So I think it is already sort of baked in there to give you that
are they so
flexibility.
standard though at this point for these incentive type programs that they should be part of 15C, or should they always be considered a waiver? That, I guess that's the question for another day that I won't be here, but I'll probably be sitting in the audience. So again, thank you for putting that on the record. That's important to me that we lay that out so that the commission can understand why waivers are being requested. And let's see. We, in this situation, usually, as you said, we ask for a standard non-interference letter. Ms. Vermees and I talked about that a couple of days ago. Generally, what we're looking for there is that the overseeing equity company and the managers, the investors, don't interfere with the person or persons who are controlling the vote co. In this situation, you're actually a significant person at the upper level, but you are the person at the vote co. So probably not necessary for you to tell yourself not to interfere with yourself, but certainly down the line, if you put somebody else or a team in place at the vote co level, they would have to come forward. They would have to be found suitable. And then of course, you at the upper level could not interfere with them. But in this situation, it's kind of a little bit of belt and suspenders that we ask for, just to be clear. And I for the record, I think you understand why we want to be sure that the vote co being approved as a situation where everybody underneath the structure is not reviewed, investigated, and found suitable, that we want to be sure that those that we have looked at are those that makes the decisions and have the votes. That makes sense?
I completely understand. It makes sense.
Great. All right. Board members, did you have questions regarding the transaction before we turn to any individual applications, Judge?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. It's very straightforward. Excellent presentation by Ms. Vermees. So I don't have any questions.
Member Sendall?
Thank you for your affirmative presentation and background. You gave us an overview structure of where you're going, and I couldn't help notice there's like one last little slide, and I don't know if you want to discuss it or not. To the extent you're willing to discuss it on the record, kind of what your plan is post-merger, plans moving forward. You mentioned, I think, Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Over, and that he intends to stay there, from what I understand. And just what you could just share with us on that regard, and that might kind of tick some of the other questions that I had.
Sure. So, yeah, I will, and I'm sure you can embellish. And
yep.
So on the last page, it discusses the future, and The future is that there are current directors at the public company Play AGS, that when this transaction closes, they will no longer be directors there, and Andrew will be the sole director of that company. The other sort of corporate changes are that at the Bingo Ultimate Holdings level, Andrew will become the GP supervisor and chairman, and David Lopez, who is the CEO and president of AGS, will become the CEO and president of that entity as well. In fact, it was that position that necessitated Mr. Lopez filing an application. And shame on me, I forgot to mention Agent Elisa Thompson, who was assigned to that and did a real quick cursory investigation at the end of this process. Other than those small changes, the executives, management, employees of AGS are going to stay in place. The business will continue to be operated, conducted as it was prior to closing. And if you'd like to add anything to that.
Confirm
yeah.
everything Sonia said, and we've been incredibly impressed. And because of this time frame in the process, we've had a chance to really spend a lot of time with the management team on site in their headquarters in Las Vegas, understanding strategy, the go forward opportunity, which we think is significant. We think the landscape continues to change, but we think it changes in our favor. And we'll continue to support David and the team as board members and as owners to pursue growing the business, which we think should result in job growth, economic opportunity, and expansion opportunities.
Thank you for putting that on the record and kind of explaining kind of the post-transaction plans. We didn't talk too much about Play AGS itself as far as how many employees it has and where they're at. Maybe you can talk a little bit about how many are in Nevada and just their operations, or who's in charge of that.
Sure, we might ask David Lopez to come up. We have nearly 1,000 employees, but David will do better justice to the makeup. And
David Lopez, CEO of AGS. Thank you, Chairman Hendrick and Judge Saad and Member Sendall, and of course, Madam Secretary. We have about 1,000 employees. When the company was acquired originally by Apollo, almost 100% of the employees actually were in the state of Oklahoma because it was a business born in Oklahoma. Later on, there was a merger between AGS and Cadillac Jack. Cadillac Jack was almost exclusively in the state of Georgia, primarily in Atlanta. Along the way, we established our headquarters here in Las Vegas. So that is right around 15 to 18% of the 1,000 employees that we employ. We have offices all over the globe, everywhere from Tel Aviv, Israel, Australia, and then here in the United States, we're in Austin. We have an office in Reno, Atlanta, and Arizona as well. So we're pretty diversified in our base, and some of that is a product of how the company actually came together and where it was acquired from.
Thank you for that background on Play AGS and just reviewing the file on Play AGS. I was impressed. It looks like the health of the business is doing very well. Obviously, as Mr. Weinberg pointed out, he wouldn't be doing what he's doing if it wasn't. And you touched upon your international operations and you're expanding them, or how that might play into this merger.
So when I joined, and again, it was wholly owned by Apollo at the time, the goal was to become an international, diversified gaming supplier, right? At the time, we were not that. We were a supplier in primarily Oklahoma, and that was it. Looking back, I don't obviously even recognize the company that I joined at the time. Internationally, it won't be, if you think about our expansion efforts internationally, it really won't be employee-based. It'll be more product and sales and revenue-based. The way we expand right now is primarily through distributors globally. So what we'll do is we'll hire a general manager or a vice president to manage those territories, many of them actually who work out of Las Vegas. And that's our investment globally to expand our product line around the world. So most of the growth will come either here in Las Vegas or in one of our other domestic locations.
And I would just note, David and his team was impressive, have really pioneered a number of programs with universities to tap into talent at a very young age. So if you think about the sector and the opportunity, as much as we think we know what we're doing, the younger talent in a lot of ways, knows a lot more of what consumers are thinking about, how to design games. There are degrees now in designing games, there are degrees in artificial intelligence, all of those things. And I credit David and his team with really, I think, being pioneers in the sector to really build those relationships with talent, as early as age 18.
That's great. That's great to hear. And then I think, Mr. Weinberg, you mentioned the current outstanding long-term debt for Play AGS. The plan is to pay that all off through the merger agreement?
Yes, the existing debt will all be retired, and similar to the other transaction you reviewed, we're acquiring this business and we're going to retire all of the debt and replace it with a new debt offering, which again is very conservatively levered at about 4 times debt to EBITDA in a very high free cash flow business. And again, that's fully committed financing that has been placed with at least over 50 accounts, as I saw last night, of traditional institutional accounts that in many ways represent, $1 trillion and up organizations.
And thank you for that explanation. And as far as jurisdictions, as Mr. Lopez mentioned, is you guys have approvals in over like 280 regulatory agencies and you're licensed throughout the world? Is that?
Yeah, I think that number might even be north of that. Yeah, so I think
Oh.
that, yeah, you're in the ballpark though.
Okay.
Yep.
A lot.
Yeah, it's a
Very
lot.
mu- very-
Yeah.
Very well licensed and approved. Just wanted to note that on the record. Yeah, I think I'll hand it back over to the chairman for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sindall. And Ms. Vermees, thank you for putting on the record that you've reviewed the conditions and understand why they're appropriate for the waivers that are being requested today. You reviewed those and agreed with them, I believe you said, for the record, correct?
That's correct.
Very good. And you understand if there's any physical certificates pursuant to NGC Regulation 8.030, that those certificates will remain in the state of Nevada, correct?
That's correct. And that has been conveyed to counsel for the lenders.
Very good. Thank you. All right, that's all the questions I had on the transaction. If there's no other questions from board members on the transaction, let's turn to the individuals. Mr. Weinberg, anything you want to tell us about yourself personally? You've already explained the company and everything. You don't need to, but if there is your opportunity, if you want, otherwise we'll just ask you questions.
I'm excited to be here today for this moment. It's been about a year in the waiting or so. And on a personal basis, very gratifying to be a part of this opportunity to be able to back David. I do have at this moment 2 of my teenage children playing in a golf tournament who aspire to be pro golfers back east with my wife, who's a medical doctor, and my younger daughter, who also has the same aspirations. So it's great to be here today, and I look forward to finding them by the end of the week on the golf course.
That's wonderful. Again, pleasure having you here. Pleasure having you and your company want to invest in Nevada and continue to invest in Nevada. What do you see your actual role being with this particular investment?
Yeah, similar to other investments, I'll be chair of the business. I'm not chair of every business, but in this in particular, given the importance of Play AGS to our franchise, I wanted to make sure I stayed in that role. I will be a fiduciary and play, I think, be a strong voice in that oversight role, while having a pure delegation of authority to David to manage the day-to-day of the business, to bring forward strategic opportunities. And David has already been effectively a great partner in that we've already had an operating relationship as driven by the merger agreement of approvals and other that have let us really get to know each other on a much deeper basis than one would normally do in a diligence process for an acquisition.
And how often do you see yourself in that role coming out to Nevada?
I would see it probably about once a month, which has been about the frequency so far. I've always noted to David that the company is very geographically desirable. There's basically a flight every 20 to 30 minutes from every part of the country to get here, and I continue to be impressed. I remember the numbers when I started doing business here about 30 years ago, and I don't recognize that city anymore, but it's been about once a month.
That's great. And I understand you've got a number of other pending gaming applications, and so you're going through the mill quite a bit right now, and appreciate you cooperating with our agents as we've gone through this process. Based on your education, of course, your business acumen, all of your experience, you're certainly qualified to be licensed, so I'm very happy to support your applications today.
Thank you for that support. Thank you for the
Absolutely.
opportunity.
Judge, questions for Mr. Weinberg?
Excuse me. Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. So you've covered like East Coast and West Coast, Dartmouth undergrad, and then Stanford for MBA.
Been very fortunate.
That's pretty cool.
I've been very fortunate to have those opportunities because of the American dream.
There you go. Commissioner Krolicki will be very happy to see that you're a Stanford grad, by the way. So make sure you mention that to him.
I will. Thank you for that advice.
No, your credentials are impeccable. Just one quick question out of curiosity, really. So after, I guess, Stanford,
Yes.
how did you get started? How did you achieve this level of success?
Yeah, well, we'll see when the book's finally written, but it's been a fun journey so far. I really had the opportunity, I'd say, because of those that came before me, and I'll give you a brief story. Basically, my grandparents' generation were all essentially immigrants to the U.S., and we all had the a fortunate number of cases to get public education to get here. And my grandfather ended up teaching history for about 20 years before actually working for the labor unions and AFL-CIO. So my initial actually exposure to Las Vegas would have been through the labor union movement. Ironically, I ended up sort of choosing the other side of the coin on that, although I do take very importantly taking care of our employees. And I was very fortunate to be mentored and trained at Goldman Sachs on investing, and then joined again, what was a family office, Bessemer Trust, and learned how to invest in closely held businesses. And again, I go back to the American dream, which is the opportunity to start a business in this country is far easier than anywhere else in the world. And I'm also very fortunate, again, I go back to talking about my grandfather, but having mentors that have looked out for me. And I hope I'm doing the same thing for others.
Amen to that. Thank you, Chairman.
Member Sindall.
It was a pleasure to read your file and your family, and good luck to your son's golf. I had the privilege of playing college golf myself, and I would love to hear all about your golf escapades, but we have a very long agenda, and I'll just have to hope and dream you're a member at Augusta National or wherever, and you're having a great time, or one day you will be, and you'll make sure to let me know. And I'll pay for myself, and I would love to come.
Agreed.
But no, I'm happy to support your application, and yes, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, anything you need to tell us? Obviously, you've been in front of the Gaming Control Board and Gaming Commission on multiple occasions over the past 15 years or so, but please, your role is staying the same. That was why our investigation was able to be expedited, but tell us what this merger does for you personally and for the company that you built.
Well, for the company, I think it's something that was mentioned earlier in the earlier session when Apollo was speaking, and it is the opportunity to really grow under a private scenario where not looking at public financials on the quarterly basis, thinking long-term, making investments that make great sense for the company and the health for the long term, and be able to grow considerably. We did this once before, so we were obviously private under Apollo, then public, and then now private again. And the biggest growth period absolutely came while we were private, making smart investments, long-term focused, and we're looking forward to doing that all over again. As for myself, I'm looking forward to working with a new team. It always is. It's great to bring in sort of new blood, as they say, and new perspectives and new challenges from those people that we'll be working with and partnering with.
That's great. Well, again, happy to have you back before the board and commission in a couple of weeks. And based on the fact that your role's staying the same and that you've been a licensee in the state for a number of years, I'm very happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Judge Assad.
No questions. Thank you. Good to have you here, Mr. Lopez. Thank you.
Member Sindall.
Yes, thank you for being here, and happy to support your application, and good luck with the merger and post-merger growth and private development.
And Ms. Vermees, I believe you said that you reviewed the order terminating registration draft number 1 and agreed with that.
I did, and as has the AGS team.
Very good. Glad they both reviewed it. I didn't have any other questions. Anything else that you'd like to add for the record?
No, I will add, it was a few years ago that Frank and I drafted or assisted in the drafting of Regulation 15C. So it's just very exciting for us when companies get to come in and use it for the benefit of the industry.
That's great. You're absolutely right. It's good for the industry. It's good for the state of Nevada, and these things should be encouraged. And there's no minimization of what the board does. We're still able to review all these applications and properly regulate the industry. So it makes absolute perfect sense on evolving and taking in new equity, and outside investment in Nevada is always a good thing. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schreck. Appreciate everything you've done on behalf of the state. And Mr. Zeems, pleasure to always see you. Glad you're here. I didn't have anything else, so unless board members had any other questions, I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 4.
Thank you, Chairman. Before I make the motion, I'd also like to thank Mr. Schreck for his work in 15C, along with you, Ms. Vermees, along with the other people I mentioned earlier, the Mount Rushmore folks that helped make Nevada what it is today. E. Parry Thomas, Howard Hughes, Kirk Kokorian, and I think I'd put Frank Schreck up on that mountain as well. So
Absolutely.
thank you, Frank. So with that being said, I'll go ahead and make the motion to recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert to include the order terminating registration, draft number 1 dated 5/27/25, and to include the following conditions. That Bingo Ultimate Holdings LP will only issue economic non-voting Class B units to current and prospective employees, executives, and managers of Play AGS Inc., or others providing services to Play AGS Inc., or its subsidiaries and affiliates, or estate planning vehicles established for any such individual's benefit. Second, that Bingo Ultimate Holdings LP shall provide a complete list identifying the holders of Class B units in Bingo Ultimate Holdings LP to the Nevada Gaming Control Board every quarter by the 15th business day following the end of the quarter. Such disclosure shall include each holder's date of birth and social security number in the case of individuals, or employer identification numbers in the case of entities, and any additional personal identifying information as required by the board chair or the chair's designee. The board chair may require such unit holders to register pursuant to Commission Regulation 15A.065 or to be found suitable. The list shall be accompanied by a summary of the outstanding ownership percentages in Bingo Ultimate Holdings LP held by its partners. Next, Bingo Ultimate Holdings LP shall fund and maintain with the Nevada Gaming Control Board a revolving fund in the amount of $50,000 for the purpose of funding investigative reviews by the Nevada Gaming Control Board for compliance with terms of this condition. The Nevada Gaming Control Board shall have the right, without notice, to draw upon the funds of said account for the payment of costs and expenses incurred by the Nevada Gaming Control Board and its staff in the surveillance, monitoring, and investigative review of all activities of Bingo Ultimate Holdings LP and its affiliated companies. And last, Bingo Ultimate Holdings LP shall provide to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 90 days of the Nevada Gaming Commission approval, fully executed copies of the credit agreement and all material ancillary agreements, including the collateral agreement with Barclays Bank PLC as collateral agent. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Judge. You're getting very good at that. You can do member and executive secretary. Good job. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Good luck to you all. Thank you. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Tillman Fertitta for finding of suitability as a beneficial shareholder at Wynn Resorts Limited.
Good morning still, Ms. Vermees. And I believe we have Mr. Scheinthal. Do we have him on the line? Okay, Mr. Scheinthal, why don't you go ahead and say something so we can have you pop up on the screen?
Okay, I am here.
Very good. We can hear you. Ms. Vermees, go ahead.
Good morning again, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sindal, Madam Secretary, Sonia Vermees from Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing by video conference, Steve Scheinthal, General Counsel for Fertitta Entertainment. This is the application of Tillman Fertitta as a beneficial owner in Wynn. Thank you for waiving his appearance. As we put on the record last month, he's in Italy now with his new role as ambassador. Thank you also for allowing Mr. Scheinthal to appear by video conference. Just by way of background, Mr. Fertitta has owned his shares in Wynn for a few years now, and it was as a result of Wynn's buyback program that Mr. Fertitta's ownership tipped over 10%, requiring him to file as a beneficial owner in Wynn. We really appreciate the board assigning Senior Agent Tan to the matter so that she could do a quick cursory investigation, because based on the timing of this investigation from when he was last investigated, by getting it on now, he did not need to file a brand new MJ PhD and go through a full investigation. So that was very helpful and we appreciate it. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vermees. And yes, Mr. Fertitta's appearance today was waived because obviously he's appeared before the board on multiple occasions. Very recently, in the last couple of years, we've chatted with him about his investments in Nevada. And of course, we're aware of his current role now on behalf of the federal government, so did not need him to appear. Mr. Scheinthal, thank you for being here. For any questions that I or my fellow board members may have, we have an updated investigation in our materials, and I believe, Mr. Scheinthal, why don't you tell us, you did this when you were before the board and commission a month or so ago, but I believe it's your still understanding that this equity ownership is for investment purposes only. Is there anything you want to elaborate on that?
Sure. So let me just correct one thing that Ms. Vermees said. Tillman's actually leaving for Italy today. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that.
Thank you.
It's not yet in Italy. So
Well, you know, Mr. Scheinthal, Las Vegas is on the way to Italy. He could
I
have
think
stopped
he's
by and made a
going-
little cameo appearance for us. We would love to see him.
yeah. He like he said yesterday, he's moving. It's not just like a vacation. He's physically in the process of moving. It's just been a lot more taxing on he and his family. But they're going east, not west, to get to Europe. So anyway, Judge Assad asked me the last time I appeared, and so we're clear. At this point today, we are still a G filer, but Mr. Fertitta wanted me to be clear and let the board know that he is not happy with the stock price, and nor is he happy with decisions that have been made by Wynn management. But with that being said, today he is still a G filer, which means he's a passive investor.
Thank you for putting that on the record, and appreciate that elaboration. I also wanted to ask you, I'm not super familiar with the federal rules when somebody becomes an ambassador. What, based on his new role, what restrictions or requirements does the federal government generally place on an ambassador's business investments? And particularly what I'm interested in here is his Nevada investments. What can he or can he not do? Understanding the fact that you and Mrs. Fertitta are going to be involved in the day-to-day operations, is there any specific requirements that he couldn't be involved in Nevada?
Sure. So Mr. Fertitta dealt with the OGE, which is the Office of Government Ethics. And the federal government requires that an ambassador only have one employer, and that is the US government. And as a result, he had to and was required to resign as an officer and director from all of his holdings. Then what they did was they did a comprehensive investigation with respect to his asset base and with respect to certain equities that he owned. They made him disgorge those equities because some of the multinational corporations that he invested in had business dealings in Italy. With respect to his holdings in Fertitta Entertainment, Inc., they determined that there was no conflict in his duties and that he could still be an equity owner. As an equity owner, he can set the direction. He can tell us, these are the things I'd like to see you do, but he cannot be involved in the day-to-day operation of the business, nor can he take a salary from any of the businesses, but he can get a dividend.
Thank you very much for that very succinct explanation. I peripherally knew a little bit about that, but I have never studied it. So I appreciate you putting that on the record about what he can and can't do. And of course, when you were before the board and commission a month or so ago, we went through what your role will be and the others in the management of the day-to-day. So we understand that he will not be involved in that because he has more than enough to do in Italy for the next several years.
Yes, sir.
Judge, did you have questions for Mr. Scheinthal?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thank you for that opening statement regarding his displeasure with the stock price and so forth. I was curious about that because I've followed his career and I value him tremendously as an expert in the world of business and valuing businesses and being able to look forward and decide whether he wants to invest or own a particular company. And that includes the Houston Rockets for that matter. He's been able to turn that franchise around. It's very successful. And he is probably somebody that business classes, the Ivy League schools, Stanford, should look to and do a case study on his business acumen, his probity, and the students would benefit well, I think, from studying the career of Tillman Fertitta. He's certainly one of a kind, and I kind of knew that he wouldn't be happy with the situation at the Wynn. Do you talk to him quite often, Mr. Scheinthal?
Daily.
Daily. And what was his take on the $130 million forfeiture that Wynn had to pay to federal government?
He wasn't happy with their failure to follow protocol. I don't know that it was existing management, to my knowledge, that was involved, but he felt like that was certainly a lapse in handling your business.
Yeah, and I think that happened from 2014 right up till about 2021 or so when Steve Wynn was owning the property. So I'm sure Mr. Fertitta would, if had he been owning the property at that time, he would have had closer tabs on the transactions between money transmitting companies from Macau to the United States to his businesses here in Las Vegas. What's his take on the recent developments regarding the Al Marjan project in the United Arab Emirates? Is he looking forward to that, or does he think that's a bad investment or a good investment?
I think he sees that as upside opportunity for the stock price, and we see it as a positive for the company.
Thank you for that. So regarding the stock price, does he have a target price of where he thinks the stock should be?
I think from his perspective, he probably would not want me to say more than what I've said. Suffice it to say that at $86, $87 a share, he thinks that the price of the stock should be significantly higher, and he's not happy with decisions that management has made. And those are the two things that he has wanted me to convey to the board.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Sheinthal. I appreciate your candor and your frankness. Thank you, Chairman.
Member Sindall.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sheinthal, for your affirmative presentation and statements you've made on behalf of Mr. Fertitta. I don't really have anything. I just wanted to note that Mr. Fertitta has been extensively licensed here in Nevada and other jurisdictions, and his reputation as a business owner, is extensive, and I'm happy to support his application, and I hope he has a wonderful time in Italy.
Thank you.
Ms. Vermees, anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
All right, then I will entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 5.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'll be glad to make that motion, and I'm honored and privileged to support this application, Mr. Sheinthal. Regarding non-restricted agenda item number 5, I move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of that agenda item as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert. And I believe there are no conditions or orders.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sundal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate it. All right, bringing us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Brian Goldbrands for finding of suitability as an officer at Wynn Resorts Limited.
It is now good afternoon, Ms. Vermees.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Member Sindall, Madam Secretary Sonia Vermees from Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. To my right is the applicant, Brian Goldbrands. He is the Chief Operating Officer, North America for Wynn Resorts. He oversees the Las Vegas and Massachusetts property, and is also has involvement with any other North America opportunities. He's been with Wynn since 2008, spent time in Las Vegas and at Encore Boston Harbor. Prior to his time with Wynn, he spent many years with the Ritz-Carlton. There were no areas of interest or concern with his application. He has an exemplary background, is well suited for this position, and deserves your support. We do want to thank Agent Chad Jackson for his work on the investigation. He did a great job. And with that, I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Member Sindall, Madam Secretary, thank you very much for allowing me to be here today. I was told that I may present a quick bio. Is that something that's appropriate? Great. I was born into hospitality. My parents owned a restaurant. I grew up in the back of a family restaurant, and started washing dishes, and I was a busboy, I was a cook, I waited tables, figured out I could make more money not working for my dad, so started waiting other places, worked for resorts, was a limo driver, crashed a limo twice, so didn't get promoted to valet. Wound up in Bell, so I did bellman work, found out I could figure out making money as a waiter was a pretty good gig for me. Put myself through college waiting tables at the Ritz-Carlton. I worked for the Ritz-Carlton for 20 years, from 1988 to 2008. In the time that I was there, from waiter, I got into food and beverage management. I became hotel manager and general manager for 2 different properties, their largest property in North America, and then was promoted to vice president of operations for their company. It did take a while. And I was proud to say that I opened 21 different hotels globally for the Ritz-Carlton Hotel Company. I then was contacted by an executive search firm, was not looking for a job, got hired by Wynn Resorts. I was hired as Senior Vice President of Hotel Operations to open Encore Las Vegas in 2008, which I did. 3 years later, I assumed the responsibilities for hotel operations for both hotels, Wynn Las Vegas and Encore Las Vegas, and had approximately 26 departments under my responsibility, all non-gaming. In 2017, I was approached by senior leadership to move to Boston to open Encore Boston Harbor during pre-construction. I did that as an executive vice president of operations, as the number 2 on property. Shortly after opening, was October of that year, I was promoted to president of the property, learned gaming. I was licensed by the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. Learned a lot, did that for just under 2 years, and then was asked to come back here. I assumed the responsibilities of president of Wynn Las Vegas and Encore Las Vegas. I did that for 18 months, and 2.5 years ago was promoted to chief operating officer for both properties in North America. I've enjoyed every minute of it. It's not been easy. I've learned a heck of a lot. In addition to that, coming back to Las Vegas, I'm now the vice chair of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, which I'm proud to say is doing a heck of a job pushing tourism forward for Las Vegas and Southern Nevada. I'm also a member of the advisory council for the dean of the School of Hospitality at UNLV, for Dean Cardenas. And my wife and I are happy to be back home in Las Vegas. We were also proud to say that we raised both of our daughters here. And I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Pleasure having you here. And you've obviously been involved in the gaming industry for quite a long period of time. As you know, the Wynn went through kind of a negative time period for the property and for Las Vegas. My understanding is during that time period, you were in Boston, correct? Were you in Las Vegas between, say, 14 and 22?
I was here 14 to 17 in a non-gaming capacity, did not have responsibility for gaming at that time.
What was your role back then?
I was executive vice president of operations for hotel and non-gaming related operations.
How have you seen the company and the property change since that time period in terms of compliance, in terms of the way internal matters are happening? How's the property changed? How have you personally changed?
We've all grown a lot. It is a very different looking company today than it was back then. We were a founder-led company. We now have an independent compliance board. For 5 years, the Massachusetts Gaming Commission assigned us a monitor to ensure that we were doing everything correctly. We've made significant steps in having an independent board for compliance. I believe you know many of the people that are on that board. Tom Peterman is on that board, former chief compliance officer for Wynn Resort or for MGM Resorts. Cindy Kaiser Murphy, who has been held president titles throughout the city and different executive jobs. And then Ed Davis, who is the former commissioner of the Boston Police Department. So we have a very independent board. I was in the room earlier. I can assure you our marketing department does not lead our efforts. Our compliance officer and team do. AML, BSA are very important to Wynn Resorts. And I help set that tone at the top. There is no compromise. And our license is worth more than any one individual. On the other topic of harassment and other things that have happened at Wynn Resorts, we are also a different company of reporting, of non-harassment, of respect and dignity for all. And I personally take that charge to heart. Every week I speak at orientation to all new employees and set the tone from the top and talk about respect and talk about how if they see something, they must say something. And it includes me and our CEO. So I take it very personally. Also, for the last 17 years, I write a message to every employee every night, 7 days a week. I know that sounds a little crazy, but I do. And I talk about culture, recognition, information, safety, respect, our standards of what we expect from our employees. And so obviously I don't write an individual message to every person, but I do what's called our pre-shift message. And I write 3 or 4 paragraphs. I send that out to our 1,200 leaders. They're responsible for reading that message to all of our employees, day shift, evening, and swing. So there is a direct line. And of course, I'm on the floor talking to our employees too. So whether it's me every week talking to our new employees, setting the tone from day one, or every single day reinforcing who we are and what our expectations are. That's my commitment to our employees, to our customers, and our shareholders. So yes, we have changed.
Thank you for putting that on the record, because we've heard a lot about how the company's changed, but as you mentioned, I want to know how the people have changed. I want to know how the leadership at the top has changed, and you've explained that. Writing a nightly memo letter to your employees, that's the kind of things I'm talking about. That personal touch, so that they know that they can come to you. We're looking for valet parkers, as you were saying you aspired to be. We're looking for dealers. We're looking for the employees to know that if there's an issue, they have the right to come to the game control board. They have a right to come to their supervisors. They have the right to come to the chief operating officer. That's what we're looking for, because that changes the culture. And so to hear that you've made that commitment in your personal career, that means something to me. And then based on your long history in Nevada's gaming industry and the gaming industry across the country, as well as all your other qualifications, I'm very comfortable supporting your application for suitability, but happy to hear about how your career and your personal involvement with staff has evolved over the last several decades is important to me. So thank you for that.
Chair, may I add something?
Please.
Being in those roles before helped me understand how hard they work and how much respect we all have for them. They are our company. We just celebrated 1,700 day one employees at Allegiant Stadium last month who have been with us for over 20 years and given 2 decades of their life. They are the reason we're successful, and they earn our reputation every day. I'm privileged and honored to be able to work with them every day.
That's great. You're absolutely correct. They're the front line of the reputation, right? On a day-to-day basis, no matter what you do in a corporate office, it's somebody on the front line treats somebody not right, or if that employee believes that they cannot move a complaint up the chain, that's where it stops right there, and that can destroy a reputation very fast. So glad to hear that you're aware of that.
May I add one example?
Please.
Not this past November, but previous, the fourth quarter of 23, a very high profile customer that I won't name did something inappropriate, was not acceptable. And that was reported to me. It came up through our vice president of security to me, and I asked for the details and made a very quick assessment that this was not acceptable and our employee was far more valuable than this one customer. That person said to me, "Do you know who this is and do you know his net worth?" I said, "Yes, I do. And it's in the billions." And I said, "I don't care. Our employee is more important than this person. He's never staying here again." 86 him, which means trespassing. That person stays somewhere else now. There are plenty of billionaires. There's 8 billion people in the world, but we don't need people like that at Wynn Resorts. And it's not acceptable, and it won't be acceptable on my watch.
That's great. And that's exactly the kind of culture we want, is so that these employees who do bring things forward, whether they bring it to the game control board or they bring it up the chain at the licensee level, they need to be heard, and they need to be responded to, and they need to be respected. So very glad to hear that that's the culture that you're trying to create. Thank you. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thanks for being here, Mr. G. Appreciate you being here in person. As I was reading through the material here, I think we might be neighbors. Are you in Country Club Hills?
Eagle Hills.
Eagle Hills.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in Portobello, right
Okay.
across the golf course.
If I need sugar, I'll come and knock it.
Well, you might see me walking my dog after hours on the golf course, so
We do the same.
we'll wave to each other.
Right.
I was just curious about your time in Boston. How did you enjoy that couple of years that you were there?
We were there for 4 years and loved every minute of it. Boston is a great town, great people. We actually chose to live in the city because we were empty nesters.
Okay.
Still have our place in Boston and
Whereabouts?
in the North End, a little Italian community.
Oh, then you must have eaten at some of my favorite restaurants. Brigo's, remember Brigo's?
Oh yes, Brico's still there.
Yeah.
The gentleman that actually owns Brico, Frank De Pasquale, is actually one of our business partners at Encore Boston Harbor, and also has a restaurant, three restaurants.
Did
at
you have-
Encore Boston Harbor?
Nice. Did you happen to check out Regina's Pizza?
Many times.
There you go. All right. That's my old stomping grounds when I was in college back there. We also, I noticed, I appreciate what you said about the employee being more valuable to you and the company than one big whale, let's say. And I recall when I was dealing, well, even blackjack at the Tropicana, and then in 81 at the Dunes, I was dealing craps. We were, I mean, literally abused verbally by pit bosses and people who didn't like that the dice didn't get turned, or that a hand went on for 15 or 20 minutes without a 7 out. So it was a different time. And as far as the players that we dealt to, there was really no consideration for AML. I mean, they didn't care. I dealt to Adnan Khashoggi. I dealt to Jimmy Shagra, the largest, biggest marijuana distributor in the United States at the time. Everybody knew who these people were. Nobody cared about KYC, SOF, EDD, or any of the things under Title 31 in the BSA Act. I mean, it was on the books, but it just wasn't of a concern to anybody. And I'm glad to see that we've come a long way. And thanks to the chairman and I, the last couple of years, I think we've sent the message that there's a new day in Las Vegas in the casino industry, and that if we don't want federal intervention, the properties need to really pay close attention to who their customers are and to BSA and Title 31. And I'm glad to hear that you're focusing on that, because it's really critical if we want to maintain our gold standard, number one, and if we want to prevent federal, because they're, you know, in DC, they're already talking about creating a federal gaming commission, and with that, it'll probably come a 4% tax on gaming revenues, and on and on and on. The federal government, I'm sure, would love to get their claws into Nevada. So it's important that the industry do the right thing, and that we as a board let the world and the federal government know that we can manage our own business. And if there is dirty laundry, we can clean it up. And so I'm glad to hear that you're focused on that. It's really important. And the marketing people really are the ones that you really need to focus on, because that's where it starts. It starts with the hosts, and then, you know, it goes from there, as I'm sure you're well aware of from the recent developments that we've had to encounter. So, but anyways, that being said, your experience, and I like the fact that you've come from humble beginnings. That's really a credit to you, and you've been able to rise to the top of the gaming industry. And I'm very happy to support your application.
Member Sendall.
I want to thank you for your remarks and your candid comments, and wanted to clarify one thing. In the materials, it talked about like an employee relations department. Is that essentially HR, or is that a different thing?
Employee relations
Okay.
is human resources. So
And
if
that's
there's an
still
issue,
part of, okay, go ahead.
if there's an issue within an employee, they have employee relations that they can go to and voice any type of complaint, and it'll be investigated and handled that way. And it's independent of the management team.
Understood. And then I might have missed it, but do you travel much to Boston? Kind of what does your normal week or month look like in your current role? And can you share, and I'm going to tag on, make it a multiple question. And then you've got a couple open spots here I see on your chart as far as the president and executive director. You're looking to fill some positions, and any update and kind of how that impacts your current role too.
There isn't a typical day. With respect to Boston, I'm there once a month. Last month I was there twice. Most of my work and focus is here. We are currently have 2 open roles: the Executive Vice President of Operations, which oversees non-gaming, and the President role. So I'm doing an interim fill-in for those 2 positions as well as my own. So yes, it's keeping me quite busy.
And do you have any update on
Yes.
potential that will hopefully be ending soon, that you won't have to fill those other roles as well?
So we have identified a person who will be the Executive Vice President of Operations for non-gaming. That person joins us August 11th from a competitor in a different market. And I'm sure you'll be seeing him one day.
Okay.
And we're optimistic. As far as the president role, we're going to continue to take our time and find the right person. We're very particular. And to all of your comments, we need to have the right person leading our company and each of our outlets.
Well, thank you. I appreciate, like I said, your comments. I appreciate your outside directorship roles. It sounds like you're also on the Wynn Foundation, along with the LVCVA and the College of Hospitality at UNLV. I don't know if all that is connected or if it's similar board, but kudos to you and thank you for all your work that you do in the community and your leadership and what you described at Wynn. So I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Ms. Vermees, anything else we need to know?
No, thank you.
Very good. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 6.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'll be happy to make that motion. I moved that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Peppermill Casinos, Inc. and Wendover Casinos, Inc. for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the application of Sandra Sino for finding of suitability as a beneficiary as noted on the agenda, and the applications of Sandra Sino and Albert D. Sino Jr. 1999 Living Trust 2 for licensure as a shareholder as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schreck.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Judge, Member Sandal. Like everybody said, it's been an honor appearing before you. I think I made it clear that I thought a chairman would have credentials that had gaming experience, regulatory experience, and business experience. You had those. I think the state may be, well served by your replacement who has those same skill sets. So good luck in what you're going to do in the future. You've certainly done a wonderful job as chairman of the Gaming Control Board.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
First, you may ask what I'm doing here.
Yeah, what are you doing here?
Time flies while you're having fun. These applications were approved on November 4th by the Nevada in 2024 by the Nevada Gaming Commission. There was a hearing in the trust litigation that was set for February 5th, 2025, which the consensus, at least on our group, was that the judge would approve the substitution that was approved in the state of Nevada by the Gaming Control Board. That hearing was continued to April 25th, 2025, at which time the belief was that it would be heard and the substitution would at least be approved at that point. In checking up in March to see if that was still the case, I was sadly informed that the substitution probably would not be approved at that time. So I got on the phone to the chairman in March to see if there was any possibility of getting an extension of these applications on the April agenda so that the 6-month didn't expire. I was informed that that wouldn't be possible. Therefore, I filed these applications to, in essence, reapprove the applications that were approved by the commission in November 4th, 2024. I might indicate that the judge finally did rule in this case, at least on some major matters. On May 14th, the court entered an order, and there were some specifically important decisions made with respect to these applications and the state of Nevada's involvement in all that litigation in California. First, the court denied the preliminary injunction request by Albert III and his brother David to remove the trustee of the trusts. That was denied. More significantly for this body, the court recognized that Albert Jr. and his wife Sandra had what was in essence an absolute right to do the substitution, and that's what we kind of represented to the board and the commission, that the trust was very clear that they had the absolute right to do that, and that the only issue that would remain is the determination of the equivalent value. The court stayed its enforcement of its order, so the substitution couldn't be made at that time, But the court then ordered the parties to go to mediation and try to resolve the valuation questions, both the valuation of the public, are the shares of the two casino companies, and then also the value of what the equivalent value would be, those two valuations. Importantly, for this body and for the commission in the state of Nevada, the court said that if the parties didn't agree in mediation on these two valuations, by September 19th, 2025, that stay was lifted and the substitution would occur. I can indicate to you that it's the intention of Mr. and Mrs. Sino that if there isn't a resolution of those valuations through mediation, that they will immediately effectuate the transfers on September 19th or shortly thereafter. That will mean that the state of Nevada is no longer involved in or probably interested in listening to these issues any longer. There has been some progress in the mediation. The parties selected a retired California attorney as mediator. Each party retained its own appraiser. The preliminary mediation was held on May 26th, at which time it was agreed upon that both of the appraisers would have access to the same economic and financial information so they could make the valuations, and that a written appraisal from both of them was going to be due by July 7th, 2025. The parties are going to continue during the weeks of July 21st or July 28th to attempt to resolve the valuation issues and maybe some of the other issues that are in that trust battle, which don't impact or involve the state of Nevada. But like I said, if in fact there's no success through the mediation process, the substitution will occur on September 19th or shortly thereafter. That's all I have to say. I have with me Amelia Cargill, who is kind of like general counsel for Mr. Sino, who has been working with me on this and maybe have information if you have some questions that I don't have.
Thank you, Mr. Schreck, and thank you for putting that timeline on the record for us and the decisions that have been made by the court. Ms. Cargill, thank you for being here. I didn't see any reason to have Mr. or Mrs. Sino appear because these are the same applications, as you mentioned, Mr. Schreck, that were reviewed by the Gaming Control Board and the Gaming Commission back in October and November of 24. So at that time, both the board and commission had a very lengthy discussion about what role the commission would play in these decisions. And so for anybody who wants to review those, there's a YouTube video they're welcome to watch, or a transcript they're welcome to read, and that will provide all the background information. But with these being the same applications, and for the record, making it clear that, again, the Gaming Control Board nor the Gaming Commission are making or approving in any way anything regarding valuation and regarding substitution of assets, nor is the board or commission going to be delving into any distributions, which is in the purview of the court. And I assume you agree with that on behalf of your clients.
That's correct. The only issue that has been before the board and the commission was the suitability of the Mr. and Mrs. Sino to receive those shares out of the trust and approve those transfers, both to them individual and then from both of them to a trust.
Agreed. And I think we have a very lengthy record on that from October and November of last year. So thank you for putting that on the record. I didn't have anything else because I've seen all this information before, but as I said, I am glad to hear that there is movement by the court and there's some date specifics. So thank you for that. Judge Assad, questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Mr. Schreck, thank you for that presentation. I agree. This is just a reapproval of the application that was before us a few months ago. So I don't have any specific questions per se. I was just wondering why the judge didn't just appoint an appraiser back then and just get it done.
I think, there's kind of two sides to that. The way she's chosen to do it may be the fastest way, because if they both have their independent appraisers, then they can't argue that one was fair and one wasn't fair. then, and they will then provide that in, if the parties don't settle through the mediation process before September 19th, then the judge will hear the case, but she'll have both appraisers. And so she'll be able to make a decision fairly quickly after that.
So assuming, let's say hypothetically, which I doubt that they're gonna settle at mediation, knowing the history of the case. So the judge will probably just take both appraisals and split the baby?
I don't know what the judge is gonna do. I don't know the appraisal.
Or is she gonna appoint another appraiser?
No, I think what'll happen is that she'll get the benefit of the appraisers from both sides. Houlihan Lokey is doing Albert III's and David's appraisal, and Houlihan Lokey is a well-respected company. And Proctor Hug III has selected the appraiser for them. That's an appraiser that has done gaming properties before.
The former judge, wasn't he a judge? Proctor Hug?
His, I think, uncle was.
Oh, okay. All right, very good.
He's the third. But, you know, I think that the court will have two good appraisals, and the court will then make a decision if they don't through mediation. And like you said, the way this thing's been going, and I guess I missed the appearance today of Albert III, that we're all keeping our fingers crossed that mediation will work. But if it doesn't, the transfer will become effective September 19th or shortly thereafter.
Yeah, hope springs eternal.
Yes.
No, I'm happy to support the application. So I don't have any further questions. Thank you for being here.
Member Sindall.
Yeah, thank you. And the only thing I wanted to kind of clarify for the record was, as you, assuming this goes through and the approval passes, is what current involvement can you just put on the record that Ms. Sino and Mr. Sino have currently as far as their involvement in operations of Peppermill and Wendover?
Nothing with respect to Wendover, but Mr. Sino is licensed at Peppermill, but he's never been
Attends
involved.
meetings or?
Never, yeah, he'll go to board meetings. It's like family. It's a family type ownership. They've been together for 40 years. Unfortunately, one of them just passed away, one of the three. But the Sinos are basically construction people. So all of the improvements that you've seen at the Peppermill and Wendover and everything are basically Mr. Sino's construction company, his brother's construction company doing that. They're not involved in gaming operations at all, never have been for 40 years.
Got it. And that's all I just wanted to ask. Well, thank you for that. And I'm happy to support the applications and you know, support the waiver. Or not the waiver, the reapplication request.
All right.
Also, you know, if I can,
please,
because it's almost a redo, you know, deja vu for Supervisor Chris Moyle, who's, you know, endured this with us. And I think I believe he's a brand new agent, and it was a very pleasant person to work with, Raul Reyes Oliver. I don't know if you had a chance to run into him, but he was very pleasant to work with. It seems like I think he's a new agent, if I'm not mistaken. And he looks like he's going to enjoy this job and do a really good job for the state.
Great. Thank you for that. All right, I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 7.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion
you very
passes. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of Olympia Gaming CRS Sparks LLC, Olympia LB LLC, and Carson Gaming LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the application of Rodney Goet for licensure as a key executive as noted on the agenda, and the application of Carson Gaming LLC for licensure as a manager as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon. I believe we're trying to patch in Ms. Banu. Go ahead and say something, Ms. Banu, so we can see you.
Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, guten Tag.
Yes, thank you so much for letting me appear via video. Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Member Sendall, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Kelsey Banu with McDonald Corano. Before you this afternoon at the podium is the applicant, Brett Goet, and Robin Nedza, CFO of Legends Bay Casino, Casino Fandango, and various of the other related entities. Thank you again for the waiver of appearance of the transferor, Gary Goet, and again for allowing me to appear via video while I'm out of the country. Chair Hendrick, it's an honor to appear in front of you at your last meeting, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to be there in person. If I may, I'd like to briefly introduce the applications as read into the record by Madam Secretary, have Mr. Goet briefly introduce himself, and then open the floor to any questions you may have.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So this afternoon, the applications before you are in furtherance of family and estate planning of Gary Goet, and then in furtherance of some corporate cleanup matters, specifically to distribute to 1% interests Olympia LB and Carson Gaming currently hold in trust. First, we have an application for the licensure of Brett Goet as president of Mint Casino, DBA Legends Bay Casino. Second, we have an application for licensure of Carson Gaming as manager of Casino Fandango. And then finally, we have several transfer of interest applications. First is for the transfer from Gary Goet to Brett Goet of 1% interest in Olympia Gaming CRS Sparks. Second is for the transfer from Gary Goet to Brett Goet of 2.9% interest in Carson Gaming. Third is for the transfer from Carson Gaming, which is currently held in trust, to Brett Goet of 1% interest in Carson Gaming. And finally, the transfer from Olympia LB, again currently held in trust, to Brett Goet of 1% interest in Olympia LB. With that, we would like to sincerely thank Senior Agent Elisa Thompson for her thorough work on the applications. She was an absolute pleasure to work with. And then at this time, if I may pass the mic over to Mr. Goet to briefly introduce himself.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself for the record. Push that little button. Oh, you got it. It's good. It's on. No, put it back to green. They turned it off. There it is.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendricks, Judge Assad, and Member Selman and Madam Secretary. A quick little history with me. I've been with our group of companies for close to 35 years. And before I get too far into this, sitting beside me is Robin Nedza, who is our outstanding and super smart CFO, has been with us a long time as well. And brought her here today just in case we had some questions that I couldn't answer. But I've been with Olympia Group of Companies for about 35 years. I'm a lawyer, went to Arizona State University, and started with Gary and his partner, Guy and Zolako, in basically a legal capacity. And over the years has evolved into chief legal officer, officers and directorships for our myriad of companies and across all of our operating spaces, including our gaming enterprises. A couple of years ago, I was named president of our greater group of companies and also president of our two casinos. The transfers today are another step in what are essentially I refer to succession and planning purposes. So with that said, I'm happy to talk about them, explain whatever it is that you would like to talk about today, but happy to be here.
Thank you, Mr. Goet. Pleasure having you before us again. And board and commission are very familiar with yourself and Mr. Gary Goet. You've been in front of the board and commission on a number of times. I believe last time was June of 2022. And so we have an updated investigation in our files regarding you. Question I had was how much time you spend at the property and what's your general duties and responsibilities?
Sure. So I'll speak to that. So as a general proposition, I try to travel to the property perhaps on a monthly basis. That changes depending on what's going on the property. And that's in tandem with my dad. He goes there and I go there, but we don't usually go there at the same time. And so that frequency as of the last couple of months, because we've had some capital projects going on predominantly at Casino Fandango and That's a subject matter that I don't have very many good ideas on, and he has all the good ideas, so I kind of let him run with that stuff. But as a general matter, we kind of tag team and try to be on a monthly schedule. Travel schedules change, doesn't always accommodate, but I'm available with our general managers, Robin, our operations officer, on a daily basis for sure. We get briefings daily, and we have teleconferences weekly with those folks as well. So a lot of direct contact.
Good. That's great to hear. And that you're on site as much as possible is always gives us more comfort from a compliance standpoint. And so glad to hear that. Also, very glad to hear that you are dealing with, as you said, estate planning purposes along with your family. We always commend licensees on getting in front of estate planning and handling it in a timely manner. It makes it easier on the beneficiaries, makes it easier on us as a board from a regulatory standpoint. So again, thank you for getting in front of that, and your father as well. Based on your long history in Nevada's gaming industry, I didn't have any concerns at all with your applications today. So a pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
Judge, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thank you for being here in person, Mr. G.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I should probably disclose that I stay at your Fandango property in Carson City, the Marriott Hotel, and then the casino when we have our gaming control board meetings up north. So I just want to put that out there. And the reason why I stay there, you have really good food. There's a lot of places where we could stay up there, but it qualifies for the state rate.
Right.
So that's okay. And then the other places I stayed at, it was like, they didn't have any kind of really decent restaurants to go to. So the job you guys did at the coffee shop, what's it called? The Governor's
Grill.
Governor's Grill.
Yes.
That food is really good.
Yeah.
I had it.
And it's getting better as well. We've got an F&B person that we're really high on, is doing a fantastic job. So
Yeah.
It should continue to be on the right trajectory.
Yeah, so you're doing a great job there. Your application is pretty clear and straightforward. Senior Agent Thompson did a great job, so I'm more than happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Member Sindall.
Yes, yeah, thank you for your affirmative presentation. And yeah, you've been licensed by the Gaming Control Board and approved by the commission and found suitable, I think, as recently, and I think going back to 2005 and most recently in 2022. You had a full background done. I didn't have any particular questions about the proposed transfers. I did want to just generally ask you a question, if you can just share with us about your general cybersecurity protocols and just the overall health of both of the properties in that regard.
Sure, I'll go backwards. Overall health of the properties is good. We're pleased with the performance. We're pleased with the capital projects that are going on and what they're bringing to the property. Had a lot of positive feedbacks on that. The cyber security question, it's an interesting ask because I think the 1 year of the incident is actually tomorrow. So, and it feels like it's was 10 years ago, but that has all been wrapped up. Certain things I can say on the record and others I'd rather not. But as a
of course, only whatever you feel comfortable sharing.
As a general matter, that chapter is closed and we're moving forward. So yeah, but the anniversary is, it's either tomorrow, the incident of compromise happened in early hours of the 12th, and so 12th to 13th. So yeah, timely question.
Well, and I just from our materials, it sounds like you've put in new procedures, additional training, and put in your due diligence.
We have made robust adjustments to our previous environment.
Glad to hear it. You're an attorney. I'm an attorney. I love attorneys. So yay.
That might be a difference between you and me.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess this isn't really technically an attorney role, so I
Right,
shouldn't say
right,
that
right.
anymore.
Well, I'm transitioning more in the business and operation sides.
That was actually going to be my next question is kind of, is your role evolving at all with this?
It's definitely evolving. Yeah, as I say, transitioning more operations, general business, forward planning, understanding what, you know, a newer version of our company might look like in the years to come. I have a father and a founder. I heard the term earlier, founder driven. We are, and but the involvement that our key people who have been with our company for a long time is increasing, and just recognizing that we have to position ourselves for success that Gary's led us on the doorstep to. So, yeah.
Well, best of luck. And it sounds like then it's your father, Mr.
Yes,
Gary.
yes,
Is this going to be retiring then?
He will never retire.
Okay.
No, and he will still have all the good ideas.
Okay. Well, happy to review the material and happy to support your application. I wish you best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Benu, anything else you'd like to add?
That is it, Chair Hendrick. Thank you so much.
All righty, then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 8.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you both
Thank
for
you very
being
much.
here. Thank you, Ms. Benu.
Thank you again. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, how is the court reporter doing? It's been another couple of hours.
I think a break would be appreciated.
Okay, 5 minutes enough?
Yes.
Okay, we'll just take a 5-minute recess and we'll come back with non-restricted number 9. All right, we are back on the record after our break. Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of Joseph Kennedy Sr. for finding of suitability as a trustee and beneficiary at Milan Gaming Trust and for licensure as a manager as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown. How you doing?
Very good. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. David Brown on behalf of Mr. Kennedy, who's with me today to my right. We appreciate the opportunity to be here. Unfortunately, we started this process before Mr. Kennedy's father passed, started this application as a trustee, and in September of last year, it was amended to become a trustee and beneficiary. Mr. Kennedy, thanks, Chair Hendrick, has been approved to temporarily participate. So he's had a chance to kind of hit the ground running, although I think you'll hear in a moment that he's been involved with this business in some capacity for years and learning about it. And I'll let Mr. Kennedy say a few words about himself in a moment, but I just wanted to say thank you to Agent Simpson, who was incredible to work with on this application, and an unfortunate farewell to you in this capacity, Mr. Hendrick. It has been a pleasure working with you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Good afternoon, Mr. Kennedy.
Good afternoon, esteemed chairman and fellow board members. I'm pleased to introduce myself, Joseph A. Kennedy. I'm a second-generation native Las Vegan who married a fellow native Las Vegan, and we have 4 wonderful third-generation native Las Vegans here in the Valley. Las Vegas is a city deeply woven into our family's history. I graduated from UNLV with a bachelor's in accounting. Began my career working with Greg Stewart at Conway, Stewart and Woodbury. However, after several years of field audits, mostly gaming field audits, and practicing accounting at a desk, I left the accounting world to pursue a career in real estate, which became my passion. That passion led me down the path of owning in many companies in the state of Nevada, and I've built more than 3 million square feet here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Including a founding company that owning 3 million square feet, and one company that developed 1 million square feet of that. My father was one of the original members of the Putters Gaming Group in 1996 and became a sole owner in 2003. Over the years, I had the privilege of working with him alongside expanding the Putters Bar and Grill concept, including identifying locations, developing those properties, and ultimately building them out and leasing them to the company. With my background in accounting, my curious nature, and my business acumen, my father ultimately planned to turn over the reins of the gaming business to me at his retirement. I was excited to support his vision and prepared for that transition. As you're aware, the transition came much more quickly than we had planned. And with the help of your excellent staff and agents and you guys, I assumed managerial responsibility shortly after his death in September of 2024 with a temporary approval from this board. And I'm now here seeking your full approval. Introducing myself, I wanted to take a moment to express my sincere appreciation. First, I extend my gratitude to you and your staff and the agents that I've worked with. Every time we had a question, a comment, or a challenge, they were respectful and communicated and worked with me to help find an answer or a solution. Their dedication throughout this in-depth and lengthy process had been truly commendable, and I'm grateful to have collaborated with them. Second, I want to thank you for your time and your consideration of my application. I stand ready to answer any questions or comments you may have today.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I appreciate you being before us here today. And first of all, sorry for the loss of your father. Mr. Tiberti was a real pioneer in the development of Southern Nevada. And so sorry for you and your family's loss.
Thank you, Kirk. I mean, it means a lot to me.
Appreciate that. Didn't he? We have a lot of mutual friends, and you've been here with your family for a long time. And so his development, in the true sense of development, meant a lot for our community. So I'm sorry that he's gone. I know you were working on some of this estate planning at the time, and I'm glad to see that the transition was eased a little bit by the fact that we were able to change the statutes to allow a temporary licensee such as yourself, and with your business background, had no concern approving that temporary licensing situation so we could get to today with a full background investigation of you. But again, very sorry for your loss. I'm sure now, since you, as Mr. Brown said, you've been in the role now for about a year, you've realized how highly regulated the gaming industry is, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I don't know, have they told you about the restricted licensee gaming compliance seminar? Have you heard about that?
Yes, I think we spoke about it in my interview.
Good. I would encourage you to attend that. It takes a couple hours. It's done online, and you learn a lot of things about tax and license and bankrolls and everything else, which I'm sure you're learning on the fly right now, and with legal counsel like Mr. Brown by your side. But I would encourage you that that's something that you probably want to take, and just to, if nothing else, cause you to ask more questions.
Thank you.
And then, of course, as I said, based on your long history in Southern Nevada, as well as what you mentioned about your real estate and commercial development, I'm very comfortable in recommending your approval, and very glad to see that you've been in the role temporary basis, and happy to hopefully get in front of the commission on a permanent basis. So appreciate you being here, and thank you for your cooperation throughout the whole process.
Thank you.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thank you for being here, Mr. Kennedy. Appreciate it. Mr. Brown, always good to see you as well. I don't have a lot of questions or anything. I was just curious, your dad was related to Tito?
Yeah, Uncle Tito, as I refer to him as.
Okay, very good, very good. Well, I want to thank you and your family and the whole Tiberti family for all, as the chairman indicated, all the great things and help that they've given to all of us here in Southern Nevada, especially Bishop Gorman. Probably wouldn't have gotten built without that family's input. So thank you for that. Your application's crystal clear, very stellar background. You're more than eminently qualified to become licensed as a manager. So I'm more than happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
Member Sindall.
Yes, thank you for your affirmative presentation and being here today. So you haven't been licensed before in Nevada, but you do currently hold an active Nevada real estate division broker license and a property management license. Is that correct?
That is correct.
As both the chairman and the judge mentioned, I didn't have any issues or concerns in reviewing your report. The only thing I wanted to kind of ask is kind of what are your duties and responsibilities in the regard to the gaming activities with Lisa Carrison and the SSM gaming, so the putters locations, and just maybe talk a little bit about what you've kind of learned delving in now into the gaming side.
Yeah, sure. So as I mentioned, I spent a lot of time with my dad over the years, mostly from outside of the company. He was the active manager that I've now become. One of the first things I did is I actually moved the Putters corporate offices into my real estate corporate offices. So now today, the two companies share the same office physical space. And I put the manager, the JD, literally his offices are, I don't know, maybe 20 footsteps from my office. And then the slot route, same thing, and the CFO, same thing. And so we meet on a regular basis. I spend somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60 hours in my offices, and about 20% of that time or so is actively working with the Putters corporate team gaming. We talk about I review the numbers weekly, the gaming numbers weekly. I review the financials monthly. We look at what we can do to increase those and so forth. We look at new locations. We're actively just put another piece of property under contract to hopefully grow the business and add another location to it. So those are the duties that an example that I've been working with and doing over the last year or so.
Great. No, and I would just echo what the chairman said. If you have a chance to do that restricted license, the compliance seminar, I think that's a great thing that the board and the employees there it's a very good training, and I've done it too as a new board member, and it's helpful. But congratulations, and happy to support your application. I'm sorry for the loss of your father. I'm from Northern Nevada. I'm not as familiar with the land development community down here, but appreciate all the good work. That sounds like your family's done in this community. So
thank you.
Tell me, either Mr. Brown or Mr. Kennedy, do we have a key employee application on file? Did that get filed in the last week or two?
It did get filed.
Okay.
And thank you for bringing that up. We also, the next matter is the withdrawal of the key employee application. we're happy to sit up here, go back and answer any questions if you have on that issue as well.
What's the name of the person who's on the new key employee application?
His name is Sam, and I apologize, I don't know the exact last name. I have a tough time pronouncing it,
I
frankly,
think I've got
but Sam is his name.
Escobedo here, right?
Escobedo, thank you.
And he'll be the general manager.
Yeah, he will be the general manager of the SSM Gaming, which is the slot route operations.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. All right, Mr. Brown, anything else we need to know on this matter?
No, thank you very much.
Great. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 9.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'll make that motion. I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 9 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you
Let me
very
do
much
a
for your
bit of
time today.
housekeeping. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Appreciate it. Let's do a little bit of housekeeping here. So it's almost 10 minutes after 1. Our restricted agenda cannot start before 2 o'clock. We have, 10 through 13. The last 2 are race dates in Ely and Elko. Let's go ahead and we'll take non-restricted number 12 and non-restricted number 13 at the beginning before we take restricted. Now, that restricted agenda cannot start before 2 o'clock. My guess is it's going to be closer for all of you watching on Zoom, closer to 2:20 or 2:30 before we take non-restricted 12 and non-restricted 13. So anybody who's trying to budget their time, that'll give you a little bit of a roadmap on where we're going to be. Madam Secretary, please go ahead and read in non-restricted item number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 is the request to withdraw the applications of Marianne Matei for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon. Please push that little button in front of you and introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, I'm Marianne Mate.
Mate is how you
Mate,
pronounce it?
yes.
Okay, very good. Do you understand why you're here before us today and what the agenda item is?
I have some capacity of why.
Okay, very good. Madam Secretary, why don't we go ahead and swear in Ms. Mate?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And Ms. Mate, that oath you've just agreed to and sworn to is the same oath that you'd give in a court of law. It requires the same solemnity and has the same requirements and punishment for anybody who provides false testimony or false oath, which could result in a Category D felony, prison time, and a fine of up to $5,000. So what I want you to understand is this proceeding we're about to have is very important, and all we're expecting today is the truth.
Okay.
Okay, so I asked you a minute ago if you were aware of why we're here. On a little bit of background, my understanding was you were the former general manager for SSM Gaming and Lisa/Carrison Limited. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how many years did you work for those companies?
Combined, just under 25 years.
Okay, and how did your role change during that 25 years?
Started in 2000, basically worked as a server, went to bartender. I have done any of the front of the house roles, moved into management, and then I moved into the corporate office on the putters side. And then in 2007, I moved over to the SSM gaming side, but it's a family owned, so the same company in a way for the last 25 years.
Okay, and I want to be clear that our purpose here today is not to embarrass you in any way. Our purpose here is just to find out the truth. And we have to make a decision. What's being requested on our agenda is whether or not to allow the withdrawal of your application to be the general manager. It's my understanding that you are no longer with the company. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what's important to us today is your honesty and your openness, and that'll go a long way in helping us make a determination. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And you went through what your job were during the 25 years you were there. At some point, you started a separate business that had nothing to do with SSM or Lisa Karras, and this has to do with your baked goods business, correct?
Yes.
Okay, approximately when did you start that business?
I believe it was 2013 was when you can get a cottage license.
And you sold baked goods to families and friends and people like that, not to retail locations, is that
Correct.
correct? And did the company, was it profitable? Did you make money in the business?
Not really. It turned into first, like I was selling family, friends and stuff. And as time went on and other personal issues, it was more of a, I don't want to say a stress reliever, but it was more of a passion. I enjoyed doing it. I enjoyed the little kids that'd be like, oh, there's the cookie lady. And it was just a side thing for me. It was something to get away from, I guess, the reality of life. Went into my cookie room and was able to create sugar cookies.
How much time a week did you spend on this business?
It just depended if, if it was back to school time for teachers, I'd be doing work nightly. If there wasn't really anything going on, then I wouldn't have work. It wasn't something that I did huge advertisements or anything for. I did promote myself to smaller businesses in the area, like, oh, if they needed holiday gifts or items like that. But I didn't, I didn't take out magazine ads or anything like that. It was a very small little project of mine.
You said you promoted yourself to local businesses. Did you sell your goods through retail outlets or only directly?
Oh, no, directly. With the cottage license, you're not allowed to do retail sales.
Got it. Understood. And approximately what kind of volume did you do in terms of baked goods on a weekly or a monthly basis? In terms of the goods, not in terms of dollars.
Oh, there could be a month with just a couple dozen, and then there could be another month that I would be doing 13, 14 dozen. It wasn't in hundreds of dozens. I was a single person, nobody else.
So would you consider it a business or a hobby?
I did it as a business because when I did my licensing, you had to have a business license and everything to go with it. And over time, I had to close at one point when I was getting divorced and moving. But I looked at it as a small business. It was my little heart project, I guess,
For tax purposes, did you ever turn a profit in the business or did you break even, lose money?
I've lost money. I broke even a little bit. I know it's hard I guess I've lost money.
And on your taxes, who would help you prepare your taxes when it came time for claiming those losses?
Years ago, it was my brother who was a CPA. And then the last few years, it's just myself. I've done it on H&R Block online.
Your brother's CPA here in Southern Nevada?
No, he was CPA in Chicago.
Chicago. All right. And how many years did he help you prepare your taxes versus you doing it through H&R Block?
Years. He's always helped me, but I don't know the answer to that, how I properly say it. He's always helped me or guided me. And then I've always done everything online myself.
So you didn't take your tax documents down to a CPA or a tax preparer?
No, I've never done that. He's always we've gone over everything.
And how about with HR Block? Was that through a person or online?
It's just all online.
Okay. So since you were preparing them yourself, I assume you reviewed and understood the tax returns, correct?
To the best of my ability, yes.
During the board's investigation, you were asked about claimed mileage that you made regarding your baked goods business.
Yes.
Tell us what happened. Do you recall going back and amending those tax returns?
Unfortunately, yes, I reversed. I'm a pen and paper person, so I had it all written down and I reversed them. And I actually just never, I honestly did not notice it. And then Michelle brought it to my attention and I did go back and amended the 2 years that I had the mistakes on.
And besides mileage amendments, were there other amendments you made when you went back through them?
No, not that I recall. I just
purchase the programs because you couldn't do it directly on HL. You had to buy the program. And I did it, and you put in the year's information, and then you put in what you were amending. And that's what I did, and that's what I turned in.
And to your recollection, it was mileage only and no other changes to your prior filed tax returns?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Do you recall for what years that was that you made those amendments?
22 and 23.
Do you recall the Gaming Control Board agents asking you for further information regarding your tax returns or other information regarding your investigation?
They asked for transactions that was with either Venmo or Zelle. That information was provided, and I provided what I had on hand that I could provide them. Anything that was asked of me, I tried providing what I could have.
So you believe that every request that was made of you from Gaming Control Board agents that you provided the information requested?
No, there was things that I couldn't provide to them, and I was honest and open with that. I couldn't locate things. It took me almost a month to find my birth certificate. I could not find the information that she was requesting of me.
Do you believe that every time you were contacted by Gaming Control Board agents that you were responsive to their requests, whether or not you had the information? Did you get back to the agents?
I believe I did. I tried giving Michelle whatever information or a response within a time frame that I could tell her what was going on.
So in your opinion, you don't believe that you ever ignored any requests or refused any request from Gaming Control Board agents?
I don't think I refused anything. I gave what I had. I don't know. I've never done this process before. It was very hard process. I did what I thought I was.
Understood. Yeah, being involved in the gaming industry is a highly regulated business. As you know, if you've been involved in dealing with SSM Gaming or Lisa Carrison for 25 years, you understand it's a highly regulated business, correct?
Correct.
You understand that if Gaming Control Board agents ask you for information, it's your duty and responsibility to provide that information, correct?
Correct.
So setting aside not refusing to cooperate with Gaming Control Board agent requests, do you believe that you ever ignored or simply didn't get back to Gaming Control Board agents when they made a request for information?
It may have took me some time, but I don't believe I purposely ignored anyone, or if it was a time frame, I was maybe looking for some guidance since I didn't have anybody to talk to about this, or if I was waiting to speak to anybody about it.
Are you working somewhere now?
No.
Are you looking for work now?
Currently, I'm trying to look for work, yes.
Okay. All right. Judge Assad, questions for Ms. Matei?
I don't have any questions. I think you've covered everything that I was concerned with, so I'll pass.
Member Sindall?
Can you tell us, thank you for being here today, and I know this is a hard process, and again, I'll, just echo what the chairman said. As I'm asking these questions, I'm not trying to berate you or disrespect you. I'm just trying to make a clear record and understand what happened. In that regard, can you tell us about what happened with your separation from your employer, SS Gaming and Lisa Carrison, and how that all happened, and what options you were provided, or exactly when you were let go, and your understanding of it?
I was asked to have a meeting with Joe. I believe it was March 28th. It was on a Friday. He asked for a meeting, and I was brought into his office and basically told that he was informed that I would not be getting approved by the Gaming Control Board, and that due to me not being able to obtain this license, that I was no longer allowed to keep this position. I was offered a position on the Putters Bar and Grill side, and at a paid deduction, and I was told to take the weekend and think of what I wanted to do.
And what did you ultimately end up deciding to do?
After being with the company for 25 years, and while I was working with SSM and the putter side for all these years, I've done both jobs. So when I really thought about it, if I stayed with just the putter side, my concern that the job wasn't really going to be there for a long period of time, because there's not enough of what I was doing would not occupy a 40-hour work week. So I felt for myself, and after the last year of doing this and everything, my best for myself was to leave at the time, which was very hard, and it's still hard to this day.
Understood. I want to go back to your filings, your tax filings you mentioned. I think it was 2022 and 2023. Is that correct?
The amendments?
The amendments you made to your tax filings. Who assisted you with that, or
No one?
nobody?
No, I just went on and did a lot of reading and learned what I needed to do. And I purchased the programs for those years and put in the numbers from that tax form. And then you had to write in what you were amending. And I did that for my, the mileage.
And with those amended forms, did you provide those to the Gaming Control Board agents?
And the receipts of the payments. And then recently I got invoiced for the penalties and fines. And then I just paid those. It was due. I did those on like the 18th.
Understood. And so when you provided those amended tax forms to the agent, did they have any follow-up questions with you? Did you guys discuss them further?
She said that that I put things in different areas, which I told her, honestly, I didn't realize that I did that. I think at that point I was trying to get it done. There was just so much going on with this. And I looked that my numbers matched with the ending numbers, and I believed I did it correctly. And that's what I turned in and gave it to the IRS. And then I did the payments, and then I turned it into Michelle.
Do you remember specifically if there was any specific areas of the tax returns that the agents highlighted or thought might have been problematic, or that you discussed, like cost of goods sold or any other issues like that? Do you recall any of that?
There was many issues that she brought up, and I tried explaining to my best ability of what I was doing.
And looking back on that experience and that engagement with the GCB, the Gaming Control Board agent, how do you reflect on how those conversations went and how you communicated with them? If you had to do it over again, would you do everything the same, or do you think there's anything you could have done differently?
Well, I never had a clear understanding of actually getting this license, since I've been doing this position for so long and did not have a license, did not have this license. Would I go through going through this licensing again? I would have. I loved my job. It's been the last 25 years of my life. God, my kids have been brought into it, that I would have done it. Trying to get the information was hard. I did the best of my ability, and yeah, I would do it again.
I guess to clarify, do you think your engagement with the Gaming Control Board agent, the way you handled those amendments and the questions, do you think that was the best way to do it? Or do you think you could have done it a better way?
Probably could have done it a better way, but I did it what I knew what I could do. And I don't know.
So reflecting on it, and there's nothing that you can take from that process that you can reflect on now to share with us that you think would be important to share with us on how that process went in communicating to our agents?
It was a difficult process, but I tried answering what I could have with Michelle and emailed with her. I don't know if there's any specifics.
Okay, I think I'm good for now. I can give it back to you, Chairman.
All right. Chief Rippey, is Agent Freelander available? Do we have the ability to patch her in?
Yes, she's in Carson City, and she should be stepping to the podium any second now.
Okay. While we wait for her, Ms. Matei, I asked you earlier, did you refuse to provide information? You said no. I asked you, did you ignore any requests to provide information? You said no, not to your knowledge. My next question is, do you believe that you were asked to clarify information that you previously provided the Game Control Board and you either didn't clarify or you didn't provide enough clarification?
I may have not provided enough. Oh, it's on the screen. I may have not provided enough, but I tried to give what I could. I could not find things, and I told Michelle that. To my ability, I tried to give what I could of the information. I don't know. It was a lot of information, a lot of personal. Honestly, I don't know what else. I don't know what I can say.
Okay, thank you for that. Agent Friedlander, I assume you have been able to watch this proceeding. Have you heard everything that's been said this afternoon?
Yes, sir.
And the line of questioning myself and Member Sindall have had with Ms. Matei is whether or not she provided information when requested by you or other agents from the Game Control Board, whether she either refused, ignored, or didn't clarify the information that was provided. Do you have any opinion or any additional information you can provide on requests that you made and whether or not you received the information requested?
Yes, sir. I would say in terms of, it was all of the above. There were items requested that some items were provided. Other requests, we did not get a straight answer on, or we did not get any answer at all. And in addition to that, there was some documentation provided. However, it did not support the information or the changes that were made to the amended tax filings.
Okay, do you believe at any time that Ms. Matei stopped cooperating with you, or was it just simply a back and forth of information that wasn't giving you a full picture of what you were investigating?
It was both. So we were not able to get direct or clarification on some of the additional line items that were adjusted on her taxes, but there were specific questions for arguments. For instance, who assisted her to complete the tax preparation and the filing for these amended taxes? We had suggested that she meet with a CPA to make sure everything was done correctly, that all items were in order. But we were not able to confirm this either by her directly saying who assisted her or by the tax refilings that were provided. We had hoped that her asking for assistance would make sure everything was processed correctly, filed accordingly, and then at the same time, we might be able to get some of those documents that we requested, like the logs for her mileage, the receipts for her cost of goods. We also asked for a breakdown of car expenses, a breakdown of the supplies. None of those items were provided. We did get some simple spreadsheets for the 22 and 23 tax years, which were the years that she amended. But again, those totals for the expenses that she was claiming did not match those that were on the tax filings. And that was some of the information we were trying to get clarification on that we could never get.
Ms. Matei, hearing that, do you believe that you were cooperating with and providing the information requested by Agent Friedlander?
I gave what I had. I wasn't hiding or refusing. I tried to do my best. I have receipts. I didn't physically copy each of them. I did a spreadsheet like Michelle said.
And Agent Friedlander, you heard Ms. Matei when I asked her about amending her tax returns, whether that was just amending mileage expenses and deductions or whether there were other amendments. Are you aware of other amendments besides the mileage?
Yes, we have from the amended tax filings, we were able to identify for the 22 for year 2022, the cost of goods was shifted from the original filing of $6,150 to an amount of $10,112. And the total charges on the correlating spreadsheet provided were just shy of 6,000. So even if you were to say a receipt was left off, okay, then that might go with the original 6, but where did the other 4 come from? And then in 2023, her cost of goods went from 0 to 4,000.
Without getting too deep into the numbers, I'm interested
Sorry.
in, was there additional information past mileage? And you said there was, so.
Yes,
Ms.
sorry,
Matei,
sir.
that's
My
fine. And Ms. Matei, again, without you getting into the dollar amounts, that's not necessary for the purpose of this hearing. I had asked you earlier if you amended something on your tax returns separate and apart from the mileage expenses. You said no, but now you've heard that our agent is saying that you did change some things related to cost of goods. Do you now recall that?
No, I don't. So I would have to, I just took the information from my actual file taxes. And if it was box number 9, I looked to make sure and I put that information over. So.
Ms. Freelander, Agent Freelander, anything else you'd like to add?
In regards to what was missing, I think we've covered that. I did want to say that up until that point, Ms. Matei was very responsive, it was a pleasure to work with. It was just once the discrepancy came to light was when we had our issues.
Thank you, Agent Freelander. All right, Judge, any additional questions?
No questions, just maybe some observations. Seems like there was just some, I don't know. When it comes to taxes, I'm the worst person in the world to speak to it. I always just hand everything over to H&R Block and say, here's all my paperwork. And, try to give them the information they want. I think you probably got caught up in the numbers discrepancies and you couldn't find this document, couldn't find that document, or whatever. There may be some misunderstandings between you and the agent. So, it's a close call, but I could grant the request to withdraw unless there's some compelling arguments to change my mind.
Thank you, Judge. Member Sindall, any questions or comments?
Yeah, I think Ms. Matei, some of the concern here is that the licensing process here, part of finding suitability and working in the gaming industry is we want to ensure we're licensing people of good integrity and character, and kind of upholding kind of the standard of just integrity in dealing in gaming aspect, right? Funds and being around that sort of nature. And the concern here is kind of this falsifying legal documents almost, right? And you had this amendments to your taxes and this unclarity that's kind of seeming to exist in, the agent asking you for things and there's either a lack of understanding or a miscommunication in kind of realizing what you're saying and how it's coming across to the agents, right? Who do this every day. They're dealing with multiple individuals who are being licensed in various positions. And there's a standard that they use and that everyone's held to that they have to meet. And when you don't meet that standard and some of these things that we've just brought up, that there's some discrepancies in what you're saying and what Agent Freelander is saying, that's a problem, right? And there's a concern there. So do we want to allow you to withdraw your application and not have some sort of penalty or acknowledgement that there was a mistake made there in that behavior and the way you communicated with her? And that if you had to do this over again, we would hope that you would do it differently, right? Things come up, problems arise. And I think the big thing is being open and honest and transparent. Because if you're not now, what does it mean later? Maybe, right? When you've got drop and count and a bunch of cash and no one's looking. That's the concern, right? That's why the licensing process is so rigorous.
Understand that.
And that's kind of what's in front of us right now is, do we allow you to withdraw your application and move on? And either with prejudice, I guess I'd like to see some sort of acknowledgement that perhaps you could have done this better. Do you have anything you can say to that?
I guess I could have done things, but I did what I could. I don't, I've
In your communication and your
personal-
transparency, I guess, with the agent.
I tried to communicate with Michelle with what I had. I don't know, this was a lot for the last year. I assumed, which I guess is bad, with gaming that it was going to be based on my work and what I've been doing with the company and what I provide to the company. I never had issues at work. I've tried to do what I could with what I provided, but
Yeah, and I guess hopefully this is a learning moment, right? An opportunity to understand kind of what we're saying here, what the standard is and what occurred there. It's problematic. It's a concern.
yes.
So now, we're in a position of, how to respond, how do we move forward? And that's all I'm kind of looking from you. Overall, that's really the big issue to me is how do we penalize this, right? It's not an easy decision. I mean, I think I would be okay with granting the withdrawal request with some sort of prejudice, but I would also be potentially open to denying it. But that's what I'm just trying to understand a little bit where you're coming from and what the thought process is. And if you kind of understand what occurred and how it was perceived and the perception at the board of your failure to be open. And then obviously that impacted your job that you've been at for a long time. That has real consequences. So that's the part that I'm struggling that you're not quite connecting that.
I totally understand what is going on. I wished I would have maybe had a CPA that did my taxes. Maybe I would have had different things. I didn't. I'm just I'm not like playing the part, but single mom, I did what I did and I've done my job. Putters was always a priority. I love, I've obviously worked there majority of my life. I don't know. The last couple of years personally have not been great, but I've never brought that into my job or into the workplace. So.
Well, those are my comments, Chairman. I do hope things get better for you and I hope you're able to move forward and have positive employment and hopefully learn from this situation and what's occurred and whatever will occur here.
Okay.
Thank you, Member Sindall. And I also am a little bit on the fence and listening to both of my colleagues. I'm in the same boat. Amending tax returns, that happens. Falsifying tax returns does not happen. Personally, I don't believe you transpose numbers because the numbers don't make any sense on why you would transpose them. I read the returns. I read the fact of there was other things in there that would cost of goods. Could we attribute that to being sloppy in filling out your tax returns? Possibly, but that causes me a lot of concern. This entire industry is built upon front-loading good people in, letting in good people with honesty and integrity inside the gates, especially in the restricted location environment. As you mentioned yourself, you've been working in a restricted location for decades, and you have been around gaming for decades, but yet you don't understand how highly regulated the industry is and how important things are. When a gaming control board agent asks you a question, that moves up your priority list of things to do that day. So that causes me a lot of concern. Not cooperating with a gaming control board agent would be very easy for me to make a decision today. As Judge Assad mentioned, I don't know if it was not cooperating or you thinking that you were cooperating, but that causes me a lot of concern. So I am on the fence here. I don't know if this body should tell the Gaming Commission that you don't deserve to be in the gaming industry. And that's what could happen here today. I don't understand if it's been explained to you how important it is to not be a denied applicant. There's a lot of ramifications that go along with the decision that we make today and that the commission makes later in the month regarding your application, even though you don't still work at the same location. So where we're left is we have, I think, three options. We could either agree on the motion to withdraw your application. We could refer the application back to staff and then it would sit in a file cabinet in a situation. If you ever applied again at a gaming location, that file would be pulled out and all of these circumstances would be revisited, or we could move to deny the application if we believe that you do not meet the standards of the Nevada Revised Statute 463-170 and Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 3.090. And primarily what that goes into is honesty and integrity. I am leaning towards not moving to deny, but I am on the fence of whether or not to allow you to withdraw or refer it back. And I will get off that fence right now and say, my thought is to not take a motion to withdraw, but simply refer this back to staff, and your application will just live in a file cabinet. And the day that you decide you want to be involved in gaming, you may be sitting before this board or the commission again somewhere down the road. That to you, without giving you legal advice today, would be a better outcome than us moving to deny your application, because that has a lot of legal ramifications and economic ramifications if you want to be involved in the gaming industry. Judge Assad or Member Sindall, do you have thoughts on whether or not we refer this application back to staff?
I agree. I think that would be a good resolution for Ms. Matei.
Member Sindall?
I'm happy to oblige to that option.
Chief Rippey, anything you would need from us if we were to refer this back?
I don't believe so. I know there's some information out there that we've been trying to get as far as the discrepancies, but those are amended tax returns from 2022 and 2023. And it doesn't sound like we'd be able to get that information or any type of explanation.
Yeah. I would say that certainly if Ms. Matei ever applies for a key employee application or any other approval or licensure, that you'll absolutely be entitled to that. I would also say that I would tell the enforcement division through this process and through you, Chief Rippey, that if Ms. Matei applies for a gaming employee registration, that can be revisited. And at that time, if there's a request for her tax returns, whoever hires her in the gaming industry, even at that level, she could provide that information. Ms. Matei, you also are welcome between now and then to get a hold of Agent Freelander. And if she's asking for further information about your tax returns, I would certainly give it to her.
Yeah, if I could just, one more thing, you may want to consult with good gaming counsel to, maybe not right now, but if you decide you have an offer, you want to get back into some type of gaming employment, whether it's a registration or a gaming license, you really should speak with a good gaming lawyer.
That's absolutely true, Judge, and not a requirement, but is always good advice to seek competent gaming counsel who understands how the process works and understands what the ramifications are if the application process does not go your way. Senior Deputy McGaw, is there any reason we need to take a motion to refer this back, or can I simply do that as chair?
Chair, you may do that simply as in your position.
All right then, Madam Secretary, regarding non-restricted item number 10, I am going to refer this matter back to the Investigations Division, and not with any specific requirements on future investigation, but just so that it be held in what is referred to as the friendly file cabinet, or sometimes the black hole. And you will live there. And if we do wish you the best, as I started with, we do not intend to embarrass you today. We just try to get to the truth so that we can make a decision on behalf of the state of Nevada and the gaming industry. And personally, I do wish you the best of luck, whether it be in the gaming industry, if you seek to do that, or somewhere else so that you can provide for yourself and your family. And thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, that's referred back, and non-restricted item number 11 was taken off of the agenda. So I believe all we had left on our non-restricted agenda was 12 and 13. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I stated for the record earlier that we will be handling those in our afternoon agenda before the restricted agenda starts. Restricted can't start before 2 o'clock, but we're going to have some time so that we can take a little lunch break. I would say that give you enough time, Judge and Member Sindall, if we start our restricted agenda and our non-restricted 12 and 13 at say 2 2:35, is that good enough?
Sure.
All right, so that gives us 50 minutes. For everybody here, I appreciate your patience. We will start our afternoon agenda at 2:35 and we'll be in recess till that time. Thank you very much. All right, we are back on the record and we have two remaining non-restricted items. Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 12.
Non-restricted number 12 is the application of Agriculture District number 13 for awarding of race dates for August 15th through August 17th, 2025.
All right, and I believe we have Supervisor Olson. Are you on the line?
Yes, sir.
All right. We don't see you yet. Go ahead and say something else. There you are.
I'm here.
We can see you now. Go
Okay,
ahead whenever you're
perfect.
ready.
Yes, sir. On February 10th, 2025, Ag District 13, White Pine County filed an application with the Nevada Gaming Control Board requesting 3 parimutuel horse race dates for August 15th through 17th, 2025 to conduct parimutuel horse racing in Ely, Nevada. The races will be conducted over 3 consecutive days and are one of the most popular events of the year in Ely. The races receive a great deal of local support thanks to a strong local economy. The local gold mining companies, the state prison, and several other prominent local businesses are the foundation of the local economy and allow for substantial donations to be made to Ag District 13 to augment the purse funds. Additionally, the state of Nevada also provides funds to augment local purse money through NRS 463-320. Per statute, the state collects a percentage of all off-track parimutuel wagers made across the state and allocates the collected funds to counties who conduct on-track parimutuel wagering with populations of less than 100,000 persons. Ely received approximately $17,800 in support from the state in 2024, and similar allocations are anticipated for the 2025 race season. For the first time in approximately 30 years, a new vendor, United Tote, will be providing the equipment for the parimutuel wagering system and accompanying tote board. United Tote services will be utilized in both Ely and Elko for 2025. Notably, the company provides services to several tracks in the neighboring states of Montana, Oregon, Idaho, and Wyoming. United Tote via Churchill Downs Incorporated also oversees 29 casinos and/or racetracks in 14 states across the country, as well as some of the biggest race names in the industry, including the Kentucky Derby. The Nevada Gaming Control Board's new horse racing licensing system, developed within the existing Systems and Gaming Enterprise application, was successfully deployed and used during the 2024 race season. The system eliminated the use of paper applications, greatly improved data collection and retention, and increased the efficiency of the licensing process as a whole. The design of the system and its implementation was a resounding success. Last year's event went well overall, with the exception of some heavy rains flooding out portions of the track on the morning of August 17, 2024. The parimutuel handle for the 2024 race meet in Ely totaled $103,602 subsequent 27 races. The parimutuel handle for 2023 meet totaled $90,050 after 18 races. The total purse money paid out by Ag District 13 in 2024 was $177,700. We anticipate similar payouts for this year. Thankfully, there were no jockey injuries during the 2024 race meet. Unfortunately, we did have 2 horses that sustained injuries on the track, resulting in their humane euthanization by state veterinarian Dr. Wyatt Winchell during the 2024 season. During the running of the first race on Saturday, August 17th, the horse, Right on Time, slipped toward the back end of the track's second turn and broke his right front leg. During the running of the second race on the same day, the horse, Angry Emmy, sustained an injury to her right front leg while entering the first turn. That horse was examined post-race and humanely euthanized by the state veterinarian, Dr. Wyatt Winchell. Ely ran a clean race meet last year with no Regulation 30 violation investigations being required. Regulation 30 stipulates the rules and conditions in which racing is conducted, as well as the permitted medications and medicating dosages for horses. I can take questions.
Thank you, Supervisor Olson. Excellent presentation and glad to hear how well everything went last year. I understand there was the 1 day of rain, and that's obviously outside of our control, and hopefully we'll have a little bit better weather this year. Happy to hear that United Tote's going to be involved, and very happy to hear that the new licensing system used by the Enforcement Division was such a great success. Also glad to hear that the drug testing worked out last year and obviously deterred any illegal activity on behalf of any of the trainers in Ely last year. Purse money sounds pretty good. And of course, we're always happy to be involved in helping these communities put on events like this and to have horse racing in the state of Nevada. So again, thank you for the presentation. I didn't have any questions because you covered everything. Thank you very much. Judge Assad?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I don't have any questions. Great presentation, Supervisor Olson. Thank you very much for that.
Member Sindall?
Yeah, thank you for your thorough presentation and kind of going over everything, of the highlights from the report. I just wanted to add that I also was able to check out the Ely website for the horse races, and I thought it's very nice and promotes the event well. So hopefully it'll be a big success this summer. Thanks.
Anything else we need to know, Supervisor Olson?
Not for Ely.
Okay, very good. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 12.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I move that we accept and adopt the application for awarding of race dates for August 15th, 16th, and 17th, 2025 for the Agricultural District number 13.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, brings us to our last non-restricted item, number 13.
Non-restricted number 13 is the application of the Elko County Fair Board for awarding of race dates for August 22nd through September 1st, 2025.
Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor Olson. Please go ahead and tell us about these race dates.
All right, on February 18th, 2025, the Elko County Fair Board filed an application with the Nevada Gaming Control Board requesting 6 parimutuel horse race dates to run during the period of August 22nd through September 1st, 2025 in Elko, Nevada. 2 days of racing will commence on the weekend, first Friday and Saturday, and then the following weekend will be 4 consecutive days of racing through Labor Day weekend. The Elko County Fair has been a tradition for over 100 years, thanks to support from the community and strong local economy, the gold mining industry, and all the support services required to keep operations running 24 hours a day, as well as the many historic ranches and other prominent local businesses allow for substantial donations to be made to the Elko County Fair Board to augment the purse funds. Additionally, the state of Nevada also provides funds through NRS 463-320. Elko received approximately $53,000 in support from the state in 2024, and similar allocations are anticipated for the 2025 race season. The annual Blackjack Challenge will return to the Elko County Fairgrounds for the 2025 race season. The Blackjack Challenge was created to increase community involvement in horse racing via the use of local syndicates and has been very successful over the years. The syndicates purchase or lease horses every year, and members of the community are able to purchase a small stake in the syndicate of their choice and cheer them on as they run the final race of the Memorial Day weekend. Last year's event went well overall with better weather than was experienced in 2024. The parimutuel handle for the 2024 race meet in Elko totaled $293,150, subsequent to 50 races. The parimutuel handle for 2023 meet totaled $267,983 after 50 races. Net income generated from fair activities for 2024 totaled $137,136. Net income for 2023 was $97,059. In 2024, the Elko County Fair Board paid a total of $378,900 in purse money. Similar payments are projected for 2025. There was 1 jockey injury and 1 horse injury that occurred in 2024. On Friday, August 23rd, 2024, during the running of the 7th race, the horse JC How the West Was Won sustained an injury to his front right leg approximately 100 yards from the finish line. As a result, the horse front flipped end over end and ejected jockey Nakia Teeter. Teeter landed on the track to the right of the horse. The horse ambulance and human ambulance were both sent onto the track to assess the status of their respective patients. The horse was humanely euthanized due to a catastrophic break to his front right leg after he was examined by state veterinarian Dr. Wyatt Winchell. Teeter was examined by EMTs and transported via ambulance to the Northeastern Nevada Regional Hospital. On Saturday, August 24, 2024, I spoke with Racing Secretary Terry Crystal regarding Teeter's health status. Crystal stated Teeter fractured a couple of her vertebrae, but was up and walking around the track. I spoke with Teeter later the same day and confirmed Crystal's initial findings. 5 Regulation 30 investigations involving illegal substances and horses were addressed by the Nevada Gaming Control Board's Enforcement Division and the state stewards subsequent to the 2024 horse race meet in Elko. The first violation involved the horse The Same Pro, trained by the Nevada horse race licensee Alvaro Torres. On August 24, 2024, the horse finished first in the second race and was subject to the mandatory drug testing. Test results indicated levels of the forbidden substance cocaine as well as benzoylicanine. Hopefully I got that right. The major urinary metabolite of cocaine in the post-race urine sample. The matter was reviewed by the state steward, Doug Ray, who issued Torres the maximum penalty within the limits of his authority, a $1,000 fine, a 180-day suspension of his Nevada horse racing license, and disqualification of the horse, with purse winnings being redistributed to the other participants of the applicable race. Additionally, due to the nature of the violation, Ray referred the matter to the board and commission for further review and determination of additional suitable penalties. The matter was presented to the board on April 9th, 2025, and to the commission on April 24th, 2025. The board and commission reviewed the recommendations made by the state steward and his ruling, as well as the available evidence, and the board recommended to the commission, and the commission ordered the following penalties. Torres be fined an additional $4,000 for a total of $5,000 in fines. Torres' Nevada horse race license be revoked, and Torres be banned from racing on any track under the jurisdiction of the board and commission for 5 years from the date of April 24, 2025. The second violation involved 4 different racehorses. Nevada horse race licensee Ricardo Castillo, licensed as an owner trainer, had 4 different horses with test results that indicated the presence of forbidden substances within their post-race blood and or urine samples. The following horses all finished first in their respective races and were subject to mandatory drug testing. Test results indicated the following. So the first horse, B&B Hasta La Luna, had methamphetamine and amphetamine present in the post-race urine sample. The second horse, Famous Prizes, had methamphetamine and amphetamine present in the post-race blood and urine samples. The third horse, Dr. B, had methamphetamine and amphetamine present in the blood and urine samples. Additionally, the forbidden substance tramadol was also present in the post-race urine sample. And the final horse had methamphetamine, amphetamine, and tramadol present in the post-race urine sample. On Thursday, March 20th, 2025, a hearing was held before the Board of Stewards at the Nevada Gaming Control Board's Elko Enforcement Office to determine whether Castillo had violated NRS Chapter 466 or NGC Regulation 30. The stewards reviewed the presented evidence, listened to Castillo's rebuttal, and determined he did violate NGC Regulation 30.405, foreign substances and horses. Based on their determination, the Board of Stewards ordered the horses, B&B Hasta La Luna, Famous Prizes, Dr. B, and B&B Lightning McQueen, to be disqualified, with purse winnings being redistributed to the other participants in the applicable races. In accordance with NGC Regulation 30.909, Castillo was notified of his right to appeal the decision of the Board of Stewards. Castillo responded to the notification and used the provided documentation to appeal the decision rendered by the Board of Stewards. Castillo's appeal hearing before the board is scheduled for later today, June 11, 2025. Excuse me. The third and fourth violations involved the horse Princess Amanda, trained by Nevada horse race licensee Kendall Condi, and the horse Leap Day, trained by Nevada horse race licensee Terrell Sosi. Both horses finished first in their respective races and were subject to mandatory drug testing. Princess Amanda tested positive for the forbidden substance hydroxyethylpromazine sulfoxide, and Leap Day tested positive for the presence of 2 legal substances which are not permitted to be present simultaneously, phenylbutazone or bute and flanoxin or banamine. Neither trainer has a history of drug violations in the state of Nevada. As such, both trainers were fined $500. Both paid their fines and in full, and their cases were closed. Final violation involved the horse Racia's Pink Cartel, trained by Nevada horse race licensee Brett Bowman. The horse finished first in his respective race. Excuse me, and was selected for mandatory drug testing. Test results indicated levels of the forbidden substance trimethoprim in the post-race blood and urine samples. ARCI did not have a drug listing penalty for this particular substance. And additionally, per state veterinarian Dr. White Winchell, trimethoprim is administered to horses and is as an antibacterial medication and has no recorded performance enhancing effects. However, according to Regulation 30.405 subsection 1A, a horse participating in a race must not carry in its body any substance foreign to the horse. Based on the requirements established by Regulation 30.405 and the nature of the medication found in the horse's blood and urine samples, Bowman was issued a formal written warning notifying him that a horse participating in a race must not carry in its body any substance foreign to the horse. Bowman signed and returned the formal written warning acknowledging the requirements of Regulation 30.405. Other than that, which was a lot, Elko had a successful race meet last year. I can take questions. I apologize.
Thank you, Supervisor Olson. Again, excellent presentation. I did have a few questions. Let's start with the Nevada Blackjack Challenge. I think you said it was the most popular race and has been for a number of years because of the syndicates that are created by fans and supporters getting behind their horses. Approximately how many horses usually run in that race?
Anywhere between 8 and 10. So we can have a full gate out here in Elko of 12. And sometimes we get to run all 12.
And I believe the new licensing equipment for the enforcement division was used out there as well last year. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I assume that went pretty well again.
Absolutely. It's certainly nice to capture that data and easily use it to make sure we're doing our jobs properly.
That's great. Well, money well spent to get us off a pen and paper. A good job on that. Is it true? I believe in the report it said there's additional cameras being added this year. Is that correct?
Not additional cameras, so it's the same ones, but we make sure to put an additional camera on the backside because they'll run a 770 race. So for folks that aren't familiar with horse racing, they move the gate around so that the finish line's always in the exact same spot in front of the grandstands, basically in the center of the grandstands. So that's why that gate moves around so that you have different race distances for the specified races.
How many cameras are we using this year?
I believe there's 3. So you have your one on the back end and then a finish line camera that can take, I can't even tell you how fast that thing fires off shots, but that's for your photo finishes. So we can tell by the breadth of a hair who won the race. And then they have an additional camera in that location as well.
Great. And purses sounded pretty good. So I'm glad to hear that. Let's talk about what I'm not glad to hear. The number of positive drug tests. How many races did you say there was last year? Approximately 50?
Yes, sir.
And we had how many positive drug tests? 6, 7?
We had 8 horses test positive, 4 under one trainer.
Yeah, that's not good from a percentage standpoint. That obviously concerns me on behalf of the fans, on behalf of regulating gaming out there. Obviously, the jockeys, the horses, that's bad news. So I know that enforcement is on top of that. That's why we do the drug testing. But that's not good from a standpoint of who we're licensing and letting in to these races out there, especially when we're allowing gaming on it. So I know that you mentioned we've already dealt with Mr. Torres, and as you stated, Mr. Castillo is on our agenda later for today, so I'll save my comments for that. But I know that you and everybody out there from enforcement, as well as the stewards and everybody else, will maintain the highest degree of regulation and enforcement on not just what happens after the race, but before the race will be important as well. So I know you'll do that. And again, appreciate your presentation and the opportunity for us to be involved in this great opportunity out in Elko that they put on every year. So thank you. Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thank you, Supervisor Olson. Very thorough report. And enjoyed your analysis as well. I share the same concerns that Chairman Hendrick just enunciated. So with that, I will let it be, and I have no further questions of you.
Member Sendall?
Yeah, no, I have no comments. Thank you for your thorough presentation and your work on this.
Thank you.
Right, then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 13.
Yes, I'll make that motion. Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I move that we accept and adopt the application for awarding of race dates for August 22nd through September 1st, 2025 by the Elko County Fair Board.
Judge Assad, do you mean to say you move to recommend the adoption of the matter instead of adopting it? It still has to go to the commission.
Oh, it has to go to the commission?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. I thought it
And
was up
to
to us.
clarify, did you mean that on the previous one?
Yeah, certainly. Absolutely. So I'll revise it and say that I move to recommend approval to the commission of the application by Elko County Fair Board to award the race dates for August 22nd through September 1st, 2025.
And Senior Deputy McGaw, are you okay with that for the purposes of the motion on non-restricted number 12 as well?
I am fine with it as long as he's clarified it on the record.
Yep. Well, I think it's very clear. So the commission's going to have this on their agenda in 2 weeks, and we are making a recommendation, already have and voted on 12, made a recommendation on 13. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you again, Supervisor Olson.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, I believe that concludes non-restricted and brings us to our restricted agenda, correct?
Correct.
And we have some consent items first.
Correct.
All right, go ahead and read those into the record.
Restricted number 4 is the application of Golden PT's Cadence Sunset 85 LLC, doing business as PT's Gold for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Golden Tavern Group LLC for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 7 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC, doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Terribles number 392 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 8 is the application of Empire Gaming LLC, doing business at Rainbow Market number 3 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 9 is the application of Empire Gaming LLC, doing business at Rainbow Market number 5 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 10 is the application of Empire Gaming LLC, doing business at Rainbow Market number 8 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 11 is the application of Empire Gaming LLC, doing business at Rainbow Market number 9 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 12 is the application of Crawford Coin Inc., doing business at Green Valley Grocery number 79 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 13 are the applications of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies for a restricted gaming license as noted on the agenda and in the exhibit to the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And all of these matters on our restricted consent agenda have had thorough investigation done by our agents. They've worked up detailed files that all of us on the board have received, and we have reviewed those reports. I'll ask my fellow board members if they have reviewed the reports on the consent agenda and if they have any areas of interest or concern. I am not aware of any, and therefore I've waived the appearances of all of these applicants here today. Judge Assad, any questions or concerns regarding consent agenda items?
I do not. I've read the reports and I have no questions or concerns.
Member Sendall.
I have no concerns and approve.
All right, then I would entertain a motion on our consent agenda items with conditions.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. With respect to number, I guess I'll have to do these one at a time. Right? With the conditions.
You probably should just read each of them in with the understanding Madam Secretary's already read all of the items, so you can just read in the condition as it relates to which item.
All right. I recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of restricted items number 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. With number 5 having the following condition: the surveillance system and or mirrors must be inspected and approved.
Wait, Judge Assad, number 5 is not on consent. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute.
It's okay.
Okay. So which one? Go to 7, I guess, right?
7.
4 doesn't have it. So 7. Number 7, that the surveillance system and or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. And
Number 12.
and we have 12 and 13. With respect to restricted agenda item number 12, the following condition applies. The surveillance system and or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of the issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. And with respect to restricted agenda item number 13, it's the same condition. The surveillance system and or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Thank you, Judge. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes, bringing us, Madam Secretary, to restricted item number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the request to withdraw the application of Stephen Chimarusti for licensure as a key employee at 7689 Tavern LLC.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hicks.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Judge Assad and Mrs. Sandal. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. We appreciate the ability to appear by video from the Carson City office. Present with me at the podium today is Mr. Justin Moscove. He is one of the principals, one of the licensed principals of my client. My client is 7689 Tavern LLC, which does business as the Parlor. Mr. Chairman, I don't know how you wish to proceed on this. We've had discussions in the past about the facts that brought us to this point. I can summarize those facts if you wish. I can make it short and just address the application that's before you today, or if you need more information, I'd be happy to give more detail.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. I'm personally very aware of this matter. We've had it before us and discussed it in quite detail. What I'm interested in is if Mr. Chimarusti is either here in Las Vegas or up there in Carson City, or even available online. Have we got anybody online? No.
He is not in Carson City.
Okay. Let me start by asking then, Chief Rippey, do you know if Mr. Chimarusti was advised of today's meeting?
Yes, he was.
And that would have been, do you know, in person, by letter? How would we have notified him of today's hearing?
We typically notified them by letter, but also the agent notified him via phone call.
So in this situation, we have both. Is Senior Agent Matarosian here? Please step forward. Good afternoon, Senior Agent Martirosian. I was just asking Chief Rippey if Mr. Chimarusti had been notified of today's meeting. Can you state for the record how he was notified that this proceeding was happening today?
Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, Senior Agent Armine Martirosyan. It's ARMINE Mr. Chimarusti has received not only the official notification, but also several emails from me sent to him to a confirmed email address that we've had communication before.
I have a copy of a letter in my file here. If we were to black out his address, is there any reason we couldn't make that part of the file that shows that he was advised in writing of today's proceeding?
No, sir.
Okay. I assume you have a copy of it, or I can give Madam Secretary my copy, but we will make a copy of that notification letter part of the file for this matter, as well as it'll be included in our disposition for next month.
Yes, sir.
When you
Mr.
spoke to
Chairman?
him, yes, please, Mr.
I
Hicks.
don't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to add that I was copied on the notification letter sent to Mr. Chimaruski because our office had assisted the company in filing his application back in 2023. And we forwarded that letter on to Mr. Chimaruski's counsel, who we've been dealing with this past year. and he said he would forward it on to Mr. Chemerinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. And Senior Agent Martirosian, did he indicate to you, Mr. Chemerinsky indicate to you whether or not he had planned on appearing at today's hearing?
The last conversation I had with him was me and Special Agent Peters, and this was prior to the prior investigation that was before you in March. And this was on March 10th. We had a phone conversation with him where he expressed that he prefers not to appear to that meeting. I haven't been able to talk to him or have any communication with him after that fact.
Other than that conversation, do you believe that he was cooperative during your investigation?
Are we talking about this investigation? I have
Correct.
not received any replies from him.
Okay. Let me turn to Senior Deputy McGaw. Pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.120, the fact that Mr. Chemerinsky is failed to appear today and has got no excuse and has asked us for no excuse to appear today and to not be available to testify, I believe that constitutes grounds itself for denial of his application. Is that correct?
I believe you are correct. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go beyond that though and say, even in addition to, if that was the sole grounds, that should be sufficient enough to deny his application, which is separate and apart from what the parlor is actually asking to withdraw his license. But it makes it very difficult, Mr. Hicks, for us to consider whether or not to allow a request to withdraw when the applicant on the underlying application isn't here. I do not take that as any slight or any negative on behalf of the Tavern 7689 Tavern LLC, but it does make our job difficult since he's not here to answer our questions. I would also say for the record that based on the investigation and what I've read before and what I reread again over the weekend, I've read this all now twice. I believe there are sufficient grounds to not grant a application for licensure for Mr. Chemerinsky on the basis of him not satisfying his burden under NRS 463-170 to prove that he is a person of good character, honesty, and integrity. And in fact, that his prior activities could pose a threat to the effective regulation control of gaming or in the carrying out of business in gaming. And so I would be of the opinion to not grant the request for application withdrawal. And actually, I would be in the position of moving forward with a denial today. But of course, I want to hear from my colleagues and before we take any motion. Judge Assad?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'm of the same opinion. Thank you.
Member Sendall?
So that was what I had in my notes.
Okay. Thank you, Senior Agent Martirosian. Appreciate you being here. Senior Deputy McGaw, is there anything else we would need to create for a record? It's very simple that we could take a motion to deny the request to withdraw the application. So what I'll be asking you, why don't we handle that as one separate motion? And then I'll ask you if there's any findings of fact or anything we need to put on the record before we make any consideration regarding denial of an application. So first, I would take a motion regarding whether or not to grant or deny the request to withdraw application. Judge?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I move to deny the request to withdraw the application for licensure as a key employee for Mr. Chemerinsky.
Member Sindall, anything you'd like to add?
I just want to clarify to withdraw restricted agenda item number 1, right, as read into the record by Madam Secretary. Just
That's correct.
Yes. Okay. Item number 1. All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
May I make a comment?
Yes, please.
I just would like to make sure that the record is clear that this is without prejudice to my client, 7689 Tavern LLC, DBA, the parlor. We've done everything we could to encourage Mr. Chemerinsky to cooperate, but after he was terminated by the parlor, our communications with him, our direct communications with him ceased. So we filed the application really at the request of your board. Well, we filed the application because of the originally, but we filed the request to withdraw in order to get this on as a result of a request by your board to get it on your agenda for action. So again, I just want the record to be clear. This is without prejudice to the corporation.
I'll incorporate it. Yeah, I'll incorporate that into my motion. I move that we deny the request to withdraw the application for licensure as a key employee without prejudice.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Mr. Hicks. Clearly,
thank you.
This relates to Mr. Chimarusti, understanding that it is 7689 Tavern LLC's actual motion and application for the request to withdraw the application. I see no prejudice or any negative connotation on behalf of the licensee. This application was activated based on Mr. Chimarusti's behavior and his actions and not those actions of the licensee. So I want to make the record very clear that there is no prejudice or negative connotation to the licensee.
Chair, just to clarify, when you say without prejudice, you're not talking about him being able to resubmit an application. This is about, you're just saying it's not reflective on the company. It's merely a withdrawal of this particular application, but not reflective on the company.
Yes, 100%. This motion that the judge has made only relates to the request to withdraw the application. It has nothing to do with whether or not we move forward with the application for licensure as a key employee regarding Mr. Chimarusti.
Okay, and so just, you didn't mean to intend to put in the 1-year requirement, or that's not, you don't mean for him to be able to resubmit and after the application again. It's not like normally when you grant a motion to withdraw, it's with or without prejudice. But when you deny a motion to withdraw, there is no prejudice. That's just what I want clarified on the record.
Understood. And I believe what Mr. Hicks was talking about was prejudice in the less of a legal sense as to the application and our motion, and more in the sense of any negative connotations being carried forward to his client in their request and the filing of the application, because that was required by the board to activate the application of the key employee. So if that isn't a clear enough record, I'll start over. But the idea is there's no prejudice with a small p to the licensee. This all has to relate to only the request to withdraw the application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. So that motion passes and there has been no there is a denial of the request to withdraw the application. So now what we have before us is an application for licensure as a key employee. I'll go ahead and incorporate by reference the conversation we had with Senior Agent Martirosian and the fact that we have notified personally and via mail Mr. Chimarusti. He has either decided to not appear today, either intentionally or out of his own volition, that he just voluntarily didn't want to answer our questions. That in itself, in my opinion, is grounds for denial under NGC Regulation 4.120 for failing to appear and testify today. That constitutes ground for denying his application. However, beyond that, we have had significant conversations with the licensees and how this situation occurred. We have a very extensive background investigation that was put together in terms of what happened to get us here today. The board has recommended and the commission has approved transfers of interest on 2 occasions. And there were second chances given by the licensees and the members and managers of 7689 Tavern LLC to Mr. Chimarusti. He did not take that. He may have his own reasons for that, but as far as a regulatory body, we have to protect the state of Nevada and the gaming industry. So I believe there are sufficient grounds beyond NGC Regulation 4.120. I believe there's sufficient grounds to deny his application for licensure on the basis of his failure to prove his burden of proving that he is a person of good character, honesty, and integrity, and that his prior activities do not pose a threat to the effective regulation and control of gaming in the state of Nevada. Judge Assad, did you have questions or comments?
No question. Excuse me. No questions, no comments.
Member Sendall.
Thank you, Chairman, for setting the standard and making a record. I would add that Mr. Chimarusti had continuous failure to communicate with our Gaming Control Board agents throughout the application process. There's evidence of that in our report materials. concerns of misappropriating company funds for personal use. As I mentioned, refusing to cooperate with the investigators, and refusing to appear at our meeting as you stated. So these all go to the direct requirements and violate NRS 463.170 sub 2, being a person of good character, honesty, and integrity. And I support the motion.
Senior Deputy McGaw, is there any findings of fact or anything we need to put on the record other than what we've already done?
Chair, I just asked that, and I believe Member Dahl did, is just make sure you cite to the official statutes and regulations that are your basis for opinion, but that can be done in the motion. And I believe the record is sufficient, and you've incorporated maybe a reference to incorporating to the materials that you reviewed in preparation for the meeting as well.
Yeah, so let's do that. If I didn't do that clear enough, incorporating by reference the prior hearings that the board and the commission have had regarding this matter, as well as the very extensive investigative file that's been put together, all create the grounds under NGC Regulation 4.120, which is a failure to appear and testify today, as well as failure to meet a burden under 463.170 of the Nevada Revised Statutes. Anything else, Mr. McGaw?
Did you also want to reference to NGC Regulation 3.090, which is the key employee reference?
All right, why don't you go ahead and read in 3090?
Have me read it in.
I think that's just the one that says you have to have a key employee application filed, which is,
Well, it. 3.090 subsection 1, no licensee registration finding of suitability or approval shall be granted unless and until the applicant has satisfied the commission that the applicant is a person of good character, honesty, and integrity, is a person whose background, reputation, and associations will not result in adverse publicity for the state of Nevada and its gaming industry, and has adequate business competence and experience for the role or position for which the application is made. And I think it's subsection or paragraph C that adds something new that 170 does not.
very good. That was what I was going to ask. That mirrors very similar to NRS 463.170, but you're saying NGC Regulation 3.090 sub 1 sub C actually adds additional requirements beyond 463.170.
Specifically relating to a role of as key employee, which is what he did apply for.
Okay, very good. Good catch and something good to put on the record. We'll make that all part of the motion. Judge or Member Sindall, did you prepare to make a motion regarding the application for licensure as key employee?
I have it.
Okay, please.
Excuse me. Pursuant to the discussion set forth on the record here today and the information provided in the investigative report and the materials and the prior hearings on this matter, I move to deny Stephen Andrew Chimarusti's application for licensure as a key employee on the grounds that the applicant has failed to satisfy the burden of proving his qualifications to be licensed as required by NRS 463.170 and the related subsections, and NGC Regulation 3.090 sub 1 sub C and Regulation 4.120.
Member Sindall, any other questions or comments before we call for a vote?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, then, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, so motion to deny application for licensure as a key employee has passed. And Mr. Chimarusti, if you're watching this or reading the transcript or review it later, I strongly encourage you to get competent Nevada Gaming Counsel to advise you in this matter before it goes before the Nevada Gaming Commission. There are ramifications as to your ability to be involved in Nevada's gaming industry, and competent legal counsel should be able to give you advice on that. Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Appreciate you being here today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your patience and the patience of the board and the staff on this long, unpleasant saga that it was no fun for the company to go through this. It was a very painful experience for the company to have this problem and have to present it to the board and commission. And I know it was also a real inconvenience to the board and its staff to investigate this, and they've done a great job on it. We concur in the action taken. We thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Madam Secretary, please read in restricted item number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Muddy Mutts LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda, and the application of Jessica Gamble for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. It is also the request to withdraw the application of Muddy Mutts LLC doing business as Wash and Save Laundromat to add, remove, or modify a condition.
And I believe, Madam Secretary, that there was a request to have this moved off of an agenda by the applicant. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we don't know exactly what that'll be, but I'm guessing it's a couple of months. And so at the applicant's request, we will take no action on restricted number 2. Bringing us to restricted item number 3.
Restricted number 3 is the application of Tazo Inc. doing business as Gus's Open Pit Barbecue for a restricted gaming license, and the application of John Cheney for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, and thank you for your service. Members of the board, Madam Secretary Adriana Guzman-Freilich, on behalf of the applicant, I'm here with my client, John William Cheney, on behalf of his company, Tazo Inc., doing business as Gus's Open Pit Barbecue. Mr. Cheney operates a very successful restaurant up in Incline Village, and he has just completed a build out of a very beautiful bar in Incline, and it's quite the buzz. I think it's well on its way to becoming one of the most popular spots in Incline Village. And we believe that with the addition of gaming, it will not only elevate the experience, but will definitely solidify its reputation. So we're here to answer any questions that you might have, and we respectfully request that you approve this application.
Thank you, Ms. Guzman-Freilich. Nice to see you. And Mr. Cheney, why don't you tell us a little bit about the location and how much time you spend there and what you're building out?
It's a barbecue restaurant actually that I opened in 2014, sold it in 2021 and had to take it back in 2023 because I was on the lease and the people that I sold it to failed. So I decided with taking it back to build out a big space, big part of the restaurant that I was using as catering, storage, equipment storage and stuff, knocked down a wall and created a nice kind of fancy cocktail lounge that's we want to put games in.
And how many hours a week do you spend there?
I'm there a lot. Every day. I'm there full time. I have another fine dining restaurant in Incline, and I've hired general manager. I have chef, executive chef, and we that was intended to free me up for. I'm there all the time. I don't even know how many hours.
Gotcha, understood. And it's your intention to have live entertainment? Do you have that there now?
Yes, we're working on having a baby grand piano and having live entertainment, at least on the weekends.
And you understand the requirement that you have to post signage that if patrons are wishing to play gaming machines, that they can't be charged a cover charge. You understand?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, good. That's a standard condition that we'll make on licenses where live entertainment is at, just so that we maintain that gaming is open and accessible to anybody in the state of Nevada.
Right.
Let's talk a little bit about there is a church and there either was or still is a daycare nursery center. Ms. Guzman-Freilich, do you have any update on where those are at?
We do, and actually the daycare center, we have confirmation as of this morning that they are closed up There are no children in the building. The teachers are packing up because they are moving to a different location.
Okay, great. And my understanding regarding the church is that you contacted them to see if there was any objection and that they said that there was no objection. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's also my understanding that there is gaming available at a 7-Eleven location, which is actually closer to that church. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Those are important factors, as you know, Ms. Guzman-Freilich. There is a requirement under NGC Regulation 3.010 sub 1 that it is the applicant's burden whenever there is a potential proximity to a church or a child care type facility, even a school of older age children, that the applicant has a burden to prove that the location is still suitable. So we go through this for the record to be sure that there are factors in place. And in this particular situation, how much minor clientele, Mr. Cheney, do you expect to have in your barbecue location?
Sorry, I don't understand.
The minor clientele. And if I can just,
okay.
yeah, and if I can just explain that the bar that is located there is kind of in a remote area from the main restaurant and the main bar upstairs, which is a sports bar. And you do have families that frequent there, correct?
They'll frequent the upstairs bar, but where we're putting the gaming is going to be 21 and older.
Go ahead and explain that to me a little bit more. I have a diagram here, but you're telling me that there is, if you go up to the bar area, that you have to be 21 to be in there completely?
Yes, the gaming bar is going to be downstairs. The sports bar with the big 140-inch video wall and stuff, that's upstairs.
Okay, so I got it exactly backwards. So what you have is the gaming downstairs. How do families get to the place where minors are allowed?
There's 3 different entry doors without going through the gaming area.
Got it. So if minors tried to get into the bar area, they would be able to get there through the sports bar area and through the exterior side. How would they be stopped?
There's a downstairs dining room and restrooms, and they would be, there's a door. There's a door on the interior, and then there's also a door coming in from the exterior that will obviously monitor.
Understood. And my guess is that your staff will understand that, being that this is a bar location that's supposed to be 21 only, that if minor clientele try to get in, they will be told that that is not possible for their admission, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that gives me some more comfort level. Whenever we have proximity to a area where there's children around, that gives me some concern. Ms. Guzman-Freilich put for the record that the daycare center is actually left, so that should eliminate that proximity issue. The church issue being close, yeah, I think I'm comfortable having a record that says you've contacted the religious organization and they did not have any objection. So I'm personally fine with both those being on the record, and I will confirm with the AG's office in a minute if we need any other finding beyond that. Judge, did you have questions or comments?
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. Thank you, Ms. Freilich, for being here, and Mr. Cheney for appearing on video. Are there any other restaurants in the immediate vicinity of your barbecue place?
Yes. We're in a shopping center. Rayleigh's is the anchor, and there's 2 that are paying rent right now. One just closed after about 30 years of being there.
Okay. Well, thank you for being there. I'm sure the residents in the area and the visitors appreciate having good barbecue. Do you provide the baby back pork ribs or the St. Louis beef?
St. Louis.
Okay.
St.
very
Louis
good.
pork ribs, and then we also do a 3-pound beef rib.
Okay. And how's the brisket?
We do it once in a while. It's not my style. We do Santa Maria style barbecue, but we do it once in a while.
Okay. Well, I think the chairman and I will be up there soon then. I'm happy to support your application. I don't have any questions. Agent Heather Partee did a great job providing us with all the information we need.
Member Sindall.
Thank you. And welcome. Nice to see you both this afternoon. I wanted to clarify and discuss, it has in our report that if gaming is approved, and you mentioned it's more of like a cocktail area where you intend to put the bar tops. There is a statutory requirement that you're aware that the kitchen hours have to remain open for a certain amount of time. Is that right, Miss Adriana Freilich? You're aware of that?
Yes, that's correct. And we vetted that and there's no problem with the hours.
Okay. And then as far as the reg 3.010 sub 1, as far as the proximity to the church, I think you hit on it there a little bit, Mr. Cheney, but your location is in like a commercial area. Is that correct? And there's
Correct.
multiple types of businesses. You mentioned a grocery store, and even the chairman mentioned there's another a gas station with gaming in it as well,
Across the street, yeah.
and a Ace Hardware store. Okay. I did want to note, I in reading your record, I noticed that you stated that the selective service registration, you weren't aware of that requirement. I never heard of it before. Is that correct?
Oh, correct.
At the draft.
If I did do it, I don't remember.
I just want to tell you, I started working here a couple months ago and I'd never heard of it. I had to Google it and I had to go ask my brother about it, and apparently he registered for it. So I just thought it was really funny that you had that whole experience, because I had no idea what that was, that federal law even existed. But and you're aware of there's a bankroll requirement with the gaming aspect under the regulations 6.150. Is that something you discussed, Gaming Council? And you already took the restricted license compliance seminar earlier this year. Is that correct?
Yes,
And what do you think of it?
it was useful.
Okay, good.
I learned some stuff from it.
Good, good. That's the purpose of it. And I think staff does a really good job putting that on.
Yeah, it was good.
Those are just some of the things I wanted to touch upon. The pictures we have of your restaurant are beautiful, and you've done a really great job. The only part I have to comment on is I don't know about the Dallas Cowboys and the Dodgers signs. I think those could potentially be replaced with Giants and 49ers, but that's okay.
Probably
still
not.
Really nice, and
I would have to lose a bet.
but no, I'm happy to support your application. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
All right, Senior Deputy McGaw, for the purposes of NGC Regulation 3.010 and suitability in light of not a nursery school being in the vicinity, but the church being in the vicinity, do we need to make any specific findings of fact or recommendations to the Nevada Gaming Commission?
I believe the record is clear that you have made today to the commission. It just requires a sufficient showing of suitability of the applicant, which I think you've managed to do.
Yes, and I made that clear for the record that is the applicant's burden, and Mr. Cheney and Ms. Guzman Freilich have provided that information to our agents, as well as created a record here today. So I'm also comfortable with that if it's legally correct. So unless board members had other questions or comments, I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 3.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'll be glad to make that motion. I move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of restricted agenda item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert, with the following condition: that a sign of appropriate size, which has been administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, must be at the entrance to the location indicating that the slot machines are available to the public to play, and that patrons are not required to pay a cover charge to engage in gaming.
And we've made it clear for the record, Mr. Cheney, that you understand that, and you will get that sign approved by the Enforcement Division, correct?
Yeah.
All right, then, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you to Agent Peter and Partee.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, restricted 4 was on our consent agenda, so that brings us to restricted item number 5.
Restricted number 5 are the applications of D. Simone Gaming, Inc., doing business at Petro El Dorado Pass for a restricted gaming license and for a waiver of the requirement of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 3.015, subsection 3, subsection B, that no more than 7 slot machines are operated at a convenience store, and request Nevada Gaming Commission approval to operate a maximum of 15 slot machines at the location.
Good afternoon, Ms. Vermees. Good afternoon, Mr. DeSimone. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Judge Assad, Member Sindal, Madam Secretary, Sonia Vermees, on behalf of D. Simone Gaming, Inc. To my right is Joseph D. Simone. He is the sole shareholder, director, and officer of D. Simone Gaming, Inc. By way of background on this application, D. Simone Gaming, Inc. was operating the 2 travel centers that are shown in the record for items 4 and 5, on the agenda. And he was operating those up until July 2024 when the travel centers were sold. At that time, we received administrative approval to put the slots in temporary closure status. Mr. DeSimone entered into a space lease with the new owner of those travel centers, and DeSimone Gaming, Inc. filed for a slot route operator's license. If you recall, that SRO license was approved in December, and we appeared at that time. We had been under the understanding, based on communications, or I guess miscommunications with the board, that upon approval of that slot route license, we could resume the operations under the slot route license. There was discussion with staff and with tax and license, and it was determined that we needed to file for restricted licenses for those locations, and those are the applications that are before you today. The board did allow D. Simone Gaming to resume operations for a temporary period on the condition that the restricted applications were filed, which they were, and we are now before you today. So that's the background getting us here. And we also, as read into the record, we are requesting a waiver to operate 15 machines at these locations as opposed to 7. And I'm happy to give you an overview of that for the record.
Thank you, Ms. Vermees. And yes, you provided us with a detailed waiver request, but for the purpose of this record, I think it would be good to add that to today's transcript. We went through a very lengthy discussion, I know, back in October 2023, and I went back and I read the transcript that was done for the first location, which was back in, I think it was in 2017, correct? So I read that transcript. There was also a detailed conversation about what characteristics make this so different and so exceptional that it's not like a convenience store that can only have 7 machines. So if you want to put some of that on the record, please feel free.
I will, and I would just note that this will be for items 4 and 5, or excuse me, 5 and 6, on the agenda.
So the comments you're about to make, you're going to tell us that they apply to each location, and so that we don't have to say them twice, and we'll incorporate by reference.
Exactly. I tried to combine the factors in both of the white papers that were submitted on the locations.
Great. Please proceed.
So Commission Regulation 3.015 sub 3 provides that unless the commission determines otherwise, there shall be a limit of no more than 7 slot machines at a C-store. Subsection 2 provides that in recommending and determining whether an applicant's proposed restricted location is suitable for gaming and the operations continue to meet the requirements of restricted license, the board and commission may consider certain factors. Those factors were laid out in white papers for both locations, but to summarize a few of the highlights, in terms of the floor space for slots compared to this floor space for the primary businesses, these travel centers are very expansive. The TA Express is approximately 8,000 square feet. The Petro is 13,125 square feet. The areas reserved for slots in both are 500 and 600 respectively. As you know, traditional convenience stores and gas stations are typically only between 25 and 3,500 square feet, and a lot approximately 75 to 150 square feet for the slots. In terms of amount of investment, the amount of investment that went into these, again, very large travel centers with spots for trucks and showers and the food services much more investment went in to develop these travel centers than goes into developing your typical convenience store. In terms of the time required to manage the businesses, it takes a lot more to run those travel centers and all of the elements and amenities than it does to run a small C-store. In terms of the area, these are set out in a somewhat remote area off of the highway. The TA Express actually sits next to the railroad pass versus your convenience store that sits typically in residential areas right on the corner. Kids might be walking past, going to school, that type of thing. You don't have that out here. These are for travelers coming through, typically adult travelers. In terms of the revenue generated by the slots as compared to the primary business, D. Simone Gaming's experience when he was operating both was that gaming represented less than 10% of total revenue, might have been much less than that. Again, the travel center caters to truck drivers and other travelers coming through the area. There are also deed restrictions on both sites so that no one can operate gaming in the area. So this is very limited. This is very exclusive. And these travel centers can appropriately accommodate these slot machines versus a small C-store, which considering that restricted gaming is supposed to be, the gaming is supposed to be incidental to the primary business. 15 slots at these travel centers is definitely incidental versus it makes sense that maybe in a C-store, it should only have 7 slots. And with that, I'll just go ahead and open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vermees. Very good record. And as I said, we also have your white paper in our confidential file here. And so we have all the criteria that follow to your waiver request. Let me ask you, Mr. DeSimone, since the time that this particular location, Restricted 5, the Petro El Dorado Pass opened in April of 2024, has there been changes that would make it either more or less receptive to getting a waiver? Have you changed anything that makes it bigger? Have you changed anything that makes it smaller? Push that button so a green light comes on.
Of course.
Yeah, we're talking about this one. Restricted 5 is the El Dorado Pass.
You talking about the travel center? Or are you talking about our space within the travel center?
Let's talk about both. To the amenities that Ms. Vermees was talking about,
Right.
Square footage, different ingress, egress. What have you made any physical changes or things that would make it less receptive to us recommending a waiver?
No, in fact, we've improved the situation. I think the investigator asked us to lower some walls, which we did right away, and I think add some security. But the other thing that's going to happen is that center is in the process of planning a mechanic shop, which would make the utility of that travel center even more commercial. I am part of my development company is developing an industrial park just to the north. So there won't be any residential housing or anything like that. That's under construction right now. To the east and to the west and south are large big box industrial centers. It's part of what's called El Dorado Valley, which was recently annexed from Clark County into the city of Henderson. And it's all master planned for commercial and industrial use. So I think it's even, to Ms. Vermeer's point, it's even more isolated from any type of, especially this one, it's more isolated from any type of young family activity or it's mostly truckers. There's 200 truck parking spots or so.
That's an important factor for us and the Gaming Commission to consider is the vicinity, as Ms. Vermees pointed out. This isn't similar to a convenience store where minor clientele might be coming up to there and being on their bicycles or whatever. I believe back in November 2017, Ms. Vermees actually talked about spending a lot of time at a 7-Eleven, right? Tropicana. So
that was my spot. Got off the bus, got my hot tamales.
Nice. That's different than this. I don't expect that you probably have a lot of kids riding their bikes up to the El Dorado Pass, correct?
No, no.
I didn't think
I
so.
don't even know if there's a way to get there.
Yeah, that's important, as well as everything that we've gone through. Square footage, the number of truck bays, in one situation, you have a entrance for the truck drivers. You have a retail section for the truck drivers. In one of these locations, you've split the machines 8 on one side, 7 on the other. I'm glad you pointed out the fact of the ability for your staff or the travel center staff to view the machines. And you'll see that we proposed a condition regarding surveillance to be sure that that's suitable. So I think along with all of that and incorporating by reference the Game Control Board transcript and Zoom meeting from October 2023, I feel very comfortable that these are exceptional circumstances that we've actually already approved, and that we're just approving you now to be the slot route operator for that location. And that goes along with this waiver to your license. If for any reason your company is not the SRO, somebody else is going to have to come before the Gaming Commission and probably explain the same reasons. And again, has anything changed since today? But I feel very comfortable with all the exceptional features that somebody won't come up before this board or the commission and say, I'm just like the El Dorado Pass, because we're going to say, explain to me how. So thank you for being here. Judge, did you have questions or comments?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thanks for being here, Mr. Simone and Ms. Vermees. Good to see you again. It's been a long day for you. No, I'm completely satisfied that the waiver is legitimate and deserving. You've met all the requirements. This really isn't a convenience store. It's a very large travel center. And maybe one day we can modify the regulations to include you have 15 machines without going through the waiver process. So I'm in full support of your application.
Thank you, Judge.
Member Sindall?
Thank you for your presentation and in reviewing the materials that are provided to us on this. I believe you and the board and the chairman has laid a foundation for establishing why the waiver under Reg 3.010 and is sufficient and warranted, and also supports Nevada public policy. So I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Ms. Vermees, anything else on restricted number 5?
Do want to thank Agent Joe Lombardo. He is always wonderful to work with, and he was super helpful again during this process. And in particular, he did go out to the sites and he did make some suggestions. And it's always nice when we can work with the board for the benefit of the licensees.
Thank you for that. That's great to hear. All right, Judge, I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 5.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Having found and based upon the materials before us and the discussions held here today on the record, that the requested waiver of NGC Regulation 3.015 subsection 3 is consistent with NGC Regulation 3.010 and the public policy of the state of Nevada. I move to recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, and having found based on the materials before us and the discussions held here today on the record pursuant to the following condition, that the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the Nevada gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Thank you, Judge. Senior Deputy McGaw, is there anything else in terms of specific finding that we have to do for the record? Sounded pretty thorough to me.
It is thorough enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes, bringing us, Madam Secretary, to restricted item number 6.
Restricted number 6 are the applications of DeSimone Gaming, Inc. doing business at TA Express El Dorado Pass for a restricted gaming license and for a waiver of the requirement of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 3.015 subsection 3 subsection B that no more than 7 slot machines are operated at a convenience store, and request Nevada Gaming Commission approval to operate a maximum of 15 slot machines at the location.
Ms. Vermees, why don't you go ahead and state your appearances for the record, and then what we're going to do is a little bit of incorporating by reference.
Good afternoon, Sonia Vermees on behalf of the applicant, and to my right, Joseph DeSimone, sole shareholder, director, and officer of DeSimone Gaming, Inc.
And as you stated, when we had restricted item number 5, you presented the board with a very detailed white paper regarding this location, as well as the request for the waiver pursuant to NGC Regulation 3.0153B. It's confidential submission, but we will make that part of our confidential record. And then I want to incorporate by reference our conversation that we had in terms of your presentation on restricted number 5, as well as include and point everyone to the transcript of the proceedings from October, I think it was November of 2017, when this location was approved for 15 machines. And there was a very similar discussion about why is this location different from a convenience store, all the criteria you've laid out, and why if somebody comes and says it's similar, they're going to have to lay out very similar criteria. So if we incorporate all of that by reference, I believe that this location as well has met the burden of exceptional circumstances, that this is not a convenience store. It is a truck stop travel center with an extraordinary amount of amenities related to travel. It's also not in the vicinity of minor clientele. It's not in the vicinity of churches and schools and everything else we talk about. This location, just based on the size and all the other criteria, I believe meets the exceptional circumstances. Ms. Vermey, is there anything else you'd want to add to that, incorporate by reference?
No, I think that's perfect.
Great. Judge Assad, did you have questions or comments?
No questions, no comments. Thank you.
Member Sendall.
I just want to clarify, when I spoke earlier, I referenced the wrong section of the statute. I think it's getting late, but I meant to say NGC Reg 3.015, and I think I said 010. But
Both are applicable.
okay.
Yes. No,
Okay,
you're in
so
good, you're
I'm
in good
covered.
shape.
You have to be suitable under 3010. So you got
Okay,
them
I
both.
got, okay.
No reason to
Just wanted make
apologize.
sure.
Nobody caught it. So we'll just
Play
take that
dumb.
off the
Okay.
record.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Very good. All right, Ms. Vermees, Mr. DeSimone, anything else you'd like to add regarding restricted number 6?
We don't. Thank you and enjoy retirement.
Thank you. I'll be out there. All right, Judge, I would entertain a motion with all the specific findings of fact, similar to what you did on restricted 5 for now restricted 6.
Will do. Thank you, Chairman. Having found, based on the materials before us and the discussions held today on the record, that the requested waiver of NGC Regulation 3.015 sub 3 is consistent with NGC Regulation 3.010 and the public policy of the state of Nevada. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary pursuant to the following condition. The surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the Nevada gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Thank you, Judge. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you both. Thank you. And Madam Secretary, I believe 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 were on our consent agenda. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so please read in the next item.
Next for your consideration is the consideration of the appeal of the Board of Stewards / State Steward ruling as noted on the agenda regarding case numbers 24EL00081, number 24EL00083, number 24EL00084, and number 24EL00087, Ricardo Castillo pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 30 related to horse racing violations.
Good afternoon, Senior Deputy McKellar.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today for your consideration is the appeal of Ricardo Castillo of the Board of Stewards, April 1st, 2025 ruling regarding horse racing violations. Pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 30.914 subsection 1, your consideration of Mr. Castillo's appeal is confined to the record created before the Board of Stewards. However, the state steward and Mr. Castillo are allowed to make position statements, and it's my understanding that they will at the conclusion of my presentation. You may sustain, modify, or reverse the Board of Stewards ruling. The Board of Stewards ruling found Mr. Castillo violated Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 30.405. This ruling was based on 4 horses testing positive for prohibited foreign substances under the supervision of Mr. Castillo possessing a Nevada horse race license as a trainer. Specifically, on Saturday, August 24th, 2024, the number 5 horse B&B Hasta La Luna, who finished first in the 7th race, was selected for mandatory drug testing at the Elko County Fairgrounds in Elko, Nevada. Test results indicated the forbidden substances methamphetamine and amphetamine in the post-race blood and urine samples. On Saturday, August 31st, 2024, the number 8 horse, Famous Prizes, who finished first in the 2nd race, was selected for mandatory drug testing at the Elko County Fairgrounds in Elko, Nevada. Test results indicated the forbidden substances methamphetamine and amphetamine in the post-race blood and urine samples. On Saturday, August 31st, 2024, the number 6 horse, Dr. B, who finished first in the 5th race, was selected for mandatory drug testing at the Elko County Fairgrounds in Elko, Nevada. Test results indicated forbidden substances methamphetamine and amphetamine in the post-race blood and urine samples. Additionally, test results indicated the forbidden substance O-desmethyltramadol or tramadol in the post-race urine sample. Finally, on Monday, September 2nd, 2024, the number 1 horse, B&B Lightning McQueen, who finished first in the 3rd race, was selected for mandatory drug testing at the Elko County Fairgrounds in Elko, Nevada. Test results indicated the forbidden substances methamphetamine, amphetamine, and tramadol in the post-race urine sample. While all 4 horses tested positive for methamphetamine and amphetamine, it is likely that only methamphetamine was administered to the horse, as methamphetamine breaks down into amphetamine. So, a violation count based on positive drug tests should count positive results for methamphetamine and amphetamine as one violation. This means there is likely 1 violation concerning B&B Hasta La Luna, 1 violation concerning Famous Prizes, 2 violations concerning Dr. B, and 2 violations concerning B&B Lightning McQueen, for a total of 6 violations. To the best of our knowledge, all 4 horses survived this experience. Methamphetamine produces similar effects in horses as to those exhibited by humans. The accuracy of these tests is ensured by control of the chain of custody from sample collection through testing at the lab. The difference between blood and urine tests is that urine tests are a strong indicator of recent administration of a prohibited substance given the speed a substance will clear from urine. Trainers are offered the right to have a B sample retested at their own expense if the A sample is positive for a prohibited substance. Mr. Castillo did not request the retest. Based on its findings that Ricardo Castillo violated Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 30.405, the Board of Stewards disqualified the 4 horses, ordered the winnings redistributed, fined Mr. Castillo $4,000, recommended the board revoke Mr. Castillo's Nevada horse race license effective September 3rd, 2024, which was the date of the last race, and recommended the board bar Mr. Castillo from racing on any track under the jurisdiction of the board and commission for 4 years from the date of the ruling. The Board of Stewards is limited by law to a maximum of $1,000 per violation for fines and is not authorized to revoke a license or bar a person from racing. You are not subject to these limitations. NRS 466 and Regulation 30 do not contain maximum limits for fines, suspensions, or bars imposed by the board. The Association of Racing Commissioners International, or ARCI, considers the administration of methamphetamine to a horse to be a Category A offense. The ARCI's recommended penalty matrix only covers up to a third offense for a category A offense. For a third offense, and again, we have 4 here, the ARCI recommends a 5-year suspension of a trainer's race license up to complete revocation of the license with a prohibition of reapplication for 5 years and a maximum fine of the greater of $100,000 or 100% of the total purse. Again, here we have at least 4 offenses involving 4 horses, and that's category A offenses. That acknowledges the 2 tramadol offenses as well. The purse amounts were $5,100 for B&B Hasta La Luna, $4,200 for Famous Prizes, $4,200 for Dr. B, and $4,200 for B&B Lightning McQueen, for a total of $17,700. The only precedent the board has on Mr. Castillo's appeal is the Alvaro Torres referral, in which the board and commission imposed a fine of $5,000, revoked Mr. Torres' license, and barred him from racing in Nevada for 5 years. Mr. Torres' violation was that one of his horses tested positive for cocaine. This matter is before you on Mr. Castillo's appeal of the Board of Stewards ruling. This is an appeal of the Board of Stewards ruling, not a referral to you from the Board of Stewards. Thus, this matter is before you today for a decision and not a recommendation. Pursuant to Regulation 30.914, you may sustain, reverse, or modify the Board of Stewards ruling. Based on your ability to modify the ruling, your actions include the ability to adjust the fine amount, as you are not limited to the $1,000 per violation maximum, the ability to convert the recommended revocation into an actual revocation, and the ability to bar Mr. Castillo from racing for the recommended 4 years or other time period as deemed appropriate by the board. I would not recommend simply sustaining the ruling, as that would mean the recommendations concerning the revocation and the bar would remain recommendations, which the board or its designee would have to take up again at a later date. Based on the severity of the violations, my recommendation is that you, 1, sustain the finding that Mr. Castillo violated Regulation 30.405. 2, sustain the disqualification of the horses and redistribution of winnings. 3, modify the fine amount as you deem appropriate. 4, modify the recommended revocation to, in fact, revoke Mr. Castillo's Nevada horse race license effective September 3rd, 2024. And 5, modify the recommended bar from racing to, in fact, bar Mr. Castillo from racing for a period you deem appropriate. The Enforcement Division has informed me that racing associations in other states would honor a Nevada bar on racing. I believe the state steward in his position statement will support the recommended modifications. In addition to my presentation and the forthcoming position statements, Supervisor Andrew Olson of the Board's Enforcement Division is present today by video from Elko, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senior Deputy McKellar. Are you telling us that in the proper form of this proceeding, the next would be us listening to a statement from the state steward? Is that correct?
The state steward and Mr. Castillo, who I understand is present.
Okay, any particular order they need to be in, having presented you first?
No, as your decision is based on the record, you can take them in any order you desire.
Okay, well, let's stay on the state side at this point. Is the state steward available, Mr. Ray? You have him.
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. My understanding is you're going to present a statement to the Gaming Control Board, so proceed when you're ready.
Okay. I have sent this statement to John before. He should have it in his record. I don't know whether you guys have it printed before you. Would you like for me to read the statement that I sent to John, or would you just want to enter into record what that has?
We have the statement in our record, but if you want to summarize what your statement is for us today, that'd be helpful.
Okay, well, that'll be better. I'll just summarize it instead of go through the whole thing. You know, I've been a steward for over 35 years and have officiated the Nevada horse racing since 1993. I used to teach racing seminars across the United States and a few in Canada way back in the day. So I've seen thousands of races. This is the first time that I've ever had to deal with finding illegal medications such as cocaine and methamphetamine in racehorses. I've never seen it before in all the races that I've had. Quite frankly, was pretty shocked when we saw the results. You know, there is absolutely no place in horse racing for those type of illegal medications, let alone, you know, we have fines for permitted medications that are overages or combinations of more than one, things like that. But for illegal medications, it just blows my mind. I've never, in all my years of racing and thousands of races that I've officiated, I've never seen it before. So, you know, as John stated earlier, you know, there's a maximum as to what I can do as the presiding state steward for Nevada, which we invoked that. But in my personal opinion, you know, it warrants something much more severe. So whatever the board and the commission put out, the ARCI is going to list that nationally. And I think other jurisdictions will probably use that as some form of reference in the future as to what the state of Nevada does for instances like this. So with that being said, that's kind of a summation of the page that I sent John, and I'll entertain any questions that you guys have.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Appreciate that. I believe next we should go to a statement from Mr. Castillo. Or Mr. Castillo, are you on the line?
Mr. Castillo did request a Zoom link this morning, and he was a participant at 10 a.m., but he has since left the Zoom connection. He was told that his item wouldn't be heard until the 2 p.m. agenda started. So,
thank you for that, Madam Secretary. So at this point, there is nobody on the line waiting to join. Is that correct? Okay. Well, as you stated, Senior Deputy McKellar, Mr. Castillo absolutely had the right to present a statement before us today. It's his right to not do that as much as it's his right to do it. But since he has chosen apparently to not be here this afternoon, what would be the next step in the process?
Chairman Hendricks, may I interject something real quick?
Yes, please.
During the hearing that we held on Mr. Castillo back in Elko, I asked him in the hearing, you know, what was his explanation? How did something like that get in his horses? Giving him an opportunity to explain to me how something so bad could actually happen. And he really had no explanation. All he said in the hearing was that he'd been racing a lot of years and he never had a fine, not even for a permitted medication. He mentioned butazolidine, which is kind of like ibuprofen for people, but that was his only explanation he gave me, you know, and it's something that happened over different race days, different races, different horses, to me, which rules out any kind of accidental cross-contamination. Say a groom had cocaine on his hands or whatever. I don't know, you know, the excuse a person would want to use, but when it happened in 4 different races over different days to different horses, to me, that's pretty damning. So I guess that's all I needed to say about it.
Thank you, Mr. Ray, and we'll just take that as part of your statement from your earlier comments. Senior Deputy McKellar, what else in our proceeding do we need to do before the board members have conversations or ask questions?
Thank you, Chair Hendrick. You're reviewing this on the record below. So in addition to your deliberations, it would be helpful for the record if each of you affirm that you reviewed the record from below so that that's clear.
Let's go ahead and do that right now. For the purposes of the record, I did review a very lengthy investigation background that included all of the testing done, that included the state stewards' deliberations and their hearing and the evidence presented to them. And I reviewed the recommendation that they've submitted as well as their decision. And so for the purpose of the record, I have reviewed everything that would need to be reviewed by me to make a decision today. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I too have reviewed the record and all the materials that we've been provided.
Member Sendall.
Yes, I've reviewed all the materials that have been provided to us and just want to also highlight that we received in our materials 4 separate enforcement report investigation or incident reports for each of the individual horses, which outlined individually the facts and the urine and blood testing done and the controlled substances found and the levels in each particular horse. And as Mr. McKellar pointed out, the recommended penalties and the class of the medications and the penalty classes per the Association of Racing Commissioners International's uniform classification guidelines for foreign substances and recommended penalty model rules dated March 24th.
Thank you, Member Sendall. Senior Deputy McKellar, what else do we need to do for purposes of our record?
I believe all that's left is for you to deliberate and decide what you would like to do with the appeal, whether it's sustain all of it, sustain parts of it, modify all or part of it, or reverse all or part of it.
Thank you. And again, before I begin, I want to make it clear that we did offer the opportunity for Mr. Castillo to be present. And not only did we offer that opportunity and notify him of this hearing, he apparently was on the line and available this morning, but is not here this afternoon. So that is his decision. I did want to ask Supervisor Olson a question that's tangentially related to Mr. Castillo, but extremely related to the business of the Gaming Control Board. Supervisor Olson, are you on the line?
Yes, Chair.
My question to you is, I believe all 4 of these horses won their race. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did we detect any unusual betting patterns in any of these or all of these races?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Would that be because the volume of betting is so low? Or do you believe there's an opportunity that somebody could have been involved in illegal activity in terms of the gaming, not just the this particular horse owner, horse trainer would be doping their horse and giving them illegal substances so they win to win the purse? But sometimes you see also when people are doing illegal activity, they try to slip over into illegal betting, but you did not see that from race patterns.
I suppose anything is possible, but I did not see anything that was a strong indicator of anything like that.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And I would just encourage the Enforcement Division, along with all the other duties this year out in Ely and Elko, to keep an eye on those type of things in terms of betting patterns, so that we can catch some of this on the front end. I, as I said, have read all the materials, and the main thing that sticks out to me is that the trainer is responsible. I read his testimony in front of the state stewards where he said he didn't know how it happened. That is not sufficient in my mind of whether or not he is culpable. It's very clear from the regulations that the trainer is responsible, and that means they're responsible for who they allow around their horses. Also, I believe that Mr. Ray pointed out that the drugs that we're talking about here are illegal drugs. These are not just non-prohibited drugs or drugs above a certain level. These are illegal narcotic drugs that we've had in the situation, Mr. Torres talking about cocaine. In this situation, we're talking about methamphetamine. It's illegal to possess those. And so that very much concerns me and takes me away from the trainer's comments that he doesn't know how it happened. Mr. Ray also pointed out that these drugs were done to multiple horses on multiple dates, as well as the fact that the half-life on these drugs is very short. And so much of this activity would have had to occur there at the racetrack in our state. So that very greatly concerns me. And I believe that I understand where the state stewards were at in their recommendation and their limitations, but I am certainly of the opinion that this board and the commission should look at a higher disciplinary rate in terms of years and monetary fine than the state stewards were legally allowed to do. Judge, did you have comments?
And real quick, just for the record, you stated the board and the commission. This is different from the last one. This is not a referral, it's an appeal. so the
Understood. Let
board
me
makes the
make it
decision.
clear. If he were to appeal, he didn't show up today, but if he were to appeal to the commission, they would be looking at the same set of facts that we are looking at on the record. So yes, yeah, we are making a decision today and he would only have appeal rights to the commission. So thank you for clarifying that. Judge?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just to follow up on your line of questioning on the betting patterns, Supervisor Olson, do you happen to recall on the BNB Hasta La Luna, that horse, what were the odds when he went off? Do you have that information by any chance?
I don't have it in front of me, no.
Okay, well, it says here, excuse me, the purse was $8,500 and the winner's percentage was 60% of $5,100. So that's a substantial amount of money. It's several $1,000s right there. And Dr. B, that horse, the winner's percentage was 60% of $4,200. And then B&B Lightning McQueen, the winner's percentage of the purse was 60% of $4,200. So there's substantial amounts of money involved here. I mean, that's basically why they're drugging the horse. Somebody's making money somewhere on it, either winning a good percentage of the purse or going to the betting window and, making bets on 3-1, 4-1, or whatever the horse went off at on the odds. And, you can project this out that if these, they get away with this here, he goes to Del Mar or Santa Anita and, the purses could be in a $50,000, $100,000 range. So, we're talking about quite a scam. And with my question to Mr. McKellar is, it says it's per violation, and I believe you said there were 6 violations for the 4 horses?
That's correct, Judge. It's 4 violations that the ARCI considers category A, plus the 2 additional tramadol violations.
So when we assess a fine, if it's going to be per violation, it can be whatever the fine is times 6.
That is correct, Judge. However, I would also note that there is not a statutory cap on the fine amount per violation for the board. There's just a regulatory cap on the Board of Stewards.
Got it. And
For the record, tramadol is a penalty category B, drug class 2 per ARCI.
So we can find whatever we feel is appropriate for tramadol as well as the methamphetamine.
Yes, it's a lower class, but yes.
And they're both stimulants, correct?
Yes.
And all these horses won.
Yes.
I think that's important to note for the record as well. So somebody knows something about drugging horses and getting good results when they all came in first place. So, and I want to thank Mr. Ray for his comments as well. So for right now, those are my only comments. I'll turn it over before I make a motion.
Great. Member Sendall?
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to, potentially cut this up into separate motions, or if we just want to try to do one overall motion with subparts. But as far as the fining amount and the noticing of the minimum $10,000 recommendation for a category A penalty associated with, class 1 controlled substances, in my mind, or kind of at least where I'd like to kind of thought or throw it out there for consideration is that, there's 4 different horses, and there's 4 different races. As you mentioned, they all got first place. That my thought for a fine amount would be $40,000, at least as a starting point to think about for us as a group, and to bar Mr. Castillo for a period of 10 years. Because my concern with doing a ban would be that then really it makes the fine. I think there's a chance that perhaps you would actually pay the fine and give somebody the opportunity to show remediation. I mean, 10 years is a long ban. I don't even know what the normal tenure of someone who races is. And so I don't know if that essentially functions as a ban in a way. And that might be something Mr. Olson, maybe you could touch upon that. I don't know how long horse racers or licensees generally, compete in this arena. Maybe you could shed some light on that.
Mr. Castillo's on the younger side, so he could be out in the field for a while. As far as the penalties go, I believe for the first offense, I think it's a minimum of 1 year, and then the second offense, I think is minimum of 3, and then a minimum of 5 for the third offense. So even if you took those, added those up, and then for your fourth offense, do the 5-year, you're already in excess of 10 years at a minimum based on the ARCI recommendations. However, ARCI is not what we generally go off of. It is just a reference point. We use Regulation 30 to conduct all these penalties.
Thank you for that information. That's kind of generally where I'm at. I'm at sustaining the Board of Stewards rulings, and then potentially modifying the fine amount to $40,000. Obviously revoking Mr. Castillo's current license effective September 3rd, 2024, the date of his last violation, and then potentially barring him for a 10-year period. I'd be interested to hear what my colleagues think. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Sendall. I also am of the opinion that we need to sustain the Board of Stewards ruling regarding Mr. Castillo having violated Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 30.405 concerning the prohibition of foreign substances. I also believe that we need to sustain the Board of Stewards ruling regarding all 4 horses being disqualified. The record is very clear that this is an enormous amount of damaging evidence for very dangerous activity. It endangers the animals. It endangers the riders. It endangers the other horses, the other riders, and it endangers the ability for those who want to wager on the races and believe that Nevada is providing fair and open competition and wagering out in Elko. So that goes right into our responsibility to protect the state, the riders, the animals, and anybody who wants to wager in this state. So I believe that sustaining those are absolutely important for this body to do. And as far as fines and times out in the being forbidden from being in Nevada's horse racing industry, I also think, to Member Sendall's point, we could do separate motions to make it very clear if he were to appeal to the commission or to even appeal to the court, that each one of these should have a punishment to it. I believe a fine in the range of $5,000 to $10,000 per count and 5 to 10 years is suitable, times 4, or as the judge pointed out, possibly 6. So I am on the end of, I don't understand why Mr. Castillo or any of those who was involved with should be involved in Nevada's horse racing industry. Judge, did you have other comments or possibly a motion?
Yeah, my thinking is, I agree with you all that this is animal cruelty, number one. It's potentially extremely hazardous to the jockey. I mean, these horses are going 40, 50 miles an hour. If you're shooting them up with some kind of a stimulant like methamphetamine, they could easily just have a heart attack right there. It explodes right in the track. The jockey goes flying off the horse and breaks his neck. The horse could break a leg in the middle of the track easily because he's trying to run faster than his body and his mind really will let him. So there's a potential accident right there. The jockey goes flying again. We need to send a strong message to the country. The gaming industry here will not tolerate cheating. That's what this is. This is cheating. You don't drug a horse for the fun of it. Somebody was drugging the horse trying to gain an advantage, which is cheating, and either at the betting window or just through the purse. So I think the message needs to be sent loud and clear. I'll go per horse rather than per violation. There are 4 horses. I'm in the neighborhood of $100,000 per horse. Each horse gets a violation of $100,000. So times 4, that would be a total of $400,000 and a 20-year suspension period for Mr. Castillo. And I have a motion that if we want to have further discussion, we can, but I have a motion to, I can either put it all in one motion, or if you want to do horse by horse, we can do it that way.
Let's discuss first, I think we're all on the same page, sounds like, in terms of sustaining, so we'll save that for a motion.
Yes.
In terms of the number of years, I think we can either have a motion or present our views. In terms of the amount of the fine, I want to be sure the fine is something that we can enforce, that we turn this into a judgment, and that the Attorney General's office work with Tax and License Division and the Enforcement Division to actually collect this. The Nevada Game Control Board has the best collection rate, I believe, of any agency in the state. And I don't want to see a fine that Mr. Castillo, I believe he doesn't live in Nevada, so we'd have to domesticate a judgment. I want to be sure the fine is significant enough that it deters anybody else and it punishes him, but I also want to be sure it's something that we can try to collect. So I'm more in the range of $10,000 times 4, but I could certainly be moved up on that. Understanding, of course, I know nothing about his finances, but even if he paid the money, to Member Sendall's point, if we keep him out of the industry, he won't be coming back to make any more in the state of Nevada. Member Sendall, did you have thoughts?
You have stated my thoughts generally on that. So, I'm sorry, I didn't recall now how long the judge said for a period of 50 years or 40 years? 20 years. And again, and just on that regard too, I just think a little bit less, just because, I want to be, punitive. I want to, deter the action. I want to send a message, but I also want to tell people that if you pay it and you do your time, that you can still participate in a proper manner. It is my hope or goal, or is my thought. And I'm fine doing them by horse if that's easier, or just by like each line, as Mr. McKellar kind of outlined to us, like sustaining each of the board of stewards recommendations, and then maybe just doing the fine, and then just doing the revocation, and just doing the bar, if that would make it cleaner and easier should this, as you stated, get appealed.
Yeah, and to your point of per horse, I don't think that's necessary, but I think we should make the punishment and banning number of years a separate motion from the dollar amount, so that if there is any type of appeal as to reasonableness by this body, which for the record, I believe we're being extremely reasonable and we're putting our deliberations on the record. So if somebody wants to appeal that, good luck, because I think we're making it very clear where our deliberation and reasoning is at. But I believe separating those two motions could make that easier for if there's ever an appeal to the commission or to a court. The judge, having heard that, are you of the opinion you want to make a motion and modify it, or let's see what happens with your motion?
Yeah, I'll just give some explanation on to how I arrived at the dollar amount. Some of the purses out there at a Breeders' Cup or some of these other, even a regular race at Santa Anita or Del Mar, Aqueduct, Suffolk Downs, all over the country, a lot of these purses have way over $100,000. And so I wanted to make the fine amount as a disincentive to try to do something like this again. Otherwise, if we fine them $20,000, $30,000 and the purse is $200,000, there's an incentive there for him to try to, whoever, he or she, try to get away with it and consider that to be the cost of doing business. I'll pay the $20,000 if I get caught, but if I don't get caught, I just picked up a $200,000 purse. So that's why I was trying to have a fine amount that's going to deter people from thinking, well, let's just take care of it and worry about it and consider it the cost of doing business if I get caught and pay $20,000. In the 20 years, the last gentleman, what was his name last month? Torres. I think he was a 5-year revocation period, if my memory serves me right. And so here, that was one horse. And so this gentleman, Mr. Castillo, drugged 4 horses. So I went 5 years per horse. So that's how I came up with 20 years.
All right, Judge, very fair points. Are you of the opinion, if I were to offer a friendly amendment to that and say, how about 25,000 a race? And let me be clear for the record, Mr. McKellar, Mr. Castillo's purses that were won, he did not receive any of that money, correct?
I am going to defer that to Supervisor Olson. I believe one of the owners might have received.
Let me
some of
ask
that
again,
money.
Supervisor Olson, these 4 horses won these races and received a purse. Did Mr. Castillo or anybody in his group or on his behalf receive any of the money that he got from these illegal horse races?
Yes, one of the horses, the Elko County Fair Board mistakenly paid out the purse winnings that were for Castillo. They went to the owner, Rainey Browning. They reached out to her, the Elko County Fair Board did, requesting that she return the money because, you know, it was not her money to be rewarded. And they have not received any response back, so they are pursuing those funds civilly at this point.
Ms. Browning is owner of the animal, and she had Mr. Castillo as the trainer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is Ms. Browning a resident of the state of Nevada?
She is not.
Okay. And you said the Elko board is pursuing civilly a return of that money?
Yes, sir.
To the extent that the enforcement division of the Gaming Control Board can help her understand that that is not her money because it was obtained through illegal means, certainly I would encourage you to work with the county board to help be sure we investigate the matter as well.
Will do,
So,
sir.
Judge, it sounds like Mr. Castillo did not receive any money, so we've made it clear that he didn't. What is your thoughts if we went with 25,000 times race of 4 races? And my thought would still be 5 years times 4 races. So 100,000 would be the motion, and then a separate motion for 20-year ban from all activities in the state of Nevada.
I can live with that.
Okay, Member Sindall, your thoughts?
Yeah, the only thing I was just looking back at is the recommendations, which obviously they are just guidelines, but the ARCI, you know, the penalty guidelines do state, you know, for a first time offense, minimum 10,000 fine or 10% of the purse, whichever is greater. And that there could be aggravating factors. And obviously here, you do have multiple violations, but they all occurred, you know, this is essentially, he's being punished at the same time for 4 violations. It's not like he was made aware of one and then we penalized him. And then a year later, it happened again and it's a second separate violation. He's being penalized a second time separately. So I understand there's 4 violations, but he didn't get like 4 separate penalties and you know, suspensions, if you will, of his license. So in that regard, I hear judge's concerns, and I also want to point out, I believe Supervisor Olson said that, you know, our decision will be sent throughout the country is what I heard. And so you talk about that they will honor that decision. So I would, to me, that means that Mr. Castillo won't be racing somewhere else during this time period that we set. So it's a huge penalty that we're imposing and a loss of potential funds and purses and throughout the country potentially here, as my understanding is that, am I understanding what you said earlier correctly, Supervisor Olson?
Yes, that's correct. So when we have any kind of violation that has a suspension or a fine, we enter that information into ARCI, and then every other racing jurisdiction has access to that, and they generally uphold those suspensions. We do the same. We have races that run in Wyoming throughout the summer, and you know, also Utah and Idaho. And so if we have anybody that's suspended in one of those jurisdictions, we uphold their suspensions as well.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that on the record. And so for me, I don't know if I'm ready to penalize quite that high at $100,000. I do understand it's 4 separate horses, but again, my concern that this has all happened at one time. I think that needs to be considered. And I think 20 years essentially, if from our earlier conversations, that's essentially a lifetime ban in horsing for someone Mr. Castillo's age. Is that kind of what I'm hearing from what you explained to me earlier, Supervisor Olson.
It's certainly a long time, but it is an egregious act, so it seems appropriate.
I am just asking, like, how long do people normally serve as?
We have folks out there that are up in their 70s and 80s at this point, believe it or
Okay.
not, still involved in horse racing. Their duties just change as they age.
Got it. Thank you for that explanation. And I mean, I'm not, some of this, it's kind of thinking it out loud too. Obviously, this is why we deliberate. I didn't know where we were at on these numbers and the fine amounts. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know if you guys have any comments, but I think I'm getting there. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Member Sendall. And exactly what this purpose is supposed to be for an open meeting is that we deliberate in front of the public and go through this thought process. To me, there's 4 examples of cheating that are extremely egregious. And in my mind, they would be what the courts consider handling them consecutively. Your point is valid that he committed 4 violations all at the same time. But if a court looked at it, and I've got the judge sitting to my left, these would be running consecutively, not concurrently. So I am comfortable where we're talking at 4 separate violations that are cheating and go to the pure integrity of what this body is supposed to protect, which is fair gaming, along with everything else that we said is just terribly damaging to the horse racing industry in the state of Nevada. So I believe our decision is very fair and thought out and deliberated in public. So I'm of the opinion if he's a young man and he's out of the industry for 20 years, that's fine with me. And if he comes back to the industry after 20 years, whoever deals with him better be dealing with somebody who's very honest and has a lot of integrity and protects the horse racing industry. If it is a life sentence for him to stay out of the industry, that's fine with me as well. Judge.
Yeah, and thank God nobody got hurt or killed. I mean, this could have easily been a wholly different kind of a case where some type of a second-degree murder or manslaughter case. If one of these jockeys fell off the horse and broke his neck, it's certainly animal cruelty. And I just think we should have 0 tolerance for this type of activity, not to mention it is cheating. So I'll make a motion that the board sustain the Board of Stewards ruling that Ricardo Castillo violated Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 30.405 concerning the prohibition of foreign substances in horses.
All right,
we'll start with that one.
Yeah, any comments on that, Member Sendall? All right, then, Madam Secretary, let's take a vote on that motion.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes.
I'll make a second motion that the board sustain the Board of Stewards ruling that the 4 horses BNB Hasta La Luna and Famous Prizes and Dr. B and BNB Lightning McQueen be disqualified with the purse winnings being redistributed to the other participants in the applicable races.
And just for the record, before we call for the vote, is my understanding from our earlier conversation that the winnings were distributed to all of the other participants in the applicable races except for 1. And Supervisor Olson, on that one that you mentioned, the purse amount actually went to Ms. Browning. I'm guessing that there was no repayment distribution to the others that should have won and moved up. Is that correct?
I will have to check with the Fair Board Secretary how they handled that.
Okay. Let me ask you this. If Ms. Browning does repay the money, will it then be distributed to the others that should have received it?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. So Judge, just to clarify, there has already been a redistribution for 3 out of the 4 races. For the 1 race that there wasn't, I believe that your motion makes it clear that if that money is returned to the Board of Stewards or to the county board, that money would be redistributed to the others who deserve to win, correct?
That's correct, that the Board of Stewards ruling be implemented.
Good, perfect. All right, anything on that, Member Sendall? All right, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes.
And then based upon the severity of the violations, I move that the board modify the total amount of the fine to be 25,000 per horse, which is a total of $100,000.
Member Sendall, any comments?
No, that I would just add, just recognizing the ARCI's uniform classification guidelines for foreign substances and denoting the minimum fine for one violation is $10,000 for a first offense class 1 medication, and that the board is taking those recommendations in consideration and reaching its fine amount, if the judge is okay with that amendment.
I think that's fair for you to put into the record, and I believe that the key word for me in that requirement is minimum. All right, Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes.
And make a motion that the board modify the recommendation, the operative word is just the recommendation to revoke Mr. Castillo's Nevada horse race license to in fact actually revoke Mr. Castillo's Nevada horse race license, effective date September 3rd, 2024.
Let me ask you, Senior Deputy McKellar, are we actually making the revocation at the board level, or are we modifying the horse racing stewards? The word is modify.
Correct, Chair Hendrick. The race steward, Board of Stewards ruling recommended that the board revoke Mr. Castillo's license. So you would be modifying the recommended revocation to an actual revocation.
Good. And I believe that's exactly what the judge said. I just want to clarify that. Thank you. Member Sendall, any questions on that?
No.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes.
And the last motion is that the board modify the recommendation to bar Mr. Castillo from racing on any track under the jurisdiction of the board and Nevada Gaming Commission for 4 years. That was just a recommendation to in fact actually bar Ricardo Castillo from racing on any track under the jurisdiction of the board and the commission for a period of 20 years, effective from September 3rd, 2024.
Member Sendall, any questions on that?
You know, the only thing, I was just looking back on these sentencing guidelines or penalty guidelines, and the presence of aggravating factors could be used to impose a maximum of a 3-year suspension and a maximum fine of 25,000, which obviously we've already done and approved. So 3-year suspension times 4 would be 12, and the recommendation is 20, Judge, is that what you said?
Yeah, 5 years for each.
You know, that's to me a little on the high side. I do understand that there's aggravating circumstances here, and it's not just methamphetamine. Arguably, you have other, I think it was I can't say some of this stuff. No, isn't it amphetamine as well?
Yes.
Methamphetamine. Oh, and the back, so it's the same thing.
Metabolite.
Okay, so that is really the only class 1 category drug. So to me, it's a little high. And I feel like we are fining Mr. Castillo really at a very hefty fine. And I would, you know, be more comfortable with just a little bit lower of a bar if that would be something.
In the spirit of compromise, how about 15?
Sure, done.
All right, I'll modify that to motion to revoke Mr. Castillo's ability.
Judge, if I might.
I'm sorry, I'll read it again.
Interject. This one is a bar from racing.
Yeah.
You already did the revocation.
Okay, so we will bar him from racing for a period of 15 years.
Senior Deputy McCullough, is that suitable for a motion?
As an amendment to the original motion?
Yes.
Okay. All right. For my purposes, I just want to clarify that I think there are aggravating circumstances. So 15 years, I think, is certainly suitable for this particular egregious act. Not only the cheating aspect of it, the dangerousness of it, but the fact that these are illegal drugs that nobody should be in possession of. So that alone shouldn't be around the paddock and the animals, and just goes to the heart of us doing our job to protect the industry. So I absolutely believe that 15 years is very reasonable. Madam Secretary,
I'm sorry, real quick.
please.
Sorry. I wanted to clarify, did we have an effective date? Was that part of the motion? Okay.
Yes, September 3rd, 2024.
Very good. Okay. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Any other motions, Judge? Does that cover them all?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And again, I want to instruct the Attorney General's office, along with Tax and License and the Enforcement Division, that I don't want these fines to just be something that we put out there as symbolic. If Mr. Castillo has any money or comes into any money, I want him to be paying this fine. And if we have to domesticate it as a judgment, I believe that the Attorney General's office can help get that done. Mr. McCullough, thank you. Mr. Ray, Supervisor Olson, appreciate you gentlemen being here today and providing us with all this information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, do we need to take a break for the court reporter, or are we okay?
A break would be appreciated.
Okay, 5 minutes good enough?
Yes.
All right, we'll be in recess for 5 minutes. You are not gonna make a 6 o'clock flight.
Just making sure.
All right, we are back on the record. Madam Secretary, please read in our next item on our agenda.
You have 3 casino patron dispute appeals. The first item is Ron Pistor versus the M Resort Spa and Casino, case number 24LV00957. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment be affirmed.
Good afternoon. Push the button there so we can hear you.
Ta-da.
Perfect. Thank
My
you.
name's Robert Nersessi, and I'm an attorney by
You
Nevada.
might
Bar
have to
number.
sit down too so the camera can see you.
I don't want to be on camera. No, I'm
Oh, well,
kidding.
I don't know if it works that way. Mr. Necessian, nice to see you.
Well, I
Please.
can't see me, but all right.
It's not on. Go ahead.
I understand that there is a recommendation that Mr. Pister, I'm representing Mr. Pister. I understand that there's a recommendation that the hearing examiner's decision be affirmed. I'm asking the board to please take another look at this. There's something very, very wrong here. If you read the letter, or what we have is a determination, the hearing examiner was relying on a provision that said M Resort reserves the right to disqualify a person at any time. They disqualified Mr. Pister after he won. That's not a disqualification. I have some time on the street, and then I have a law degree. On the street, we call that theft. With a law degree, that's fraud, because they told him what he was going to get, and he won it. And then they took him out of getting exactly what he was supposed to get. Would you look, may I expand on this a little bit?
1 second, Mr. Nersessian. Let me set the table for you here. As you mentioned, the hearing examiner is the one who had the hearing on this. Did you represent Mr. Pistor during that hearing?
No, I did not.
Okay, he represented himself or some other
He
counsel?
represented himself.
Okay.
The facts are very straightforward.
That's what my understanding as well. I had that in my record, but I just didn't see your name in the hearing itself. So as you probably know, the duty of this board during a patron dispute after a hearing examiner handles it is we review it on the record.
Right.
And I believe is what you're saying is that there is evidence that may have not been taken at the
No.
hearing.
It was taken.
Okay.
This is an errant decision on the record. This was presented at the hearing. 7 of these. They are what he won. They are coupons to be redeemed. And he won them with full consideration. And they are coupons to be redeemed for a 3 times award on a suited blackjack on a given day later in the future. He went and played that day. He had 10. This is all on the record. He won 3 of them. And then I guess the pit manager or whoever was there at that time walked up to him and said, "No more blackjack, you can't play." He goes, "I've won the right to play for a 3 times award, and I played to get these coupons, and now you're taking them away from me?" The answer was yes, we're taking them away from you, whether or not that was the exact wordage. And then they took it away from him. And this primarily, as I understand it, and I've been working in gaming for 25 years now, this is in one sense, a consumer protection agency. We are here, you are here to make sure that casinos, again, I'll take it to the street language again, don't screw the players, don't screw the public, and make sure above all that we protect the integrity, that you protect the integrity of this industry in Nevada. These are winnings.
Let me stop you again, Mr. Nersessian, and I appreciate your argument, but at this stage, the Gaming Control Board doesn't take argument or evidence. That's why we have hearing examiners. The hearing examiners are there for the purposes of efficiency for both the patron, the licensee, and of course, the Game Control Board. We don't have the time to hear all these
I
matters.
understand, so I'll ask you to do just 2 things.
Please.
Look at what he won.
Yes.
He won. He paid for it and he won it. It's in the record. understand that it got taken away, and understand that the hearing examiner says it got taken away because they can disqualify him at any time. This is disqualifying somebody walking up to the podium to collect a jackpot after it was announced and being told, we changed our minds. You don't get what we promised.
Understood. So now point me, I believe you're referring to the hearing examiner's recommendation. Is that true?
I believe it's the recommendation.
Did you
I
get a
just have
copy
a
of it?
letter from the hearing examiner. I have in the past, I've done these, and I have seen what was actually a decision of the hearing examiner. I called and asked the board for a copy of that decision, and I was told you can't have that until after the board makes its ruling.
Yeah, so what happened is this was on our last month's agenda and Mr. Pastor had raised that, or perhaps you had raised that. So we continued this meeting and we provided copies of all three of these, the drafts.
Of
And
all three what?
There's three appeals, not just Mr. Pastor. There's three patron dispute appeals
whom?
today. They're available in the public. They're on the table out there. Plus they would have been provided to them if they asked.
I did ask, and I was told you can't have them.
Well,
that's what brought this up. I called to get a copy of the
That's why
hearing
we-
examiner's decision.
That's why we continued this for a month, is to be sure you had the opportunity to review it. So along with your client, of course. So you're telling me that you have not seen this draft recommendation?
Is it more than a sentence?
Yes. It's more
No,
than a
I
sentence.
certainly have not, and I specifically asked for it, and I would have thought that if it was issued because I'm the guy who raised this, somebody would have sent it to me.
I agree.
I wasn't told it was issued. I was told I can't have it.
Well, it's a draft, but I agree. You should have a copy of it if you represent Mr. Pastor. I don't know if he received it. Is
No,
your
he did not.
client here?
No, he's in Germany at the present time.
But you know he didn't get a copy.
I do
is that
know.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, hold on one second.
Because I did get a letter with the one sentence thing on it.
Understood. I believe Ms. Massey is available. Do we have hearing examiner Massey on the line? Ms. Massey, or can you say something, see if you're here?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. So have you heard the conversation that myself and Mr. Nersessian have had?
I have. It is my understanding that the hearing was continued from last month so he could get a copy, and that it was made available, and that he could get that from Records and Research, which is the proper channels to make that request.
Yeah, and I said that on the record last month, that that's who that goes through, but Mr. Nersessian is here saying that he still hasn't received it. I know in the back of the table here in the room, I saw that there are several of these drafts just available to public. I don't know if Mr. Pastor's is out there or not, but here's what I want to do. Mr. Nersessian, I certainly don't want to have a hearing today if you haven't reviewed what we're reviewing. It doesn't make sense for you to have to present your position without pointing us exactly what's in the
Which
recommendation.
was my phone call. Yes, I agree. It
Understood.
doesn't make sense.
And there's findings of fact. Again, this is a draft because the hearing examiners, I said, they are doing the work on behalf of the board. They make a recommendation to the board. But one of the things they recommend for us is findings of fact, obviously the procedural behind it.
What I've received in the past.
And then the discussion. So I don't want to have you be having to review something in short order if you haven't had the opportunity to review this. Now, I will tell you this, that as I stated earlier, we are confined to the record. I think you've done a fine job of understanding that because you said there's something in the record, but you believe that the recommendation to us, even though you haven't seen it, you believe the recommendation of the board today is misconstruing, and let me be clear on this, misconstruing facts or misconstruing law. What is your contention without a lengthy argument, because I understand you don't have it in front of you?
They are misconstruing both. They are misconstruing the law because the law with respect to gaming contracts is, as a general rule, we follow the rule of contracts, the law of contracts. And when I say we, I'm speaking the royal we of the state of Nevada.
Understood.
Because obviously I'm not you.
Understood.
All right. And under the rule of contracts, under contractual, once it's awarded, you can't take it away. All right. That's one thing. The next thing is that There is also the overriding policy considerations with respect to gaming, and this would be on the facts that you don't hang out the gamblers who support our industry and our state. And Mr. Pister is a tourist, and that's what we're doing here. Obviously, there's no money in this for me to be here except to protect the integrity of the system.
But you're now talking about a policy argument in terms of, you mentioned earlier, consumer protection, and you're talking about a policy argument. Are you now, have you turned, is this your point two, away from a argument that there's a mistake of fact or an application of the law?
It's still law, Chairman Hendrick.
Kirk's fine.
And the reason it's still law is the enabling statutes with respect to the Gaming Control Board speak to its mission. And those are statutes that are applicable, and this decision misconstrues and misapplies the statutory mission.
Understood. You're talking about 463-0129, public policy of the state of Nevada. Okay, so again, I don't want to put you in a position where you're arguing something that you haven't read, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to make sure you get a copy of this before you leave today.
Okay.
You can have my copy if you want, if I didn't write all over it. But what I want to ask, one of the opportunities this board has is if there is a need for further evidence. One of the things the board can do, because again, the hearing examiner is doing work for the board. If we need to ask for further evidence, what our responsibility is to say, what do we want done? Do you believe, and I believe you said that it's already in the record, but do you believe that this needs to be sent back for additional information?
I have to see the decision to be able
Very,
to.
very fair. That's very fair. Without you understanding it, it would be very difficult for you to talk about the findings of fact. So that's a fair statement.
There's also, with respect to the letter Mr. Pister did receive that didn't have the findings of fact, et cetera. I would also point out that we are never and never have, or he has never contested the fact or anything about this jackpot on a drawing. He didn't show up because he wasn't interested in that drawing. He didn't argue it. It was not part of his claim. I can't figure out for the life of me why there is even a word, let alone a sentence or a paragraph devoted to the drawing in the decision.
Well, because the respondent brought it up that said he was able to be in a drawing, and by being in the drawing, he actually won, but it was winner must be present.
How's that relevant in any way, shape, or form to whether or not they took away what he did win and did collect?
Well, it's relevant to the facts of a hearing. When the respondent has a right to bring that up to say, did he get his drawings in? Because we would have had somebody, potentially your client or somebody else, said, I got put in the drawing, but they took my tickets back out of the drawing. So it's responsive.
Yes.
It's
I
respondent's responsibility to say, no, his tickets went into the drawing bin and he was able to win. So I have no problem with that being in the record. I understand why you think it doesn't go to whether or not the vouchers have anything to do with the drawing.
Well, it was not part of a dispute, and we are in a patron dispute process. And I am just pointing out that there was no dispute about that, and it really doesn't belong there.
Yeah, I understood why you're bringing it up, but I also understand why the respondent brought it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chair, can I?
Please go ahead, Ms. Massey.
Sorry, if I may, would it be helpful if we trail this matter? The recommendation is 6 pages so that Mr. Necessian can have a chance to review it and call him back at the end of the disputes?
Well, let me ask Mr. Necessian that question because I know you've been here, you've been patient through our afternoon calendar. If you believe, as Ms. Massey said, this is the draft recommendation, 5.5, 6 pages long. If you think you have enough time to review it and present your client's case today so that you don't have to come back.
No, I'm in for a penny, in for a pound on this, and I'd like to be able to review it and study it because there's obviously going to be legal positions in there. And I would also, and I apologize, it's not your place to tell me. I don't understand why, with legal positions and factual findings in there, I don't understand why, and apparently this was recognized, why when I called, I was told you don't get that, and Mr. Pister hadn't gotten it either. And and why I had received it in the past, and how would somebody such as me, a counselor, be expected to, without knowing what this is, be expected to know how to address it. I am bringing this up because I was treated dismissively. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to indict anybody, but I was truly treated dismissively when I called and said, I need this. And they said, you don't get that.
Let me say on behalf of the Gaming Control Board, we don't want anybody being treated dismissively.
I understand. So I'm letting you know as the
yeah,
boss.
and I appreciate that. And that's fine for you to bring that to the chair's attention. I wasn't part of the conversation. It could have been what they were saying is you don't get that from us. I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth, but it actually comes from the Research and Records Department. That's who would have had it. But somebody could have told you that. This is who you get it from. The reason why we continued this is for you to have an opportunity to review it. And you absolutely have a right to take your time to review it because you represent your client. So I have no problem with that. Here's what's going to happen for me personally. This is my last meeting, so there will be another chair who has an opportunity to review this as well. But we will give you a copy of this. If it's not sitting back there on the table already to give you a copy of it, the Attorney General's office has it, or whoever has it. And if you don't leave with a copy today, you will have one by tomorrow. But
Okay.
I'm assuming it's
Well, I
sitting
won't
back there
because
on
I'm
the table.
going out of town, but
Well, if you want to give your email to the Attorney General's office, they'll give you a copy. Chief Deputy Caruso, is that the Pastor draft? Well, good. All right. So now you have a draft copy of this. What we will do to give you opportunity, is this fine to trail this again till next month's board meeting?
Sure.
And let me bring up one point. Next month's board meeting is up in Carson City. Doesn't mean you need to travel to Carson City. I'm sure they will let you appear by the camera that you don't want to be on. Or if you even ask, unless Ms. Massey or your client believes that they will somehow, the state of Nevada, your client be somehow prejudiced by a delay till August, that's fine as well. So you can work that out, but either
Thank you so
July,
much.
Zoom, or August is fine with me. We have this in front of us. The board members and myself have reviewed this now twice because we've had it on 2 agendas. So I think we're comfortable. The one question I will leave you with, since I won't be here, is whether or not you believe there's a property right in those vouchers that you mentioned. I know you said they gaveth and they taketh away, but you don't need to argue this today. One of the questions I would have asked you, had I been here in July, is do you believe there's any property right or not in that?
And this would be the reason I need the adjournment that we're
100%.
talking about, because I had no idea that that would have even been on the, if you want an answer, I could give you one. but-
Go ahead, give me an answer.
All right, I'm looking at it. It is made, Mr. Pister's name is on it. It's filled out, and on its face, it has value. That sounds like a property right to me.
All right, without going into any evidence today, because I told you we won't take evidence, the same when the new chair is here next month or in August, they won't take evidence, but what they will ask you, again, if this should be referred back to the hearing examiner or to allow you to make a statement about why you think that something is factually inaccurate or legally inaccurate, I would afford you that opportunity. I will not be the chair, but that's not argument. That is there a reason for us to send this back to the hearing examiner? Because we just don't have the time to hear these in these public meetings. And also it's not fair because the respondent isn't here. Does that make sense?
Well, the respondent had notice as well.
Yeah.
Of the meeting.
But they are not
But they
here.
won.
But they're not here with all their witnesses, is my point. If we start bringing up evidence, then we have to
No,
have
I'm
counter
trying to
evidence.
leave it to the record.
Good.
I know how
Good.
this stuff works. I do.
I know you
I've
do.
been here a number of times.
I know you have, Mr. Necessi, and you and I have known each other in this setting with me sitting at the Attorney General's office for a couple of decades. So
Oh, that's okay.
I appreciate you being here, and you have a copy of it now. Ms. Massey, he has a copy of it. So between you, you figure out, I'm going to tell the Investigations Division, Madam Secretary, that it makes sense to refer this matter over to the board's July agenda unless for some reason the state or Mr. Pastor want to have it continued till August. Does that sound fair?
Yes,
Very
thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you for being here.
Could I
thank you
just
all.
make one quick comment?
Please, go ahead.
Can you just confirm for the record what was just handed to you and what it is and how many pages it
I
is? So
haven't looked at it
there's
that
no
closely, but
clarity, there
it
it's
says-
clear that on the record, what you've been handed and
It
what it
says-
is. And Miss Massey, Hearing Officer Massey can confirm that that is indeed her decision on this matter, in the matter of Ronnie Pistori versus the M Resort Spa and Casino. Hearing date, March 13, 2025, recommendation case number 24LV 00957.
It is a document entitled Before the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Yeah, please get in on the record on the mic.
Oh.
We want
I
to make
didn't
a
know it
record of
didn't-
it. Yeah, thank you.
Before the
doing
Nevada
this.
Gaming Control Board, it's entitled in the heading Pister versus the M Resort, and it is titled Recommendation, and it is yeah, this is exactly the stuff I've seen before. It is 6 pages long. It is unsigned at the present time.
Well, is it signed by anybody?
No, actually, Ms. Massey's signature is not on it either, but I imagine that that is essentially implied because that's why we're here.
And it's got a draft watermark on it,
Okay.
correct?
Yes, it says draft.
Very good. All right, so you have a copy.
And you have the case number on the front
Oh,
page? What case number is
Case
this?
number is, wow, you have long case numbers, 24LV 00957.
Great, so it sounds like you have it.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Nice
So
meeting you, Ms. Massey.
we will just continue this to next month's agenda. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to our next item.
The second item is William Hill US Holdco Inc. versus Brett Tyson, case number 23LV01338. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment be reversed.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself and spell your name for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Member Senadol, Judge, Secretary. My name's Brett Tyson. What was it? What am I?
Spell your last name.
Oh, Tison.
Very good. Thank you for being here. And I know you've been with us for a long time today, so thank you for your patience. You probably heard some of the last conversation that we had with Mr. Nersessian. The point of today's proceeding and why this is on our agenda is for us to consider the recommendation of the hearing examiners. The Game Control Board uses hearing examiners for efficiency for the purposes of the patron, the licensee, and for the purposes of government efficiency. So we have a very detailed background and file from your hearing, as well as the recommendation of the hearing examiner. Have you reviewed that recommendation?
I saw the recommendation, and the major reason I'm here today is that it's gambling in Nevada is such a sacred, we're so blessed to be able to do this in Nevada. And I just feel that if this was happened in like Bovada or some offshore account, I would be like, okay, like this isn't Nevada. But in Nevada, like it's very serious that gaming, let me restart. I've been in gaming for 22 years in Nevada. I wasn't born here, but that's my entire adult life. So all I know is gaming. And, I want to say that Miss Massey, I thought did a great, she was very fair in her hearing. I going against a lawyer for $7.50 an hour. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a regular guy here, and it's just, I just really want to explain what happened today. I mean, I've kind of lost track. I don't think I'm going to get paid out, but I want to at least make sure this doesn't happen to anyone else in Nevada because it's just not right. What erasing tickets, changing timestamps, altering tickets. I mean, that's just something that shouldn't happen. Like if we were going to the betting window and you bet a ticket and you put it in your pocket and you leave, that ticket can't be altered. And I feel like, how do I say this?
Let me stop you there.
Yeah.
I want to be clear here that you've sat through our hearing all day
Yeah.
today, and
It's a lot different sitting up here.
and I want to accommodate what you're going to say, but I want to be clear that we don't take any evidence, testimony, or argument at this stage. If there's a reason, as I said to Mr. Nersessian, that more additional facts need to be determined, then we would send that back to the hearing examiner. But if you're just trying to make a statement today about what you think happened, I'm going to give you some leeway on that, but it won't be evidence in your case. Does that make sense?
I just want to tell the story so
Okay.
that it never happens to anyone.
All right, please, I'll give you some leeway on that for a couple of minutes. It's been a long day for all of us, but please go ahead.
I've never done anything like this. I'm just a regular guy and I just want the
Well, we're
board to hear.
Pleased you're here. Go ahead.
All right, so about two Novembers ago, I was going through a bad breakup and I was the first time that I'd ever been home alone without family. So there was nothing to do. So I turned on the TV and there was nothing on that day. So there was a golf match on, right? So this golfer, Joe, and I don't really watch golf that much, but he was like setting a course record. So of course, you know, with the betting mobile apps, you can bet live. So I said, let me turn on William Hill. Let's look up what the live odds are. So this is not betting future bets. This is not betting at the window. This is live gambling. Turn on TV, bet live, right? So I turn on the app, pull up the golfer. I see the odds. I load $200 in there and I put a bet on there. This is a confirmed bet. Now it goes from the confirmed window to the betting window. They processed it. They accepted the wager. Done deal. First round live leader. This is not, you know, betting at the window. The live gambling is much different than, and the technology is getting so advanced now, right? So I sweated out the ticket the whole entire time. He wasn't in the lead. He wasn't in the lead. Then he finally won by one stroke. He set a miraculous miracle that day. It was a course record. No one in the history of that course has ever done anything like him. Okay, so then it hits. I don't get paid. I call them. They don't tell me anything. I call them the next day. They don't tell me anything. I call them the next day. They don't tell me anything. It was like 3 or 4 days after the match was over, I was like, I think I got to call the gaming control board. Like, why am I not being paid out? They're very vague. You had to call New Jersey. I was really even wondering why I'm calling New Jersey, right? So I called the gaming control agent, and I want to say Plum did a really good job. Agent Plum, he was very fair. He called them, and then they said, we're going to grade the scorecards. You're going to get done at the end of the day. They're doing it round by round. So I said, okay, cool. I go to work. When I open up my app, the ticket's missing. It's not voided. It's not altered. It doesn't say, rain delay, natural disaster. It's zapped. And my whole thing right in that instant right there, if I didn't take a picture of it, what would have happened then? Like, we're erasing tickets out of people's apps. So I call him back and he's like, hey, what happened to your $40,000 ticket? Now I see 1,000. He's like, now you have a gaming issue. And I'm like, I just want to make sure that casinos are always the highest standard in Nevada, but you shouldn't be able to erase someone's ticket and switch the odds to something you say it should have been. We didn't agree on that. We agreed on a $40,000 wager.
Let me stop you there. You're getting very close to what we would consider as providing evidence.
Sorry.
Wanted to give you the opportunity to explain, and I want you to know that we have all of that in our file as to what happened. So it's not like I'm not ignoring you.
No, sir.
We don't take evidence today. That's all I want you to hear. And I understand exactly what you're saying as to what happened to you. You said you don't bet golf much, and you explained why.
I do use the app a lot.
Yeah.
And I bet live all the time. Golf is not, it was the only thing on that day.
You explain that. So if there's anything else you want to tell us, fine, but keep it away from providing evidence, because if you provide evidence, we're going to send it back for another hearing.
The only thing I'd like to add is that there should be a clear transaction history. Casino operators shouldn't be able to erase tickets and switch them. It should be voided. It should be clear lines of communication, altered because of XYZ, not just zapped and switched out, because that feels like cheating. The reference numbers at the bottom shouldn't be switched. If you change a ticket, that there should be a new reference number. And it's a lot of advancing technology in today's society. And I feel like the apps are just moving faster than, and I just want what's right. We agreed on a bet that should be paid.
I appreciate that. And of course, we always want to hear from customers and patrons in Nevada. And you're right, being able to wager in this state is a wonderful thing that our state offers to visitors and to citizens, and being sure that they have a fair bet and a fair opportunity is part of what the responsibility of this Gaming Control Board is supposed to do. One of the things we look at is what's called a contract between the patron and the bettor. And understanding you're not an attorney, the three of us are. One of the things we look at is all the details of that contract. And so without getting into the details of that, that is probably how my mind is going to work on this, is whether there was a contract. Could it have been, in your opinion, more clear? Anything can always be more clear. So I appreciate your comments and appreciate you being here. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I make a suggestion? And I want to, again, I thought the gaming agent and Miss Massey did an amazing job.
Thank you for that.
But I felt like they were missing tools to be successful. Gaming agents don't use apps. I feel like gaming agents should have some beta tested apps in their offices that they can, because like in a game, say table games, I work in table games. When there's a law dispute in table games, you recreate that table game on the table game, you show what happens, you guys know. But with the apps, like we couldn't show screen by screen what happened, and that's no one's fault. But the judges, everybody in this room needs to use, this is new technology. Like we need to be able to show frame by frame what happened. And I had screenshots of that. But again, this is a new technology. And I just feel like they need more tools to be successful. Like I don't want this to happen to anybody else.
I appreciate that. And thank you for your kind words to both Ms. Massey and to Agent Plum. And it is important for us to stay up on technology from a regulator standpoint. So your point is very valid. I want to at this point be clear for the record myself. I had the opportunity to review the recommendation of the hearing examiner. I went through all the materials, which is several inches thick of what happened, and I reviewed the entire record. And I want to confirm with both of my colleagues that you both had the opportunity to review the hearing examiner's recommendation as well as the record presented at the hearing. Judge?
Yes, I've reviewed the entire record, read everything, and I'm of the opinion that the hearing officer, Ms. Massey's decision was the correct one.
Member Sendall, did you have an opportunity to review the recommendation as well as the record from the hearing?
Yes, I had an opportunity to review hearing examiner Massey's draft decision, the briefs that were, the petition for reconsideration, the briefs that were submitted, the House rules, voluntary statements, the agent's statement, enforcement agent's statement and analysis, the testing lab, all the analysis and work that went into really looking at this. I will just comment and say, you know, I agree when you don't get communication, it's concerning. And if you don't get that feedback, right, especially from a large company, you think the worst, right, when you're left in the dark in a situation, and that's concerning to hear. And so I do think that's a problem, and hopefully that's something that, you know, William Hill.
Can I add something real quick? You know, if I were to place a bet and pick the wrong, if we're betting live on TV, what they offer, watch TV, bet live. If I were to pick the wrong team on a live wager, can I call the sports book up and say, hey, I hit the wrong button, I want a refund? Like, they posted the odds, I bet, they confirmed it, they have a confirmed window to kick it back. They didn't kick it back, they accepted that wager, because they can sometimes say in live betting, they go, oh, lines have altered, this is your new odds. It changes every second. They confirmed it, they took it, that's a wager. I've done this many times, like this is cut and dry, bet, confirmed, that's it. Like, I can't call them later and say, hey, I made a mistake. Now they're saying they made a mistake. They placed the odds. I bet they confirmed it. It wasn't kickback. That's a wager. We're wagering.
And Mr. Tyson, is that correct? Did I say?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Tyson.
Yes, ma'am.
I hear your frustration. I read your frustration. I read the materials that support the decision we received from the hearing examiner. But I do agree with her analysis as a contract review.
Can you explain that to how you agree with that on a contract review? Because it was confirmed in a contract. It's a confirmed wager. So why are we taking it back now?
I want to be real clear for the record here. I'm giving you a lot of latitude, but we're not going to get into argument or evidence or testimony. And I don't mean argumentative. You're being extremely respectful. So I mean argument in the sense of arguing your position, not being argumentative. You're being extremely respectful. I just don't want to get into a lot of back and forth because that's what the hearing is for. I don't want to get in the way of what Member Sendall is going to say, but the thing that I'm focused on is the contract and the term obvious error. And that is something that is entered into between the patron and the casino. If there's an obvious error, that there is an ability to, if you seek rescission, that actually has to come to the chair of the game control board. But they, in their contracts and their house rules, have the ability to resettle that.
But Agent Plum investigated that was a valid bet.
Understood. And that's why we have hearings, so that you can present your side and so that the licensee can present their side. And Member Sendall, I think I got in your way of your comment.
I mean, and you, I must say, you took the words out of my mouth, but yes, that is the analysis, the obvious error, the House rules apply. They're providing the gaming, platform mechanism, right? And they provide the rules to it. So that was, again, I don't want to get into arguing about
I get
it. You have a copy of the decision, right, from hearing officer?
And I mean, but then at what point do you say, okay, next month it's another obvious error, or next month's another obvious error? Like, we're gambling.
That is a fair point, and that's something, right? That's why we're here, just what you said. And there's other elements to this as well, right? There was
Gambling.
the specific facts in this case, right? There was
Yes, ma'am.
duplicative lines, one went stale. And
I mean,
the
so
facts
they
in this
say,
situation,
yeah.
I hear what you're saying, and I understand this has got to be very frustrating for you. So I acknowledge that, and being in this situation can't be easy, and you've waited all day. But that being said, I just want to get back. We're not here to deliberate.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
understand that, but I
I
hope
just
you
want
feel like
what's
you've been
right,
heard,
you
and
know?
I hope I can understand your frustration. I hope you've had an opportunity to be heard. I know that's important. And we hear you too. You gave some great feedback to us that I think we can take.
And it's
back
not
to the
like I
board.
just bet with them one time. I've been bet with them for like 10 years losing money. And like one time I hit a bet, they don't want to pay me and they say obvious error. I mean, that seems, it's not like I'm a one-time bettor, and that's why I'm here. And that's why I came here today and waited all day, because we're gambling. It's the right thing, like.
Understood. And very valid point. Sports wagering is becoming faster with technology. So it's something that we and the licensees have to pay attention to. That's on a much more macro global scale. But in terms of your appeal today, I made a record very clear, as well as my fellow board members, that we've reviewed the information. That's what we do today in the middle of this public meeting. We let the hearing examiner and the parties do the hearing themselves. So I'm at a point where if one of the members wants to make a motion, I'd be happy to hear it.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I would be glad to make that motion. I move regarding to case number 23LV 01338, William Hill, U.S. Holdco, Inc., petitioner versus Brett Matthew Tyson, respondent, that we accept the hearing officer's decision in this matter.
Thank you, Judge. And for the record, we've all made it clear that we have reviewed the recommendation and the record from the hearing. So I also have reviewed that and consider that this goes to, as we said on the record, and gave an opportunity to Mr. Tyson to explain that there is a contractual situation regarding an obvious error. And so I am in support of that motion. Member Sindall, any comments?
Yeah, no, I am in line to sustain hearing examiner Massey's decision before us.
All right, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. So the motion to sustain passes. Do want to thank you for being here, and your comments as a wagerer and somebody in the industry mean a lot to us. Don't believe that we're ignoring them. It's just our responsibility today is to decide whether or not we agree with what's before us. But I hope you understand that we're listening to you and gave you an opportunity to present.
And how do I appeal these decisions? To go to
There
the next court?
is I should be back on the table. There is an explanation where we have some frequently asked questions, FAQs, on how you can go about appealing it. And I certainly want to encourage you. We can't give out legal advice. So if you want to seek out an attorney to give you advice on how to do that, you're welcome to, but you'll get an actual order. And correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Massey, he'll get an order in the mail, correct?
Yes, hearing examiner Massey, for the record, he will definitely get a letter in the mail with a copy of this decision signed by the board. It will also include the timelines for a petition for judicial review, should he choose to go to that route. And also, just for the record, the licensee's attorney is also online for this matter, Attorney Adam Hosmer-Henner, and he has been listening to the proceedings.
Thank you for noting that, Mr. Hosmer-Henner. I didn't know you were on the line, but again, as you've heard me say now multiple times, we weren't going to accept testimony today. That is not the point of this hearing, but I appreciate you being online. There should be a form over there to explain it, and thank you again for sitting through our meeting today. No, it's
Thank you, Chair.
explanation of frequently asked questions. It's not there. Ms. Massey, we don't have the FAQs. Judy,
Yeah, she's in the room. Mr. Tyson, good to see you. Please, can you talk to Ms. Norton on your way out, and she'll be able to direct you on what's next.
yeah, in the back of the room, she should be able to explain all your questions, answers.
And Chair
All right.
Hendrick, if you can hear me,
Yes, we can.
those FAQs and the instructions for appealing are usually included in the order and the final order that are then sent to the petitioner.
Good, we'll do that as well, but want to be sure he gets them directly. Madam Secretary, please read into the record our next item.
The third and final item is William Hill US Holdco Inc. versus Melvin Fowler, case number 23LV01339. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision granting payment be reversed.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself and spell your name for the record.
Good afternoon. Thanks for seeing me today. My name is Melvin Fowler, F as in Frank, OWLER.
Thank you very much for being here. We, hold on one second. Oh, we're okay. I'm just getting housekeeping notes. My apologies.
Not a problem.
So I'm sure you've heard our conversations on the last two items. I'll repeat those so that there's a record for yours, but let me start by saying, I know you've been here for all afternoon as well. So thank you for your patience as you've sat here through all the other items on our agenda today. As I mentioned on the previous two items, our responsibility as a board today is to review the hearing examiner's recommendation, not to take any evidence or argument today for the efficiency for both the patrons, the licensee, and the state of Nevada. That's why we use hearing examiners. They take the evidence from you, your counsel if you have an attorney, from the respondent, and then they present us with a recommendation. That's what we have in front of us. Have you seen the recommendation regarding your matter?
I have.
Okay, good. That's important. As I mentioned to Mr. Tyson, we don't take argument, but I'll allow you some leeway if there's something you want to tell us today. I certainly want to afford you that opportunity without getting into argument. And if there is additional evidence, that's when we would send it back to a hearing examiner. Does that make sense?
It does. And
Wonderful.
everyone's been here a long time, so I'll make it brief. I
Thank you.
heard you speak upon how the contractual matters. So basically, William Hill's contract, which is, I believe it's in the evidence, but the odds terms offered are materially different from those available in the general market at the time the wager was placed. We reserve the right, William Hill, pending regulatory approval, to correct any obvious error made on a wager placed in one of the betting live markets and settle at the correct odds or terms which were available with William Hill Sportsbook. That's their contractual terms. At the discovery with Ms. Massey, I asked a question: was regulatory approval granted? And they said no. So I'm trying to figure out if they were able to change my ticket without regulatory approval, and contractually they're supposed to get regulatory approval. How is her decision what it is right now?
A very fair question, Mr. Fowler. And again, I don't believe you're making an argument and I won't argue back to you, but I will tell you that all of that is in our file. And the specific one that you focused on was a question that I went through and reviewed in our materials. And part of that has to do with in Nevada, for a rescission of a wager, you have to come to the Game Control Board chair. Contractually, you have an opportunity to do some resettlement that does not have to come to the Gaming Control Board chair. So without getting into a bunch of legalese, I just want you to understand that I personally reviewed that along with everything else in the record. And a very fair question for you raised during the hearing. Anything else you'd like to tell us before we deliberate?
No, sir.
All right. Let me be clear for the record. Again, I have reviewed the recommendation of the hearing examiner as well as the entire record from the hearing, and I will be deliberating and making my decision on the recommendation, having read all of that evidence. Judge, have you reviewed everything, and do you have any other comments?
I have reviewed everything, and I'm ready to make a motion.
All right, Member Sendall.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've reviewed everything in this matter. before us, the supporting petitions, the enforcement agent's decision, the voluntary statements, the work from our test lab. There's a transcript and all the briefs and whatnot that were provided, and agree with the hearing examiner Massey's decision. Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Hosmer-Henner, we understand that you're probably still on the line, but again, we are not taking evidence or argument at this point. So unless you have something procedurally, there's nothing you need to add for the record unless you need to think you need to do so.
Not at this time, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, then, all members having said that we've reviewed the recommendation and the record from the hearing, I would be in a position of entertaining a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Regarding case number 23LV 01339, William Hill U.S. Holdco Inc. petitioner versus Melvin Thaddeus Fowler respondent, I move that we adopt and accept the recommendation by hearing examiner Augusta Massey.
Thank you, Judge. And for myself, again, I would point out that my decision in this matter hinges on contract law and the obvious error and terms of the contract and House rules. So I will be in support of that motion. Member Sendall?
Yes, I echo your analysis and basis to support sustaining hearing examiner Massey's decision under contract law and sort of the erroneous or human error situation that occurred in this instance and following the House rules. Thank you.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Mr. Fowler, again, appreciate you being here and sitting through with all your patience today. Thank you. And same point to you, if you want to appeal, there's a process to do that. Thank you. Have a good day. Madam Secretary, I believe that concludes all the items on our agenda. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, that brings us to our last public comment. Please read that into the record.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon by the board, but of course we want to hear comments from the public as well as from my fellow board members. Let's start in Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment? I don't see anyone. Mr. Ross, I mentioned in our public comment section this morning that we wanted to thank the legislature as well as Governor Lombardo for the passage of the board's SB 46 and AB 58. And I mentioned that you would be providing a brief legislative update on both the board's bills and other gaming bills that are of importance to the gaming industry in the state of Nevada. So if you want to provide a brief report, please do so.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and good afternoon, members of the committee. And I want to echo those sentiments to the legislature and the governor as well. Both of the board's bills, AB 58 and SB 46, passed, and we'll go ahead and start with a brief summary of AB 58. What that's going to do is provide for the chair's administrative approval of new games and gaming devices. I think this is important because it could provide new gaming devices out to the floor in as fast as 50 or 60 days in certain circumstances. We also repealed global risk management from NRS, and we folded the term risk management into the definition of information service. 2 terms were removed from statute: cash access and wagering instrument service provider, as well as system-based and system-supported games. When it comes to cash access and wagering instrument service providers, that's going to rid the producers of this technology from having to register twice with the board, both as cash access and wagering instrument service providers, as well as associated equipment manufacturers. And there are also various clarification cleanups. In SB 46, The board's now going to retain the jurisdiction to investigate and hold disciplinary hearings after somebody exits the industry for a certain period of time. And there's also going to be provisions to establish parameters for voluntary surrenders of those approvals. And coming up very soon, I imagine we'll have a workshop to consider regulations to adopt as a board and as a commission. There's other various clarifications relating to hearing examiner appointments, the enforcement of third-party tournament conductors, and transmission of records to the district court. We're also raising the amount for a hearing examiner to administratively resolve claims for patron disputes. And in addition, fine thresholds for violation of the Gaming Control Act are going to be raised. That's the first time in nearly 50 years that we've raised these fines. Other bills that are going to impact the gaming industry is SB 459. That's for gaming salons. This expands the use of gaming options within salons while removing a mandatory provision for table games. You can have any combination of gambling games, and minimums for slot wagers are no longer set at $500. That's going to be at the licensee's discretion, subject to board approval. We also have various provisions related to parimutuel wagering that were updated via statute in SB 203. And in SB 256, we have the disgorgement of ill-gotten gains. This is going to enable the board to exercise disgorgement of ill-gotten gains for crimes concerning gaming. And recently, within the last 16 to 18 months, I believe there's been a lot of conversations regarding trespass. And in SB 371, the look-back period for trespass as a misdemeanor is going to be extended to 36 months from the current 24 months that are on statute. And that concludes the report. And I do want to take a moment just to thank the board staff for collaborating this legislature in the passage of our two bills.
Thank you, Mr. Ross, and thank you for all your time and effort throughout the entire legislative session. I know you were over there throughout the 6-month duration, so thank you, and wonderful results that you were able to achieve on behalf of the board. Mr. Flores is also in the audience, and I want to thank you for your help throughout the session, having been a former member of the LCB staff. Mr. Torres, you have provided a lot of guidance for us, so thank you. And as well as Mr. Ross mentioned, all the board staff who helped, and all the chiefs and everybody who helped us get the legislative passed. Thank you for that. Big thanks also to Chief Nathan Riggle and his staff, and everybody who helped work on our budget that the Gaming Control Board received. So all good news from us. And again, thank you to the legislature and Governor Lombardo. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment? Judge.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'd just like to maybe add on to my statements at the public comment section this morning regarding your departure. For me, it's really a bittersweet time. I'm really sad to see you go. It's kind of like when you get on a new football team or a new baseball team or a new basketball team. It takes a while for the team and the players and members to gel. And I feel like we were really doing a lot of good things, and I was really starting to kind of get in sync with your overall mindset and approach to the Gaming Control Act and our regs and how to go about proceeding with various licensee issues and disciplinary issues. And so, and I can't thank you enough for your sharing of all your institutional knowledge. And it's been just an absolute pleasure working with you. And, but, so it's bittersweet that I'm sad, but I'm happy for you, because unless people get to work with you, like Member Sendall and myself, you really don't realize, people outside don't really know what a tremendous responsibility your job entails as chair. It's a very difficult job. It's can be very stressful at times. You're juggling so many different things at once, and there's only so many hours in the day. I remember being in the office once in a while, 6, 7 o'clock, and you were still there, probably working another couple hours beyond that. It's just, takes a lot out of you, a lot out of your family, a lot of time away from your family. And your generosity was just overwhelming. You've boosted the morale of everybody, all 400 plus members of the Gaming Control Board. You've just been fantastic with sponsoring Christmas parties and luncheons up north and down south for all the employees. You set a very high standard for Mike Dreitzer. I don't know if he can follow those kind of things because it's very expensive. And I'm sure the employees all appreciate it. And we all thank you for that. But most of all, we thank you just for being you. You were a fantastic chair, and you're even a better human being. And I'm happy for you because you can really start to enjoy your life and enjoy the golfing and enjoy time with your family. So thanks for being you.
Thank you, Judge. Anyone else? Yes, Member Sindall.
Well, first I wanted to acknowledge and recognize dear Sebastian, Mr. Ross, being up north. Mr. Ross has been in the Carson City office the whole time since I started in the end of January. So it was really weird for me to see him here yesterday down in Vegas. So congratulations on a job well done. It's a really big deal and you've done really well. You should be really proud of yourself. And yeah, so kudos to you. I just want to say that. I also wanted to say we had a lot on the agenda today. There were some very large items and it was very complicated work. But the reports were excellent. All the agents did such a great job. And we're always, as always, very responsive to any questions we have and additional materials we need. And just know we really appreciate all the work you do every day. And today went so smoothly because of all the hard work you all do. And it is greatly appreciated by all of us. And then lastly, I already said everything I wanted to say about Chairman Hendricks. So, but yes, you will be missed and thank you. And obviously feels like I've been here longer than like 4 or 5 months. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I feel like I got to spend, a lot of time with you. So thank you. And I wish you all the best. And I know you'll do great things. So.
Thank you, Member Sindall. All right, I will go last. I said earlier that I would save my thank yous and goodbyes till the end. And I'm going to make a few comments that are from my heart. But so I don't forget anything, I did make some notes here so that I don't forget anything or anyone. And I want to start by saying it's been an honor of a lifetime to serve as a chair of the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Again, I want to thank Governor Lombardo for giving me this opportunity to lead a world-renowned agency such as this body and the 400 agents and employees who work here on a day-to-day basis. I also want to take an opportunity to thank my fellow board members and the commission members for their dedication, their wisdom, camaraderie, and professionalism. Judge Assad, as you mentioned, you and I started together 2.5 years ago. And seems like it went by in the blink of an eye, but it's been an amazing 2.5 years. And Member Sindall, you've only been here since the beginning of the year, but you've got a lot accomplished, and I look forward to seeing everything that you're going to continue to accomplish on the Gaming Control Board. I want to say that I respect and commend all gaming regulators. As the judge mentioned earlier, this is not an easy job, and gaming regulators around the world for what they do to make the industry better and provide fair gaming and responsible gaming for their constituents and all stakeholders. I commend all of them. And as I've said on multiple occasions, my goal was always to make the Nevada Gaming Control Board the most effective and efficient gaming regulatory body in the world. That's no slight at all to every other gaming regulator around the world, because I expect that they're saying the same thing, that they want their agency to be the most efficient and effective. And I think that rising tide is going to lift all gaming regulator boats. And so I commend all of them as well. Being a regulator is not an easy job because you have to make tough decisions. We saw that all here today. People's lives are on the line, their livelihood, their profession, their family's ability to earn money and pay bills. So these are tough decisions that we make. I'm extremely proud of what the board has done to streamline all of our internal and external policies and procedures. For an agency that turns 70 years old next month, That's not an easy task to do because a lot of those take a lot of time and energy to come out and undust, take a lot of things that may have needed to be dusted off and dust them off again. And to do that takes a lot of people's efforts. I'm proud of the board for having faced many challenges in the last couple of years and have done so with dignity and honor. I won't go into those because we've spent a lot of time and a lot of effort to make sure that the Nevada Gaming Control Board is represented and it's doing everything it needs to do responsibly and to hold those accountable who need to be held accountable. The badge of the Gaming Control Board is not just a symbol, it's a commitment to excellence. And to me, I'm proud when I hear that people, as Judge Assad mentioned, either inside or outside the agency, say that the morale is up at the Gaming Control Board. That makes me feel good because everybody at the Gaming Control Board deserves to have respect for everything they do on behalf of the board in the state of Nevada. Every chance I get, including this one, I give a special thanks to all those 400 board agents and employees for what they do every day, as Member Sendall mentioned, to make the agency run so smoothly, makes our job sitting up here so much easier. A personal thank you to the chair's executive assistant, Claudia Rosalind, for everything she did for the last 2.5 years to keep me on track and on time, which is not easy. A thank you to all of the attorneys, applicants, and licensees who've appeared before the board since I've been here and for what they all do to make our state better and our industry better. Speaking of applicants and licensees, I've often commended the philanthropic work that they do. You heard that today when they talked about the foundations, the boards, the things they do. One of the things that we always ask them about is responsible gaming. And you heard some of that here today, that they're making donations, they're spending time, they're acting on foundations and boards for responsible gaming. That's important. We never tell them that that's a criteria for licensing, but of course we want to hear about it. And I, being somebody who wants to put my money where my mouth is, I can tell you that I made a donation this week to the International Center for Responsible Gaming as a small way for me to say, thank you for this opportunity. And that agency, that International Center, and other organizations like it do very valuable work to support those who need it. I believe in that. And my small donation hopefully will go toward the future of their support. As Dr. Alamo mentioned this morning, when he talked about public comment, anybody who knows me knows that I took this job for one particular reason, and that's because of my love for this state. Pulling me out of what I was calling semi-retirement wasn't an easy decision, but it was the right decision because I owe this state so much. I need to thank my wife. She puts up with me. When I take a job, I do it 24/7. I know no other way to do something than to throw myself into it full throttle. That's taken me away from my family, but it's been worth every bit of the time that I've spent here. I want to thank all the division chiefs that I've called, emailed, texted late at night or early in the morning. The same goes to the Attorney General's office, and especially to Chief Deputy Caruso. I have called you many times at all hours of the day and night, often taking you away from your family. I apologize for that. But to regulate a 24/7 industry takes 24/7 regulators, takes 24/7 attorneys at the Attorney General's office. Someone asked me recently if I'd accomplished everything I wanted to get done while I was here. And the simple answer is no, because this job evolves every day. So my to-do list never got shorter, it got longer. And I believe, though, that what we were able to accomplish in terms of streamlining the agency, its policies and procedures, that to me was one of the things on my checklist. And I also constantly challenge the chiefs, the agents, to strive for what I was calling big picture progress and to consider what they want their legacy to be when you leave state service. For me, my satisfaction will be in knowing that every decision I made while I was on the Gaming Control Board was because I believed that it was in the best interest of the state of Nevada. That is the single most important thing that matters to me. People may question that, but I know in my heart, every single decision I made was simply because it was in the best interest of the state of Nevada. I'm beholden to nobody. The governor asked me to do this job, and when I told him I would take it, it was only with I could do it my way. And he said, absolutely, you do that. I've got 11 more days left before my term is up. Then incoming Chair Dreitzer will take over, and I know he will be great for the state and for this agency. I may be leaving the board, but I'll always be cheering for the board, and I thank you all. And with that, we will conclude public comment. Madam Secretary, I believe that concludes our meeting for the month of June 2025, my last meeting. And I thank you all for attending in person or virtually. We are adjourned.